There.
Fuck has my chat gone? That's not good.
Shadows. Trap destroyed.
Hold on, bear with me. My docs have been deleted for some reason. I'm playing a ranked game? No. I'm watching.
Take flight.
I think I'm watching Farm Merge Valley versus Sigma City.
Wave crashing. Water rise.
Hold on, let me get my alerts up.
Right there.
I don't know why this is happening.
30 seconds left.
Oh, that box.
Last player standing. Flawless.
That's the bill
Switching sides.
where are we? Okay, I think that's fixed. I also feel like Jesus. Very bright outside, isn't it? Is this the Ascension final? This is Throw City, yes. We're watching. I don't know who's who. Hold on, I can see down here, I guess. Which team's which? Wait, what the hell are they playing? Harbor, Viper, Yoru, Chamber?
Here.
Been cooking, so no vision. So this is Sigma. So Sigma City are losing. Farm Merge Valley in the lead. No vision, just walking out. The mid aggro on his own. Full retake B. I'm gonna pinch on this Viper. Good timing, but no vision. Can't die there. Can't die there, no vision. 4v3. Sova has to live. Just has to live and wait. He's a free kill. What's he doing?
Last player standing.
Oh, they lost themselves. Forgot what round they were in. Run for the knife. Sova. Hello? Corex? What are we doing? Cost us the round. God, you gotta chill back here. You're on your own. You think they're stupid? You killed their Viper. Oh, all in trouble here. Our Sigma City. It looks like Farm Merge Valley might be taking this. Oh, it's on Fabio's stream? Hold on, let me get that up then. Oh, we'll do this in a sec as well. Cool. I can leave this call then.
But cannot get a third and doesn't have a TP within sight, but the spike does go down, and they're both left in CT now. So they could go for that post plant. They still have, well, they don't really have any more harbor smokes, but they could wool themselves off in about 20 seconds. It's only 2 people left on the defenders to get that defuse.
I mean, I think they might just. Do they go to? Do they just die to the orb, or do they go to kill them?
They're gonna have to push into. They're gonna have to push into main over here.
9-4 down.
The harbor's already gonna get taken out, and the race is gonna get tagged.
Needs to chill and die to the.
Yeah, I think Race is just gonna go for dying to that to the spike over here. I think the
Love the team logos.
They give that up. That's another round.
Tough loss though for Sigma City.
It's just like
So they lose this.
Yeah,
I will
this
have
is
to
the
say,
ending
a
when they
very-
have
I mean, I love seeing the
a very
Viper
kind
back.
of
Not often you see
reactive,
this.
Attack side from the side of
You know,
Malik.
it's been a while since we've seen the Viper, the Harbor Viper,
Completely-
Yoru.
completely counter
Timeout.
this really
Yeah,
aggressive
and we're gonna see that
reinforcement.
timeout right away coming in from the defenders. Because
Wow,
they just cannot figure
10-4,
out what
you
to do
take a
against this
timeout.
kind of attack.
Oh,
They're
panicking.
defaulting very
Must be,
passively, just waiting for those first couple of
Bad
picks. And
comms,
once they see which side
angry,
has most resistance,
tilted,
they just pick the other side and all run
early
towards that.
timeout,
They did that first round and the
desperate.
second round
I
as
mean,
well.
at least
They
play
have
the
two
bonus
options. They
first.
basically
Holy
get
shit.
this brute force or kind
To
of
be fair, I
force
mean, we
them.
saw a big mistake
Other than
here.
this over, they have no room
Back here,
to get any,
big mistake.
instant info. They had the Cypher
Yeah,
trap
they-
over. I think they just need to do reclears.
They need to have that cipher.
What are we
that
watching?
Cypher
We're watching
play off his
FMB
setup.
versus
I mean,
Sigma
I
City.
saw
What are
that
you talking
Cypher
about?
push
This is
out
the EMEA
towards B
Ascension
was
final.
good for one, but got traded out right away. He doesn't have an easy way of getting out of there. It's not really something you can do as the Cypher. You want to stay alive, keep those trips up, so that at least you can play off of them or have one of your
This
team
is
play
for
off
tier
of
1.
them. Especially if you have that aggressive push through A.
Fucking
They
Pirates,
seem
yeah.
to like to default this
On a winning
Viper,
team
but
as well.
Viper's very kind of vulnerable there. They throw an Omen Paranoia and a Breach stun, and then the Raze comes volleying down. I don't think they have anything to counter it.
Yeah, but they seem to still be committing towards that.
Oh, a
Because it
new
just
Viper
hasn't-
Warp coming
So, I
through as
mean,
well.
let's see.
Seem to being able to walk up
I mean, you cost yourself with the fucking
Yeah,
comp.
this Viper Wall is gonna like completely take away
What is
one
this?
side that they might have
At least
to
cook
clear.
like these guys have.
So could help
least
them out.
these guys
Also
are
covers
cooking.
CT and it helps them for the post plant. They're gonna get one wade right away though. The
Big
Raid's
dot,
gonna take
big
that
reveal.
peek out. It's also gonna get revealed and sprayed a little bit through the smoke.
That's one way.
It's gonna sit here.
Why
This is not cooking?
Raze gonna take this. No, I think they're looking to feed the.
This is definitely
Breach
cooking.
Yeah. Chamber meanwhile is on the other side of the map, just taking some peeks. Cyphercam doesn't spot him because it's spotted like for early info, so doesn't really know that he's walked all the way up.
Insert into.
We're gonna
into
see
main.
that wall come towards
Nice
A
little
side
harbor
from the
wall.
harbor, and Chambers just walking out onto site. No
Walk
cypher
up.
trips will
Wow,
stop
got
them
him
from
with the
doing that.
wall.
They don't really have that much info. However, the cam
Oh my
is not
god.
even gonna be able to spot him. What is happening on this side of the map?
Surely they've realized this site's gonna be the.
Bro, you gotta
side.
come back.
Yeah. I mean,
Rotate
look,
back.
Okay,
they're
they
already
pressure.
pivoting all the way over.
But I think that Omen's somewhat aware though, no?
Omen might have spotted
Should
them a
have
little bit,
kept
but
someone here.
doesn't
Should
seem
have
to
just kept
Chambers
someone
jumped over the
Chambers
trip,
didn't
to
walk
destroy.
through.
Oh my
Definitely
god.
pushing all the way through. Omen
Oh
doesn't
my
expect it, playing
goodness,
with
what a
knife.
play. What a play by
Ready
Farm
for
Merge
one,
Valley.
ready for one. Maybe
Not
he's
enough.
good for another.
Just get out.
Chambers gonna try to
Oh,
go
you got
for-
TV, what am I talking about?
Really?
Gonna just do some sprays into that.
Just don't
into that
die.
Cypher cage. Is he gonna expect the Cypher jumping up?
Well
Gets
played.
away with it.
Does manage to get away. and
Oh,
Reed
Farm
makes-
Merge Valley, Sigma
All the
City
side of
falling
Farm
apart.
There's nothing really that Sigma City can do here. Sova gets
Yeah,
spawned.
they're down to only 2
And
players.
then
left,
the
and it's
lurk as
only up
well.
To the Sova over here. And they have one player posted up in main and 2 on site. Fake teleport comes through.
Wow, what a
Makes them look
play.
away for just
What a
long
play
enough
by
for
our
the Yoru
chamber.
to beat-
Beating the cam not once but
They
twice.
get away with another round.
Holy shit.
Defense still cannot
Sort this
hold
shit out. And you
this
just took
map.
a timeout.
Cannot get
What was that
another round
timeout
on
for?
that defense half.
No vision? Why is the guy called No Vision playing Cypher?
We're gonna see that same Viper wall again, aiming to block out a bit of a push and potentially hint towards
Living up to his
A
name.
push. But obviously they still have that harbor wall, so they don't really use. They could like not use that Viper wall and just use it as a fake. It's very much possible. We're gonna see Raze taking an early peek into B main. Might catch this harbor, and the Yoru is gonna spot.
The judge. Could
well,
be
the
could
Yoru's
be
gonna
deadly.
Set his clone in. Gonna see that Raze getting
No.
instantly killed.
Head of a Cypher util. You gotta be
Nothing
chilling
much, no
in
much
here.
action towards the A side. They're gonna start pivoting in.
Why are
towards that
we
B
getting
side.
so antsy?
After they get the pick on the Raze, they might want to go towards
What, we
mid.
hear a bit of
We see
noise
them
here, so we think,
potentially
oh,
going
let's
for that
push out.
push. They're not really.
There's just
Any
nothing
patience?
Sigma
Literally
City
last
can do.
round they walked up
They're
B on you.
playing so
Hello?
flawlessly on the side of Farm Merge, and it just feels that Sigma seems a bit disconnected in their pushes. That Raze has no support
Yeah.
from any initiator. He's
Yeah,
unable
that
to go in
Raze
and just get
doesn't
picked
get-
for free.
The Omen oh sorry,
Gets one, but-
Sova manages to get one, but gets traded out right away. Gonna invest
They're all
that harbor ult
together.
into
That
taking
breach-
site.
that breach is full.
Knows that one is on site at least. They heard that ding from the harbor ult, but now they're seeing that nobody else is there.
Viper wall?
Gonna get
Oh, Viper's
paranoid,
dead.
but is managed
No
to
smoke
TP
back
out of the
sight.
way. Lost does get
Judging
one off that
inside of the breach,
paranoia.
if there's any over-aggression here.
They are
They
going to
tried
try to get that
change it.
spike
The
down
Chambers
in
are-
the cove.
Chambers are where?
The
Maybe
breach is going to get the kill on the Yoru while he's planting.
2v2.
And the
Still has
chamber
a
is going to look away just at the wrong time, but Bloom doesn't get the timing. Down to a
Bloom?
2v2.
Are they aware of Bloom here?
They're aware of
good
Bloom.
for it.
They aren't aware of Bloom.
Oh.
Oh, whips all his shots, but manages to connect them in the end.
1v1.
And it's just down to breach.
That's TV.
Chamber has his TP online as well. He can go for it. Breach gets off the diffuse.
He's forced to swing here. It's half.
He is forced
Oh,
to
the
swing.
clutch Vittoria attaccanti. Oh.
There's so many strong ults here on this side of Farm Merge.
What's
They
this?
just
This is
have
the
to-
biggest game of the
Yeah,
year.
they have
Farm
that,
Merge Valley
the
versus Sigma
chamber
City.
ult. They can take
And
a-
it's
they
an
can take
embarrassment.
A bit of mid now, if they want to, and they might actually want to do that. And then they also have that Yoru ult. which is
Yoru
gonna
ult
be
now as
really
well.
good for taking control of a side. I mean that
Send
Yoru
it be
going
Yoru
20
ult.
and 8. If you press tab, that scoreboard is not showing.
I think this is a
much,
single map, but I don't know.
not showing
There's
much
some other
for-
things to do
for,
as well.
Resistance against that Yoru. We're gonna see potentially that Yoru ult getting popped right at the start here.
Walking up. I mean, they're able to get this kind of 3.
Yeah, we're gonna see that Yoru ult go through. They're gonna see the trip, spot it out.
Have a.
And he's gonna see the Cypher as well.
For this.
Gonna
Can they
try
get
and
him though? They
some
don't really have
spray,
much
but-
to get him.
Once he realizes this team won't be able to do it, he's just gonna exit and try and play with his team. Goes towards backside.
Oh, Farm Merge Valley, what a play.
Yoru peeks off him to get a second, and it's all down to this raise.
Oh, GG.
She can't do too much in a 1v3 where they have the
GG. Wow. Farm Merge Valley. What a play. Okay, today we also have this to do. Sorry for the flashbang. We got to put these teams into groups. We got Group Wolves, Group Sunfish, Group Weasley, and Group Clove Hater. These are the teams for the Throw City Clash. And we will be putting them into groups. Also, if you want, what we are also going to do, you can sponsor a team. And if your team wins the Throw City Clash, you will become a VIP of the channel. It will require 1 gift sub to sponsor whatever team you want. You can be a part of the team and back yourself. You can be part of another team if you want. If you want to sponsor a team for Throw City Clash, 1 gift sub will get you one of the teams. So now I'm going to go to the wheel of names. And we're going to put these teams in different groups. So the groups are Weasley, Group Weasley. What were the other groups? Clove Hater, Sunfish, and Wolves. So this is for the first team, Stake MV. See what group they end up in. Right now? Yeah, right now. They're going into the Weasley group. So Stake MV are in the Weasley group.
The overheat moment.
The Kid in the Shadows.
What a blunder! What a whiff!
Oh shit, I didn't even have my Twitch dashboard up, sorry. That's on me. That's my bad.
The overheat moment. The positioning.
So Kid, Carlos, and Akuma.
What a whiff!
Oh god, I mean Kid, Carlos, and Akuma.
That's the spike,
Carlos
the
wants
overheat moment.
Capybaras.
The positioning. What a blunder! What a whiff!
I'm gonna guess that Kid didn't want now. Kid wants Rice Spice. We're a Rice Spice here. I'll just put Kids. We know who you are. Kids Rice Spice. What did Akuma want? I want Salami Party. Akuma's Salami Party. And so yeah, if anyone else wants a team for a potential VIP or giving out a VIP if you're already a VIP, then it's just 1 gifted to get any of the Throw City teams. So we got Stake MV there in Group Weasley.
That's the spike. The overheat
Is that Lack
moment.
wanting a team?
The
Is
positioning.
Lack in the tournament?
What
I
a
don't even know.
blunder. What a whiff!
Another second team is in Weasley as well. So Crude Geniuses.
That's the spike. positioning.
Aaron Weasley.
What a blunder. What a whiff.
What did you want, Lack? Team am I rooting for? I don't give a shit.
That's
What are you
the
talking about in
spike,
Ascension?
the overheat
In
moment.
Ascension, I also don't give a shit.
Positioning.
Oh, we got
What a
quite a few
blunder.
here. So we got
What a
Lack,
whiff.
Heroin Master, Phoenix, and Quantum Shade. Give me Steak MV.
That's the
Okay.
spike, the overheat moment. The positioning. What a blunder. What a whiff.
Lack, Steak MV. Who was next? It was Heroin Master, then Dark Phoenix, then Quantum. Where's Heroin Master? Did I watch the game? I watched the end of it. Do we have Heroin Master? Are they there? I'll spin the wheel whilst we're here. See what it lands on. Clove Hater, I think. Yeah, Clove Hater for TTL. TTL Esports. Give me the Ascent Haters. Okay. I'm just gonna put Heroin Masters Ascent Haters. Who else have we got? We got Dark Phoenix and Quantum Shade. And Sid was here. You know what? For being a tier 1, you can also pick a team. A new tier 1. Pick a team as well.
That's the spike, the overheat
Dark
moment.
Phoenix, where are
The
you?
positioning. What a
I am
blunder.
selling teams for
What a
subs,
whiff.
yeah.
That's the spike, the overheat moment. The positioning. What a blunder. What a whiff.
And then an anonymous gift. I mean, and then Floritus gifted 5. How am I gonna figure that out? What did that land on? Sunfish. Team 4, Sunfish. Calamity. No, you didn't. Sid, I'm giving you a team. You can take a team as well. I need Dark Phoenix and Quantum Shade, though. Who they're taking. Quantum wants anime girl thighs. Where are anime girl thighs? Oh, there. Quantum
That's the spike,
Quantum
the
Shades
overheat moment.
anime girl
The
thighs.
positioning. What a blunder. What a whiff.
What did Phoenix Dark Phoenix want? Oh, I want No Vision Nation.
That's the
Okay.
spike, the overheat moment. The positioning.
Dark Phoenix is No
What a
Vision
blunder.
Nation.
What a whiff.
Then Sid, you can take a team as well. What did that land on? That landed on Sunfish. Did I spin that again? I can't even remember. Okay, so how this goes. You literally just pick a name that hasn't been taken. Right, the next team's in Weasley, which is Ascentators. Just pick any name of these teams that you like, and just have that be your team. And then if they win, you get to be a VIP. Pick a team. And what does Floritus want? I mean, you gifted 5. I don't know why. I said 1. When the game starts, by the way, we'll get into the game. Don't worry. I'm just doing this whilst we wait. Okay, the next team is in Clove Hater, which is Salami Party. Sid was here once, Los Santos. Sid was here's Los Santos. There you go. Actually said that here's a 1, but it's fine. There you go. You got a team. Oh, what did that land on? Clove Hater again. What's that? Insta lockers? I don't want any team, but you can give 5 teams to 5 random chatters. Okay, next team is Sunfish, which is Eperapia. Okay, who wants a team then? From Floritus, I guess. I could just copy it, you're right. Well, you can't just say me. I mean, you gotta pick a team. Marsu wanted lemon, and I saw that before, so I'm gonna give it to you, Marsu. There's one. Marsu's lemon. Fabio wants Kexy's team. Which team is that? Are they called Kexy's team? Oh, this team. Right, that's 2. Fearsome Tie wants Rulebook Rebels. Where's Rulebook Rebels? Fearsome Ties, Rulebook Rebels. Sorry, I'm literally just looking up. Fearsome Ties, Rulebook Rebels. Ching wanted Edge Maxes. That's 4. And Summonum 24 wanted Lobster. Right, that's 5. Summonum 24's Lobster. Okay, we got 3 minutes. Don't know if I spun the wheel or not. I'm gonna say that I didn't. Should probably get the game up at this point. Next team is Wolves. What was the last one I did? I haven't put Lemon in there. So first team in here is Lemon. Just bear with me 1 second. Rigged game? Sorry, I literally just looked up at different points. Get the actual game up, shall we?
About this year that they had to suffer and sweat a little bit, go through some losses because the shape and the form.
It says 7 minutes still, so I've still got some time, I guess. Unless this is just way behind. Okay, the next team after Lemon. Again, if anyone wants a team, you can give the sub. Wolves
What
again.
is this TMV? Also, you think Sen get marved?
Do Sen get marved? I would say no. That's a good question, though, who Sen will get. But I don't know, to be honest. I don't know who they'll get. Right, we still got time then, if they're taking time. Durka? Who's playing Smokes? Zekken? Wolves again. For Lobster. Again, if anyone wants any of the other teams to potentially become, or just a sub, I'll take a sub as well. Overwatch 2 worse. What team do you want? You can get a team, or if you gift a member on YouTube or become a member, you can have a team. And then again, if you win, you'll become a VIP. Where were they? What are these teams? These are the Throw City Clash teams. Wait, what did that land on? Wolves again? Tote House. Oh, Tote Hose. Overwatch 2 worse. Did they speak? Did I miss it? CN gifted a sub? Oh, what
We
did
are in
CN want?
absolute shambles. Canada Man has been placed in C tier on the official VLR users tier list.
Good. Okay, next one is Sunfish. Mega are in Sunfish. What did CN want? And what did the Overwatch person want? Okay, game has not started. Don't worry, we're fine. The wheel lands on Wolves again. No Vision Nation. Intrusive thoughts. Where are intrusive thoughts? CN's intrusive thoughts. There we go. Kez team. Name is Overwatch 2 worse. Kez team. Where are they? Or do you mean the team with Kez on it? Oh, I see. Oh, you just went for fucking intrusive thoughts as well. Do you have any other team? I got scammed. Well, I think CN gifted first. Yeah, CN did gift first, so you didn't get scammed. You just got beat. Yeah, it diffed. Wolves again. It loves Wolves all of a sudden. Wolfgang. You could pick another team though.
That's the spike. The overheat
Shall we as well?
moment. The positioning.
Thanks for the
What a
gift.
blunder. What a whiff.
Just checking we haven't started. Still says 3 minutes at the top, so I'm still fine. Where did this land? Sunfish? Sunfish for the capybaras. Fuck. Did you say something else? Sorry, I wasn't looking. Showy and Overwatch. Oh, the last thing you said was I got scammed. What is this format? How do I think about Wolves winning champs next year? I doubt it will happen. Right, Clove Hater for the next one, which is Rulebook Rebels. We're in Clove Hater. Please fix the edge on the K4 cell. Give me 2? I don't know which one you mean. Clove Hater again. For After Hours. But who else gifted? Who was it? It was... I still need one from Overwatch and Showy. Did they mention anything? Right, Mega Team 15 for Overwatch. Where are Mega Team 15? Oh, you just mean Mega. Okay, yeah. Overwatch 2 versus Mega. And where's Showy? Oh, you right, okay, no, they said Mega. Even though they said it after it, they are before you, Showy. I'm sorry. They did get their sub in first, though, so they do get to choose first, even though you did, again, pick the same team. But unfortunately, I have to go with what Overwatch wanted first. Unlucky, Showy. Okay, Weasley is next. For, who was the last one I did? Was it After Hours? Intrusive Thoughts are in Group Weasley. So shall we pick another team? How are we doing on this? 55 seconds is what it says. Clove Hater. Let's try and get through all this. Clove Hater for Anime Girl Thighs. Wolves for the next one, which is GGEZ. We've only got one more Wolves in there. I'll do Fentanyls then. Okay, Fentanyls it is. Weasley for the next team, which is number 22. Fentanyls. Showies. Fentanyls. That was Weasley. 2-1. In we go. Where are we up to? We're up to number 22. Wolves for the next one. Thinking Man's Oilers. And Group Wolves is done. Remove Wolves from the wheel. Fine, they'll walk out. We won't miss it. Don't worry. Girls Gen is in Sunfish. I want to get through all of this. Maiden Throw City is next. They'll be in Sunfish. Los Santos. Yeah, announce the players, it's fine. Sunfish. We go again. Again, if anyone wants a team that hasn't been taken, you can take it by gifting one sub. Weasley. For for Rice Spice. Kids Rice Spice are in Group Weasley. You're only missing the walkout, it's fine. Why is it Gentle Mate? Because they won it last time. Sunfish. For Blood Wizards. Now it's just down to 2. Fentinel's next. Showie's Fentinels will be in Weasley. And the robots will be in Weasley as well. And that means that the last 2, Triple V and Kitten Crew, will be in Group Clove Hater. So those are the groups for the Throw City Clash. Congratulations to all the teams. Again, if any of you want any of the teams that have not been taken, then please tell me. In fact, I could highlight the teams that have been taken for you.
Yeah?
We can
Thanks
get into this
for all
now.
that content.
No problem. Who is that? Tobinio, you want a team? For a whole year? You can have a team if you want.
As the deadliest of duelists, Kayak!
Probably, you can take any team you want. Crew Geniuses. I mean, not any team you want. Maybe I'll highlight the ones that have been taken here in hot pink. But you can take any of the other team. If you want any of those other teams, you can take one. I would like to take GG Easy. Tobinios. GG Easy. There you go. It's yours. Again, for the rest of the stream, if anyone wants any of these teams, I will leave it there and come back to it every so often. Just gotta gift 1 sub.
To challenge the old, all the way from the lower bracket.
Definitely copyright. So we'll think about that. Looks like Apeks, they got the boys in there. I was wondering when it will analyze the possible rumors of roster moves while completely oiled up. Won't ever happen. Can I gift a chatter Kitten Crew? Yes, you want. Oh, Kitten Crew? For who?
What a blunder! What a whiff!
Nova Scotia wants a team. How's the Ascension trophy? I mean, that's a fair point. The EMEA trophy. Well, that's a pretty nice trophy, isn't it? It's better than the other ones, for sure. Read Nick's last message. Why couldn't you just copy it? Kitten Crew. For who?
You lose the game. It's an FPS game.
Can I have one? Hooray 6 big long Big Mac Subway teriyaki.
Nick's Prime is tomorrow and he wants Kitten Crew. Nick's Kitten Crew. There you go, done. Who else was
Spice is already taken but not highlighted.
Rice Spice, where are they? Oh, Kids Rice Spice, you're right. Gimme Thinking Man's Oilers. Okay, Bova's Thinking Man's Oilers. Are those poor teams free now? No, you either need to sub or gift a sub. No M, you can have a team if you want for 6 months. Hooray, 6 long Big Mac Subway teriyaki. You can have one, no M, if you want.
The Abyss. Is that their best shot for today?
I don't know, man. We've not seen an icebox or a bind from them all tournament, so you'd think.
Can I get Carlos 01? What, just the Carlos name? Carlos isn't a team, is it? No. Dragon Ball trophy is a bit, yeah.
For today on the realms of Bind, but it is a big advantage. You have been
No,
observing your opponent.
You want
have a little
22.
bit more time to process and prepare for this grand final. And probably if there's some aces up their sleeve, I remember having conversations with Danito and him telling me that maybe for Lotus they have something else cooked.
Right, most of the teams are gone, but I will leave it there if anyone wants to give the sub and wants a team.
Well, they don't just have the double ban, they will also
Maybe
be
look
picking
at them
the
now.
first map, and they have decided
Who will be the
not
last
to
team
ban
taken?
the Abyss.
These are their
And obviously
groups.
PCF
These are their
is
players.
gonna
Don't forget to
pick
look at your
straight
players.
away. We have a hell of a grand final on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, Sunset and
So these are the maps: Sunset, Abyss, Haven, Lotus, Ascent. No bind, no icebox. These are our maps. Very strange map one choice for me. Don't understand this. This is a pretty good map for Pacific. They have a crazy good neon. Don't understand that.
Give me
at all.
after hours.
Who is that? Vagar. You want after hours? Sure. Is that how you say your name? Probably not, but you've got after hours.
That's the spite, the overheat moment.
And they call me Llama with a gift sub as well. Thank you. Who did you want? Apeks choke incoming, perhaps.
I mean, if you're Pacific, you're happy with this map pool. I mean, I know the bind looked fine yesterday, but it's not one of their priority maps, and they get to have that Abyss in the first 3
I can
maps.
put up the thing for you if you want. They call me Llama, so you can see who you should want. Could be Tote House, could be made in Throw City. Is this some fantasy type thing? I mean, you make it sound like it's some kind of dirty thing, but it's not. It's just... We're doing a tournament in the Discord. Get me TTL. They call me Llama. TTL Esports. We're doing a tournament in the Discord, so it's basically just if your team wins. Do the players win anything? Yeah, there's money. There's money on the line. Not a lot of money, but there's some money on the line. It's a €2 entry fee, and I can't remember how much money is going to the teams, but there's some amount of money going to the teams. And yeah, if your team wins, the sponsored team wins, then you can either become a VIP, or if you're already a VIP or mod, then you can pick someone to become VIP or de-VIP someone. There's a €200 prize pool. So I'm like a team manager now. You're like a sponsor, I would say, to be honest. But if you're in the Discord, you'll probably see these people of the team. So like Lemon, you'll see these people in there. It would be funny. I don't know. Maybe Magnum can do this if he really wants to. It would be funny to let the sponsors in the Discord access their team's chat. That might be quite funny. Anyway, here we go. Ascension EMEA. You just need to give one sub or sub.
For Apeks on the attack side, they're the ones with the pressure to make a move, but Pacific, well, they want to take some space of their own. A little.
Throw City EMEA only? No, the Throw City Clash tournament for this year is EMEA only. But there is an NA league that we're doing, and Throw City APAC also exists and is hoping to do, you know, some kind of tournament stuff as well. So no, Throw City is EMEA, NA, and Pacific.
In favor of the Turkish squad, but the fact is Pacific have tried to switch up their composition. They've taken a risk.
Anyway, let's focus in for a bit. You know, this is an important game. Again, this is a strange pick to me because Comeback is a very good neon.
Not playing too aggressively, sitting back and waiting for Apeks to come to them.
You get shot, you lose the round, you lose the game. It's an FPS game.
Shield B, thanks for the 8 months.
Apeks shake.
Oh. I mean, to be fair, wait, am I thinking of the right team? Am I confusing America? I am confusing. I'm thinking of 2G, aren't I? What am I talking about? I mean, Combat probably is a good neon.
To step through that choke point, Kayak, well, he will go down, and so too
I'm thinking of fucking 2G.
with no ground,
Sorry, I've been watching too much Valorant.
Of the Pacific squad now on this side awaiting them. This round seems to be done and dusted. A hero for Apeks will not.
But it's a good start for Pacific.
Take the pistol.
Yeah, solid start from them, and a different look to again what we've
Game
seen
sound
before
low?
the
I can turn
tournament.
up.
They've been very aggressive,
Yeah,
very
it probably is a bit
proactive, but
low.
this time
Again,
they sat
that's
back
just
and you can see
America's.
Apeks, they were being
This is what it's on
tentative.
from
They were
America's,
taking
and it's
their
just
time trying to clear out the map, and that time sort of ended up biting them.
America's
towards
is
the
really
end, as
loud
some of
for some
those
reason.
opening battles didn't go
Everyone
their
tells
way.
me to turn it down.
It's also going to be fun having both of them.
Don't
on
know about
their
that.
feet. Like both of these players have been focal points. Two of the best players throughout the entirety of the tournament.
And again, now what you might see, and this has happened a lot, right? Apeks, because they won, you know, they haven't played on this stage, right? So they're probably not super warmed up. They're probably getting used to the stage a bit. So don't be surprised if Pacific start decent. Because this is what happened last year to Apeks, right? They lost to Gentlemates 3-0. Right, Gentlemates 3-0'd them.
Brave, I'll say that. And he has the cover of Rose from top mid now, pushing straight down, taking the fights. This isn't normally how you see a team deal with a low buy,
Yeah.
well,
Sound seems a little off to the video. Not much I can do about that. Hopefully they fix
with the
it. But
investments they've made, they had a lot of margin for error, and I think that's why you see them go that little bit more aggressive for those early fights.
now, yesterday there was a big CGN crowd in there, and Pacific just destroyed them. Well, they didn't destroy them, but they beat them. Edboss 2002. Thanks for the gift sub.
The expectation that both teams should get the majority of their rounds. So
If you have a team, I'm sure some mod will.
Momentum-based team, they take this one and things really do get
Triple V sounds like a fun team. Okay, I'll remember that. Edboss, you want Triple V.
Shutting him down is going to become part of the conversation as time goes on. Minute 30 on the clock. Barriers just went up, and Apeks already looking for control over B main. But a large part of this game is going to be dealing with Jealousun's setup.
Gets seen.
The Sentinel.
Andy sees a Cypher, Andy sees a KO.
The first task is to figure out where he's putting his traps,
Might
and
start
then
to get
see
across
those
here.
shock darts deleting them. Already the first to be dealt with.
Yeah, the defense.
Seen 3, and you've seen like the main 3 of an exec, right?
The fact that he's so deep up and he's taken down
That's a
Loiter.
big kill
That was
from
an
Hive. I mean,
aggressive
this is
position,
not a
but one that he expected.
normal
And it almost pulls the second
position.
player back. You can see the defense though. Again, trying to be proactive.
Yeah, it's a
using
massive
the drone,
kill because
trying
now
to get as
obviously he
much
could be
information as
walking
they
up here. I
possibly
mean, in
can,
theory, he
but
could
it
come all
has
the way around here.
reduced the amount of players that are currently waiting on this B site.
Yeah, I
Still,
think
they are going to
Pacific are doing
exec
the
into
right
2
thing
players.
here. They're not over-rotating to that A site, panicking and allowing Apeks to take advantage of the chaos. Instead, they're sitting tight.
And now that you've seen this Cypher, you can be pretty sure that it is going to be a B hit. They would have to run to A now. So they might as well stay, because the Cypher is the guy you were worried about pushing all the way up.
See that stun go through. There's going to be some supportive utility, but still 2 flashes. And 30 seconds on the clock. Apeks really need to up their gear. A lot to clear out with 3 players on the back of this site. Everybody's here.
And there you go. Holy shit, what?
Apeks, well, they've got a player late to the party. It's Hype, 55 HP with no chance. And Pacific answering back with a
They all
round
fall
already,
down.
shutting Apeks out of the early half.
Yeah, I feel like we saw some
Will
of this
Throw City
yesterday, and we
stream
kind of put it
Clash
down
be
to
streamed on Discord?
CGN
I don't know. That's a good
tutors.
question. It'll be.
Big advantage.
I'm gonna
You go,
stream the
you know,
playoffs.
maybe the German roster's
So
kind of
the
throwing that one away a little bit. It's just happened to Apeks.
kind of
You
last
have
day
to
of
bear
it.
in mind, we talk
I'll
about this
do a
team,
stream.
experience, they've been around a long time. That's the whole
I'm assuming
story
it
we're
will
selling
somewhat
you.
get streamed on the
This is their
Discord.
first
Yeah.
match on stage. All year. Like,
Yes, Magnum. Pacific is converting the bones. Also, I said Magnum, depending on how much you care, I thought it might be funny to have the sponsors of the teams, if they're in the Discord, to be allowed into the...
Oh, it is. It absolutely is. Loiter goes out for a bit of aggression, and comeback follows. Both meet the same fate.
If you let them into the Discord chat.
Completely off guard.
The sponsors. Real Glue Guy, thanks for the 4 months.
Even with those disadvantages, to now a 5v2 in the blink of an eye. This round has fallen into Apeks' hands, but they did it with 3 players last time, and none of the rifles have been recovered by Apeks. There is still a chance, but it's a slim one.
Okay, he's going to probably need 3, you would have thought. And there's a free one.
Kayak gone. He was one
There's
of
a
the
free
lower
one,
HP
and he's going to
players.
hear
The
them
steps,
eventually.
Depending on how forward Larocque gets, I think he's heard them. He has. He might be in the perfect place at the perfect time. Goes for the swing. Only gets 1 though. A good
I
trade
think you
from
gotta
Solkaz.
wait,
And again,
get
pressure
1,
goes back
and
onto
leave,
Jellison,
and play the
trying to make his way
2v3,
back
and
across the
say,
map.
okay, we
Over
can
onto
win a
this A site.
2v3.
And you mentioned those weapons not being in hand. Well, now they are.
Yeah, now they've overtaken that space, and Pacific have only Jealousun to attempt the recovery. Definitely not in a pretty position. Although he walks out of the smoke after the paranoia to find a
10
free
HP
fight on
shouldn't be a
Hype.
chance.
Not aware of Sulcas's position. No, I guess he thought Hype had tapped the spike. There was a second man on site. That's Apeks around on the board.
Okay, Apeks
And a
on the board.
likely scenario.
Just getting a little eager to kill them here, but it's some nice shots. Always tough with just one flash there when it's the whole team.
You're not going to get too often, but when you do, you've got to grasp them with both hands. I like the fact
But yeah,
that
I
they
think
were
that
hesitant
this
as
was
well
the
not to
chance in
just
the
go
round. I
barreling
think you
straight
just
into the
gotta...
Cypher setup after it was spotted.
Let's go!
And now getting their finances back on track.
You just gotta like try and kill like the last guy through, and then just play a 2v3 and just hope that in a 2v3 you can win.
Have a almost get out of jail free card with the slide. And for that matter, their A site initial hold was very proactive. They just want to set up Loiter. They want him in play so they can hold that side of the map and rotate elsewhere.
Come back straight in for the fight
Stop
on
the
Kayak.
comeback though.
We saw that
Again,
late lurk
Kayak.
up from Avova last round, and well, they're certainly not going to get caught by it early in this one. That's the man advantage now, sitting with the defender side.
Are you really just going to do a full B exec with no Neo? Seems like a losing strategy, but this could be big.
But I think they're just going to get Hype into this position, plant him in, try to find value later. No spreading into a default, looking for aggression.
Okay, we're going to try and what?
50
Push off
50
A,
or so
fake
seconds to
this,
get spiked down.
move this guy, come
The
here.
drone's out on A. They're trying to fake it.
They're getting past. This angle is not going to be easy. And as said, for Pacific, once
Okay,
they
but now
have
they should know. With
Loiter
the
in
smoke,
position,
the
they're
cage.
fairly happy to sit pretty. Hype trying to get
Nice
proactive,
shot.
but comebacks just too quick on the trigger. Another found with that operator. Vova does well to survive, but that op just isn't going anywhere. Comeback already with his third, another for Rose.
Pacific looking
And it
good.
leaves
As I said,
Soulcast
this
to try
doesn't
and
surprise
fight
me.
versus the
Like,
might
I
of
feel like you see
Pacific
this a
with
lot.
4 players up against him.
Where the team
He's
that's
elite to
like,
get
you know,
himself one, but I'm not sure there's anything
essentially
else
there's
to
a
be had.
warm
In fact,
team and there's a
they're
cold
backing
team,
off.
and the warm
They're
team
happy to
wins.
give him the plant. They're happy to say, you know what? Get yourself in the open. Stand forward.
Yeah,
try
let
and
him
find
reveal
us. We're
where
not
he
gonna
is.
give you
Let
a
him.
single thing. We talk about youth
You're just
versus
playing to your out.
experience,
They're
but the
just
way
like,
they
this
played
is.
that looked like an
It's
incredibly
just playing to
experienced
not
team.
lose,
that was
right?
well drilled.
Like,
Really
just back off.
well-disciplined display
Make sure
from the
you
side
don't
of Pacific,
lose.
and after losing a round
Like,
in the
it's
previous
just chill.
to Pistols, they have certainly tightened up the gameplay. 3-round lead for the defensive side, and economy invested for Apeks. They've got a little bit stacked up on Sulcas. They've got ults, but the real problem has come.
Now,
He's able to waltz around this.
considering that this was
the attempted fake from
this
Apeks
is a-
towards the A site. They put out a drone, but the
I mean,
call
this is
was
literally
made. I don't know what
the
gave
dream
Loiter
in
the
action, right?
confidence to
This
say
is
nobody is coming here,
a
but he
Premier
heard the
team.
drone, nothing else after, and
So
the
I'm going to
call was
assume,
stick on beat with
and
3
maybe
players there
someone,
when the push-
if you know, has anyone heard of Pacific Esports in any other esport? Oh, what was that team that they wanted? It was, fuck, I didn't write it down. It was Triple V. Who was it? It was Apeks. Apeks wanted Triple V. I got it. They're a tech pause? No, none of you have heard of them?
They've thrown in as like,
Not even
okay,
on Google.
We're probably not going to beat you on this map, so let's try and switch our comp up. It's
Isn't
not
it
like it's a-
PC Fic? I'm not sure it's PC Fic. I think it's Pacific. Find a link to their Twitter on
in
VLR.
this veto. So I like the fact that we've seen Danito pull
So
out
they
an
must be a
early pulse.
really small org. Which
I
would
think
be
it's a good
crazy
idea.
if they
Yeah,
got into
especially with the fact that,
VC2.
like I said, they've tried to push
But
the
again,
map
they
a
would
little bit.
need
Pacific
to
have just been ahead of them.
get
Ahead
rid of
them in the
3
sense
players.
that They ain't moving. If they're stacked up on B, they'll play retake on A if they need to. They'll give up the space and fight for it together. This is a team that's on the same page. And the rewards clear so far. 4-1. And the Pacific side season.
Why? 'Cause they got
push
3
up
players
from
under 18.
Apeks, but they're not deterred, having taken space inside of B main. The problem is these players now get split a little bit. If Kayak continued on
Okay,
that
nice
push,
triple
Jealous
split.
down, and Kayak all the way
That's a
behind,
big
but
kill,
he is
though. That's
dropped
the
in
big
just
kill.
one. Backside control still for Pacific. The op under pressure with players close, and now left all alone. But they'll still find one.
Somehow this man always
Oh my
thrives
goodness.
under pressure. A missed shot.
It's a
And
big
the
kill
only
on
man
Loiter.
still left defending, but he is doing well.
Oh, just on his own.
Halsey will be able to put him
Okay,
in the
pretty
dirt.
common play with the Neon.
This
It's a
time
very
around,
strong
it's
play
split
when it goes
towards
greatly.
B-main.
Panana, thanks for the 11
Being able
months.
to deny them holding that angle made sure that they were surrounded. There was nowhere to go. A good adaptation from Apeks, and then that's the thing we've spoken about so much throughout their run. Danito's pauses
Probably home
have
for
been
Val,
insane. Like, it's
CS2,
always-
R6,
I feel
LOL,
like
and
most of the time he's coming in
FC24.
and spotting something exact.
I mean, I doubt it's
not
that
like,
outdated, because
guys,
CS2
I don't
didn't
feel
come
like
out that
it's
long
here.
ago, did it?
No,
So it must be
I think it's
fairly up to
genuinely
date.
like, if we go here and here, we win the round. And that's what they do.
He comes in with solutions. They've certainly landed.
Not gonna buy a
Apex
team,
back
you
on
just
their
need
feet.
one
4-2
gift sub.
though, the lead for the defenders. They're not looking to sit back and let Apeks make a move. Instead, getting very aggressive, double push down middle. One sat further back is Rose. Hasn't got the weaponry, but that's the supportive utility that will come in later. A recon perhaps to make its way, but we'll see if there's anyone left to capitalize. Lloyd has been caught. Do they suspect a second player who've embedded himself in mid? Well, they're about to find out the hard way that's happened. Luckily,
He's going for it. Hello?
Battle with Kayak. It's hyped to trade eventually, but the numbers thin
that was,
for the defense.
It's just pointing at each other as they
Crazy.
go past. That's a good trade, though, for Apeks. So you might consider like the amount of damage that was able to be done, hype being low, but it's more the weaponry. You've lost.
Why did they need to get rid of 3 players? Because they have 3 players under 18.
2 others from the side of Pacific.
So they can't play in Tier 1 next
the
year.
advantage firmly into Apeks' hands.
Or at least they
Laroc,
can't start the season. I'm not sure
only man
if any of them
standing in their
turn
way,
18.
Well, it's between
But
him
only-
and Comeback for
only
who's
these
been the
two
best player for
are
this
over
Turkish
18.
roster. Timing, though, has not gone his way. He's gone walking back around the angle. I
So I'm
think
sure
he
you'll
was
see them
maybe
at
looking to try
some
and
point.
check if they've gone through mid. That's one of the spots that was left open, and instead, he's now hung out to dry.
Little attempt to span down. Look, you've got hype pretty low. Solkis tagged up as well. Why not? It doesn't work out.
Thoughts on 10's retirement?
Rifle.
Honestly, I was pretty surprised. When I saw Canada Man post it, I legit just thought it was a Canada Man joke at first.
Spotted on the site. TP used by Avova. He's getting out of there. Not a bad ult to just throw away in a round like this after position revealed. Malzi's got a safe gap. That's a problem. They're not ready for it. The blind is perfect from Avova's new position. Laroc's got it all to do. And that rifle that started this out, well, a hell of a clutch if he can make it happen, but hype.
Okay, Apeks coming back into it.
Able to convert and put Apeks 1 round behind.
Yeah, they weren't expecting, well, rightly so, a double up.
Yeah, so Woot
in
this
that
year
corner.
couldn't play at the start
If
because
it
he
come
wasn't
from
18
anywhere
yet,
else,
but
it
then
would have been
turned
the best
18.
hand
So I'm
in
not
the
sure
hole,
if that's the case
but
for any of
knowing
these
where
guys. I'm
Laroc
pretty
was
sure at
makes
least
that
one
a
of them
little
is
bit easier.
16 though.
You can still see how crispy his aim is
So
when he's
definitely,
put into the right spot,
I
but
think it's Loiter
same
who's
can be
maybe
said
16.
for Kayak. And in this round, well, a lot of it was just having that weaponry advantage, finding it early, getting rid of the aggression.
Yeah, they would just have to get
expect
other
see.
players.
They've been expecting it from round 1. They've been so methodical in their takes of mid. Back onto the operator. This has been the gun that
Now there are academy
fear into
teams
the
next
hearts
year,
of
so
any Apeks fan with how
look,
Comeback's
I mean,
already
if
been
these
playing
guys are
throughout
already
map
this
so
far,
and again, it's a
you know,
similar
like
start.
if you're
That
almost
early
winning tier
aggression
2 anyway at
over
16,
towards
like
Apex. I say,
you'll
Loiter's
be in
gone
tier
quite a
1
bit
probably at
further
some point, right? Like
than
as
I was
long as you
expecting
keep
him
playing,
to.
like
It still allows those
you're
gambles
gonna
now.
be in tier 1.
But Apeks, I don't
Because you're
think they're
probably good
falling
enough.
for these tricks anymore. They're ready
So,
to
someone will
reclaim
at least
that
take a
ground
chance
little
on you
bit
if you
later
can
on.
win tier 2 at 16.
Pacific can certainly be happy in a round like this and playing retakes, rolling
Billy with 7 months.
They've spotted players outside of A, waiting for the contact of Loiter to put the stun through, and here it is. It's time. The stun is good. Isolating the closer fight, but Kayak's got a second lease of life now. 7 bullets left, and Loiter can't land them. Comeback, luckily keeping the numbers in their favor on the other side of the map, shutting down the mid lurk. But the A site's still under
4v3, I think you have to play for Breach, is what I was about to say, so he's done a good job there.
2 players caught by it. Rose
Catches his
capitalized,
teammate.
though. He's been
Honestly
caught
though,
too.
it
All
gives this
does
Neon the
is
time to
run
get
this
across
clock
here
down
and make
lower.
this a
Leave
3v3,
Apeks
and the Cypher
with
can
less
start
options,
drifting as
but
well.
less resistance when they eventually go for this push.
It's a bit
Problem
unfortunate, but
is
now
with
this
those
guy's
quick
here,
rotations on Neon,
so
Comeback's
it's a
already
good
here
breach ult.
and easily able to open that up.
Yeah, he's also buying time. The time really isn't the issue. It's the amount of numbers that Apeks have remaining. Mosey's position has gone unchecked. That at least opens a little bit of space, but he has no idea the Rose is still sat towards
So
the
yeah,
back
it's a
of the
breach
site.
ult that
Pacific
maybe at the
extends
time
their
didn't look the
lead.
best, but
But
if
luckily
it gives
for
you
the
the
side
time
of
to
Apeks, this is
rotate,
not
then
going
it's
to
fine.
dent their finances. With winning that round of pistols, having
It feels a
back
bit
and forth,
demotivating
they
that literal
still are
children
able
are so
to
much
buy.
better than Valorant at me.
And with a Hunter's Fury in
I
the
mean,
belt
yeah.
of Mosey, it should be a pretty decent one.
Got certainly some options for them moving into the next round, but credits start to run low.
Okay,
Pacific
5-3,
5
nice
on
back
the
and
board
forth. I
already.
mean, this guy started
15
very
and 5
hot.
on comeback. Any question of this man
Laroc
slowing
and
down
Loiter are
coming
both
into this
16.
series,
Well, there you go.
pressure,
So that's
and what's
definitely
on the line,
two
all
players.
out the window.
Is 6 in the server, not even just on his own team, in the server.
Early, quite early indeed. Thrown in, but it's because Kayak can so quickly close the space. But Jalison's caught him off guard. That corner occupied when they
So we have a somewhat blind
Pacific make a
Sovereign.
quick rotation to fill in the space of the info that they've got from Cypher. This is a round that has gone from bad to worse for Apeks. Lloyd has taken a big risk with the A push-up. I guess he's content that comeback's here to fill in the gap.
Well, they were ready for it.
Again.
Bro.
Okay. He's trying to delay them with the stuns, but again, now finds himself in no man's land.
And the
Soul
Cypher
Cap's
died?
opening
Oh
up
my
onto the
goodness.
B-side as well. This might be an overextension for the side of Pacific. They had that advantage in their hands, and just again, the patience of Apeks have brought this into contention.
Nice kill.
The double up of players will turn this into a 3v3. Although the site
Why the
still
fuck is that
favours
dart
this Apeks
bouncing?
squad, and with a solid flash and a solid trade, we still find ourselves even. Once
Oh,
again,
nice shot.
Lorog looks to take control and leaves it all onto Molsey.
Nice, just
the leader
wait
of
for
the
him to
squad.
plant. Just wait for him to plant, wait for him to reveal his position.
Looking for a little bit more. He's going to be pushed back by the aftershock, but I say that. He's actually looking to go forward. He's trying to bait a fight in a 1 versus 1. He wants to take down one of them.
Nice.
The problem is Lorog is
Well,
just
I mean, that was a round that
beast
probably should have
can't
been
be
easier than that
defeated
for
at the
Pacific.
back of that site.
Well, I know Lorog ends up being the hero in the late round. Jellison buying that space and time, though. If Kayak's able to take that space, this one falls
Who's
apart. But
Soulcast?
The thing is, though,
You probably will recognize the
what is a
name
little bit
Soulcast
baffling,
from
Tom,
the old
that
Team
A
Liquid.
play, you go up, you get aggressive. In that position with so much information, I guess it was because, again, they'd seen
Played
with
for
the
Team
Cypher
Liquid for a
ult
very
that
long time.
there were players on the rotate back, but that's all the more reason not to.
So now on an
take
eco,
aggression, surely. Jellison
I mean,
not
this
be- or
this
comeback not
this
beaten at the same time
heavy
and cause
up,
problems.
and he does this a
Pacific,
lot, right?
they
Like,
claim the round, even with those early
it's
hiccups,
interesting how much
6-3.
Neon and Raze
Double
they
rounds
play,
of
yet
Apeks
he
at the
ops
moment.
a
This
lot on
was
both
Apeks'
sides, on
first
attack
choice.
and
Their
defense.
first
He's
battle
open.
round. Loida straight through, I think Hype's own cage. He's decimated
Which is
him
interesting,
with
you know, you
pistols,
wouldn't
being all
necessarily
that Apeks
associate
have
with
to work with.
playing a lot
The
of
opening
Neon,
duel
but
going
he
to
does.
Pacific could be a
Up a
damn
lot.
indeed. The Vova, well, he's done for it. That's a mid swing from Jellison and an easy conversion.
Spike down.
Not much hope for them in this one. But there
No
might
way.
always
And they
be
got
a
comeback?
moment
No way.
when Kayak is around.
Oh.
Finally,
Now they
Lorog
have the
could put it
spike.
into the
Is
dirt.
kind of a
With
one
an
saving
operator
grace.
in hand, an HP advantage. Somehow, this looks
This
possible
is
for Soulcast. I think
Valorant
it's even been calmed over. There a few players are
heritage.
low, but the timing couldn't be any
Oh,
worse.
unlucky.
It's a re-aggression
Extra
from two
Wrigley.
players on that Turkish side. 7-3.
Thanks for the 16
It
months.
definitely got a little bit
16
dicey
months.
in the
That's
mix
quite
of
a
things,
while.
but they continue that lead. And as said, this is a map where Apeks have looked phenomenal on that attack side and their best
Pacific
choice
do have a
in
coach,
terms
yes.
of record
They have
this
two
year.
coaches.
This is a pretty scary
More than Cloud9.
start for a squad that ultimately has most, if not all, the pressure
Lol.
on their shoulders.
Yeah, I think it's just showing that, and obviously in this round there are a lot of weaknesses and they still make it scrappy towards the end, but in those early rounds, it's the fact that whenever you see Apeks go for the control of the map, you think back to round 3 of Vova, Shift walking up mid, same thing for Hype, but since then it hasn't worked. And I
So
feel
they
like in late rounds,
drop the
Pacific always have the man in the right place, looking the right way.
Wow.
And this time there's two of them. Comeback
them
and
go.
Loida have cleaned up immediately, putting to bed the hopes of Apeks. You would think 3
Roses.
versus 5, a push up from Rose with an odd locking down B main, full Cypher setup, change to the A side.
does this guy
and
just not
Apeks
trust him?
Scratching their heads as
Like,
to
bro,
where
give
the
me the off.
advantage could
Actually,
possibly
honestly,
lie
yeah,
for
maybe.
them.
That's
You
the
will.
thing. This was a round where they were patiently waiting for aggression.
No, they
That
have this
aggression
camera
comes
here
to
that
meet them, and they
should see
still
them.
lose the battle. Loiter even used a paranoia just to get them out of that
Nicely done.
aggressive spot. Now the response is being
Nicely
hunted
done.
for, and it has just not been shown. Molsey, well, he's at least going to get himself past the trip, but I don't even think you can call that a silver lining at this point. He's got all 5 players
He should
to
get
fight.
one
Rock,
kill,
okay,
but with the
sure,
spike
he's on
here,
1
this
HP,
should
but he's
be
absolutely nowhere near the
an L.
spike. It's down on the other side of the
Probably,
map.
honestly,
and
think
about to be
he's
found by
saving here.
comeback, so they can just swarm onto that position whenever they desire. Loiter will be the one to bite the bullet. But other than that, okay. That's a second one at least. The problem is, he doesn't actually have time to go and plant, and while Rose still waiting with that op in the end.
8 rounds for that defensive side. Pacific have come here to play.
Pacific
And
looking
Apeks, well, they're stalling out at the start. This is, I mean, you're right, Tom.
No,
You said at the
Pacific will
start,
probably
some of
have
the-
to. I mean,
some
look,
of the
there's a
rounds that
lot
we
of,
saw, some of the
you know,
plays
they,
coming
I mean,
in.
they'll probably get Kiwi or something. I
Well,
would
we
have
thought
thought.
maybe Pacific had a tough day yesterday. They just didn't come in. They're making mistakes. Well, it's starting to look like maybe just maybe Pacific have got that secret sauce. 8
Map 1 and everyone is already dooming on Apeks. I mean, this is kind of what I expected map 1, to be honest. It's sometimes the problem with this, though, because map 1 is your pick, and then you go into their pick, and so if you lose this because they're warmed up and you're not, and then you lose because that's their best map that they picked, and it's 2-0, then it gets pretty tough. I haven't seen the first Pro Vice play. I saw that it didn't go great.
They have been at taking this map control, and you might be thinking, oh, have they given it up this time? No, they're still looking for more. Comeback has been shut out.
It feels like that hasn't happened in a while. This time the breach has the up.
For Apeks, but there's always a second layer, and he waited for him to go and try and find the reveal on that body, and has got the kill through the cage, even again.
Holy fuck.
He's holding his ground, but
oh no.
Here, you think so, and that swing is perfect.
Oh, but
they're distracted
wow.
by the off. They missed the real up. Loida, 4 kills,
someone next year I feel like is just gonna hire them as mercenaries to get into tier 1.
This is not
They're just gonna be tier 1 mercenaries next year, those three.
Have to try and turn this one. Luckily, there will be a second half after the break.
That's crazy. Okay, good start. Again, if you want to buy a team, there are still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I just deleted the team. 9, 10 teams to buy. Don't leave these people who have paid a whole €2 to enter this tournament. 1 gift sub and they can be yours. And it's September. TTL. Oh yeah, I didn't highlight TTL. You're right.
You get shot, you lose the round, you lose the
game.
Yummylicious.
Thanks for the 8 months. Isn't 26 taken? Yeah, it is. Oh, 26? Oh, no, it's called Girls Gen. Gen? I don't know. Does that play on Gen G? What's that? It's the Throw City Clash spreadsheet. We're running a tournament in Throw City EMEA.
Of how to take down Apeks. Maybe it's the
for a whole €200.
Maybe it's the stage of the tournament, but I think it's just something that Pacific brought to the table. This squad is impressive. Group stage was clean.
Imagine if you lost to this team in Premier.
Oh,
imagine if this was the team you lost to in Premier. Like, yeah, I thought we were pretty good, but like, maybe we're not as good as we thought. And then you see them doing the same thing to Apeks in a grand final on a stage in Berlin. Maybe there's a team that finished second in their Premier who's thinking, oh, maybe I'm VCT worthy at this point. Who knows?
I mean, that is crazy.
This is a team with a lot of expectations and Pacific.
Oh, hi for the fadeaway.
Beginning of the year, if you thought they'd be here,
flood in.
You're crazy. I don't even think they did. It's a good start in the pistol round, though.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Okay. Finally,
okay, must win. They got it.
In the second half, can this be the start of something for Apeks?
Yeah, it has been a while since they got around on the board, and
check Discord.
Let's hope they can convert it. What have we seen here in Ascension? I feel like it's being close to a 40-50% of those second rounds just swinging the other way in the games we've been casting, Tom. No, I'm not feeling too confident until I see
that does make sense,
all those
Magnum. Yeah,
pistols
you're
from
right.
Pacific
I
on
didn't.
the ground.
That was a
Decent buy for
off-the-cuff
Apeks.
idea. I
Lots
didn't
of
think it through.
firepower, but also a margin for error. They've got a pistol, they've got an SMG, so if
yeah,
they lose a
you get
player or
VIP
two, it's
if
not
you
gonna
win.
be the end of the world. Early aggression
We're
from
going
the defense,
sprinting at
flash
him.
over
Don't
top,
love this.
kayak round the corner,
I mean, it
and a
worked.
kill,
Lucky that
and
wasn't
some.
5 players.
Yeah, these sort of rounds have got to be a confidence builder.
Because if it was, then you were in a lot of
shut
trouble.
Down in a lot of these fights. And as said, like, you look at the way the last round of the last half happened, they were hiding in spawn. Like, they had to sit back so far because of fear of what this
do I like
specific
the
team were
most?
going to bring them.
I think Fentinels is pretty
though,
good.
As you mentioned, expectations are minimal. I'm curious with the light shields. That's been purchased by Comeback. I guess the hope is that maybe someone drops a gun that he can utilize. Maybe makes a mistake. That might have been it, but Soulcat's quicker on the trigger. Weaponry also slightly better. Can they do any further damage? Can a Sheriff find an extra kill? Can they drop something here and force Apeks to rebuy?
the question of damage seems to have a definitive answer. They know where Jellison is, and they'll find himself the one. But that is where the story ends.
10's retired. Any word?
That's 2 rounds in a row. That's the door open. Their foot in it.
It'll be. I'm assuming he's. I mean, it'll be sad.
4 rounds though.
I'm assuming that 10's.
For Pacific.
He's staying as a streamer for Sentinels, right?
Step ever closer
just,
to a 1-0
I doubt
start to
Sentinels
this
will let him
BO5,
just fucking peace out.
Apex by stealing their choice away. Sunset is going to see the defenders the same sort of buy coming up against this rifle round, and now the question of damage.
I think that had this happened
how much damage
last year,
this shouldn't be around they win with
Sentinels would be in a lot of trouble.
We did.
I think the fact that it's happened now, I think Sen this season did a pretty good job of turning 10's fans into Sentinel fans.
Of course, we've seen them have slow starts. That's the thing, Apeks throughout this tournament have been
so I think Sen shouldn't be too worried. Now, I mean, player-wise, obviously they need to find a controller player, which might not be that easy.
And bringing them back. Over the last few games, it's actually been fairly clean. They had some solid matches to make their way into that grand final first. Pressure on Silvova though. Again, it's the same sort of space taken.
Satwick 040 403.
Support. Solkas will be there. Kayak as well. And for Pacific, they've just ground to a halt.
There's not going to be a drone for a moment. That was the plan to clear the site itself. 1 player spotted outside of A. We can see it's the one with the spike. And the rotation goes in. Kayak's gone to B. A much more open as the drone comes through, clears out this space. Solkas, players in front and behind. The flash, it buys him a little bit of space.
He did die, but and he got his kill, I suppose.
Is cleaning it up. Solkas does the same a little later, keeps the numbers even.
Ooh.
Not a bad start for Apeks. Failing to catch the spike crossing is a little hiccup. But he has to get out of
there. They don't have the best guns
here.
Been
a big kill.
That's a pretty big kill. That should be the round. Do you see both? I don't think so.
With the Astra buff, maybe 10's might have to change roles again if he stayed on a team. I don't think 10's would have played Astra.
Yeah, but it's not like Omen's shit.
And they do what is expected of them.
I'm sure he could learn Astra. Oh, Satwick, you probably wanted a team and you gifted us up. I didn't see that.
Are going to be coming in with another buy. And I was going to ask the question of whether or not maybe we see the operator for Kayak. He had some extra.
In fact, Magnum can do it. Now that Magnum's here, you can just ping Magnum and tell him what team you want. I mean, I can put it up for you if you want. You got Crew Geniuses, Calamity, Instalockers, Totos, Wolfgang, Girls Again, Maiden Throw City, Blood Wizards, and the Robots. How many gifted for a team? 1.
They're on those aggressive early stances. We've seen it with the flash over A and the peek out from Kayak. I sort of expected to see it here. You know, he hasn't gone for the operator. You know that you're up against maybe a more direct hit from Pacific, and I wouldn't mind that early info with a flash over top of Paranoia perhaps and the swing in, but Apeks
can I change the team name?
Oh! Comeback's able to get close, straight up mid, fighting into their spawn, and Hype now surrounded and being pushed on. Comeback's
big play from Comeback.
Cleared this site all by himself.
It's a bit of an overheat. Didn't need to do that.
Thingamans'
ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, he was patient initially, hoping to give
with a gift sub as well.
Now they've got to be careful not to overextend.
Again, if you want a team, ping Magnum.
We've seen that in the previous half. At times giving a bit too much space. Instead, he's up in their faces, looking for a battle, looking for a brawl. With a man advantage they don't need to face. And instead,
why are we doing this? Like 4v3?
Post-plant being
it's
fought
over.
for the stun to hold them in place while the Hunter's Fury goes
through,
and Larok has landed every shot that was called upon him. That tap, maybe expecting of over to stick it, but he won't. It doesn't matter. It's all Larok in this round. 11-5, 2 now from taking map number 1. And as we've spoken about already, this veto leans heavy, for the start at least, in the favor of Apeks because they get those 2 bans and first map choice. If Pacific take it this dominantly, well, maybe the calls already.
I can quickly give you the list of teams again. Crew Geniuses, Calamity, Instalockers, Totehouse, Wolfgang, Girls Again, Maiden Throw City, Blood Wizards, the Robots. No timeout? Have they taken both timeout? You're on an eco. You gotta win this. Also, I'd say you probably shouldn't be on an eco.
Look at this veto. But here we are, Kayak desperately looking to pull back an advantage, and he will find it. There it is. Weaker weapons for Apeks, but 1 player down for Pacific.
Yeah, this ultimate is about all they have in this round. It's Sheriffs, a few shields here and there. But of course, that ultimate doesn't last forever.
Yeah, just let him run it out.
It's now a question of
just let him run out the ult. There you go.
There you go. Already gone. I would imagine as
well. Throw this off the map.
May have even been thrown away. Rose even solo.
Maybe come and Cypher ult this. You've got time.
It can't be retrieved while his teammates go walkabouts in B main.
It is a risk leaving this rifle alone if he gets isolated. And he
Want
is
to die
being
from
isolated. Kayak on the wrap around. He knows now it's time to get out of here. And luckily, the Classic doesn't quite have the damage. Rose makes it back to his teammates just in time. Hype. Well, he's been tagged up through the cages, through the smokes, and won't be able to deny them the space. That's a crazy play from Jellison. He thought the cage had another second on it. Luckily, he won't be punished. The Pistols failing to find their mark except for Avova, and he doesn't last much longer.
Well, it was messy. It was chaotic. We have an outlaw.
And unfortunately, it's not going to be all too easy of a fight awaiting him. Sure, a tap to the body for, I think, everybody will take them down, and he's gone straight onto the head of Rose. A good start, but much more needed.
I was about to say, the neural theft almost helps him out a little bit. He wants players to face him. He wants people to know where he is. So he has a chance to isolate the battles, and now the remaining two know that. They're giving absolutely nothing away. Again, this stun from B-Main, almost baiting Kayak into thinking someone might swing, but it's not. It's all about the time. It's all about the clock, as Jellison is the one to swing. No chance for a reaction.
Okay, good start.
For him to get
good
both.
Start from your boys.
Pacific now 12-5 in the lead. 7 chances on map number 1 to take a lead in this best of 5.
If Lorak had one more HP, maybe he would have went
12-5 on Sunset.
140 up against an outlaw, probably not the play. Waits instead, and they swing together. 12-5, locked in, and a pause for Apeks is called. And Tom, you've certainly been complimentary.
I mean, timeout. I would. You got to take a timeout earlier than that, to be honest. 12-5, like we need 7 in a row. You're taking a timeout now. Good luck. And as I said, like, it just looks to me like one team is, you know, shooting pretty good. This team, they seem like, you know, they played yesterday. They played on this stage yesterday. They played this stage yesterday against a crowd. They're used to it, you know, no problem. One team probably a little cold. Right? Not used to the stage, not used to being on there.
This is Valorant.
Second Tony, thanks for the 18 months.
Noot, Apeks fighting.
To the post by a round.
I mean, they're gonna need to.
But there's a reason
to win. I mean, yeah, if Pacific win,
I'm gonna be so confused next year. You mean to tell me we have Pacific and EMEA and AU in Americas?
Look, best of 5s are long. Okay, they can be very long. CZMNX, thanks for the 2 months. You know, we've seen it a lot. Best of 5s, they can go many different directions.
Players like Larock and this guy's aim, I genuinely
don't know
not
a
sprint. That I've seen.
Is Valorant viewership cooked without 10s? No. As I said, I think Sen this season did a good job of making people Sentinel fans, not just 10s fans.
Again, on this attack side, they're patient. They're waiting for someone to try and challenge them, to see if there's a plan, there's an idea, just like there was.
Plus, 10s will probably be watch buying the games, or, you know, America's games, I would have thought. Kanazi!
Oh, what a bait. Avova thinks he's following up on a blinded Rose who's
thanks for the new tier 1. If you want to message Magnum Raging and ask him for a team, do it for a new tier 1.
Rose now lives late into the round. We'll get to use this drone.
I told you, he does love an attacking up on Neon.
The drone is quickly deleted and they spot
quite strange.
For Apeks, whoops. For Apeks, this isn't an... I see Rose just start shouting after that dart goes down as well. Yeah, it's not easy to figure out where this hit's coming in. The pressure instead relies on the individual's hype on the extremity, holding down this side, and he's doing a damn good job of it.
Holy.
3. But the round is not safe just yet. Rose and comeback still lurk. He tries to find them. The hat off his head reveals the last man. He should have been the first to fall with 14 seconds left.
Who do I have winning this? I mean, I said Pacific would win.
12-6.
Big holds from hype.
In a row.
Looked in some trouble there. These guys just needed a bit of patience. Just wait for the one-way. Like, it doesn't last that long.
I won't even be mad. I won't even be mad. 12-6. An opener going against them. And it really did just come down to Hype being able to hold the line. His teammates also getting that
just
cross. So the fact that Molzy's able to deny players coming in from behind while this is going on is so integral.
If you had to get a botched plastic surgery job, what would you choose? I'm guessing a barrel.
His utility. Of course,
I wouldn't
now
get a
the
barrel.
economy is called into question once again, but Pacific have looked
I don't know,
dangerous
something
in
on,
every
what's the
single round of play.
least most important body part?
A Sheriff for comeback doesn't even seem like that much of a detriment.
I cannot use that.
Even the Stinger makes me nervous. With already quite a bit of middle control, you can see Apeks are aware of it, making sure they have a hold into market, 2 players watching that smoke, and with Kayak in such an advanced position on A, they don't have to worry so much about that spot.
Oh, quick play from comeback, a little late, connecting the shot. The paranoia fades, but Molzy does too. Evolva fires out his own, but it doesn't have the effect that he'd hoped. I thought that angle was good for Hype.
Well, it's always an eco.
Like
it don't matter. Pacific, good start from them. Apeks in trouble. Again, though, it's only map 1. It's only map 1. Copium. You know, it's only map 1. Again, if you want any of these teams, message Magnum Raging. Magnum Raging. And Magnum will sort it out, I'm sure. Anyway, that's map 1. Now we won't be doing... In fact, what Americas did play yesterday, right? What happened? M80 beat TSM. M80 are scraping through games. Did they... Okay, they lost in overtime this time. They've won multiple overtimes this tournament. I mean, M80 are already through. That's a big loss for TSM, though. 1-3. They now need to win their last game. Oh, Galoris won as well. Who did you beat? You beat 2 game. Oh, no. They've fallen off a cliff. Oh, no. They fell off a cliff. They're doing the go next. Start off 2-0, then fall off a cliff. Oh, no. Who do they play? They play M80. Ready to play Galoris. And All Knights play TSM. Ooh. That's tough. That's tough. And yeah, we got our first... What game was it? Was it this? Our first Vice game didn't go great. I mean, to be fair, look at what this team's cooking. Harbor Omen on Ascent. Yoru Neon. Your boy Slowly. Okay, we got a 2-minute break. Now, the NFL will start in 7 minutes. Those of you who don't know, I'm a big NFL fan. I'm going to put it on that TV over there. So if I'm looking over my shoulder over there, it's because I'm watching the NFL. Also in between maps, I'll be taking a look at what the scores are and shit. Talked about the whole tens. I mean, I can talk about tens now if you want. To me, obviously, I mean, I don't get what the big fuss is. Like, it's his decision of when he wants to retire. You know, like... If he wants to retire, he's like, obviously he's tens. He knows it, like, let's face it, money, he knows he can print money whenever the fuck he wants. Right? Like, tens will always be, you know, an iconic player for the scene because, you know, he was, you know, in most people's minds, the best player when the game was in its, you know, kind of early stages. And we got a Dancing Omen here, just popped up. And so tens will always be kind of and I assume like he's going to stick in the scene for the most part, right? He's going to stream the games, he'll stream the international events and shit like that. And so he'll be around and people will remember tens. From a like actual player perspective, like what's Sen, you know, how hard is tens to replace? See, the one part that I think is a shame for me is that Tens obviously reinvented himself onto a new role. And, you know, by the end of the season, looked like he had kind of come to master that role to an extent. You know, so I would have been interested. You know, can Tens play Astra? You know, can Tens, you know, learn all the other controllers and really become like a, you know, a full controller player, let's say, and not just an Omen player. You know, that would have been interesting. Or does he pivot away from it? You know, I don't know. But he. I mean, most people thought it was kind of Jova when, you know, Tens wasn't playing Duelist anymore. So yeah, it'll be interesting. We got Natank and Beaz there. But like, he's going out. I mean, see, this is the thing. He's going out at a good time, to be fair, because the Sen trajectory is positive, right? Like, had they just bombed out of champs, that might have been like, had they just, you know, lost in champs 2-0, got eliminated, like some people probably thought that they would, or most people, I think, didn't expect them to get out of that group, right? Going into champs. That would have been a bit, like, sad, you know, because it's a bit like, oh, you know, they had a good Masters Madrid, and then just kind of, you know, were kind of for the rest of the season. So I think it was important that they did, you know, obviously they didn't win it, but they did fairly well at champs. So it's like ending on a positive note. They did better than almost that most people expected them to do, right? Which is good. It's good to end on a positive note. I think the fact that they won Masters Madrid was also, you know, very important for Tens' legacy, let's say. Because, like, imagine if this season's Sen would have just been bad. Right, imagine like this year's Sen was kind of similar to last year's Sen, where it was just kind of like maybe they're okay at best. I think the narrative around Tens' career would have been very different from how we look at it now to how we would have perceived Tens had he retired last year, or had he retired after Sen had another mid-season. Most people, I think, would say, oh, Tens, you know, he was the face of Valorant. He was the guy that was amazing at the start of the game and then trailed off. Right, and then retired. But instead, now we're talking about Tens as like, you know, face of the game, dominated the start of the game, and then reinvented himself and was also very good. Now, what did they do? Who did they bring in? Who knows, right? Is Sassy playing for them? Is you know, is Zelsis still playing for them? I don't know. There could be a lot of change. We'll have to see. But yeah, it is what it is. Sen tweeted the chair out again, by the way. Jorgamo would be sick. That would be sick to get Jorgamo. Zelsis is playing according to Zelsis. Well, okay, I think Zelsis is playing then. Although that would be a very Zelsis troll move to announce on like your stream, yeah, I'm playing, don't worry about it, and then just kind of quietly retire. That would be quite funny. I think Xander would be a nice addition. Yeah, maybe. I mean, obviously, if MAT win Ascension, then that might complicate it somewhat. Jorgen part of split, though? I assume they would. Kexi is there? Is Kexi there? Potter to NRG. And they've already got, what's he called? Guy from Oxygen. Bonker. Okay, I'm gonna put the Vikings on this TV here. So that's what I'm gonna be doing. Oh, they have Verno too? Oh, they signed Verno? I did not know that. Less to Sen. Aspas to Sen. Who says no? Aspas to Sen. Me? Who's on Duelist? Sometimes it don't matter. Sometimes you just assemble the Avengers and it doesn't matter. you put Zekken can play other shit. I'm sure Zekken can play Omen. You kidding me? Where is it? Do 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 do. Just play Jet Rays on every map, yeah. I think Zekken would be a good Omen player, to be honest. Proves 101.
The positioning. What a blunder.
Thanks for the new Prime. Sen tweeted remain seated. I mean, obviously, this is the thing. Sen will know. Obviously, Tens will have told them a while ago. I'm guessing that he wanted to retire, and therefore, you know, he will know that, okay, you know, they're going to need some replacement. So I assume they've already known for a while, you know, and been lining up people who they probably want. So they decided at the start of the year. Well, there you go. So Sen have probably known for a very long time. So they've probably already got a pretty hefty shortlist knowing who they want to pick up then, you would have thought.
Being able to move around the map and get loads of different kills. Yeah, I think it was really nice to watch him come alive on this map.
Yeah, and so many of these instances you're saying, right? The running and gunning, in many of them, it was...
Sometimes you just assemble the Avengers, it doesn't matter. You can't use Lev as an example of assembling the Avengers. Like, Fnatic last year was some assembling of the Avengers. Lev this year is not the Avengers. NRG, way better example. NRG forgot the crucial part of it all. Which is that you also need an IGL. And Demon 1 can't play Raze. They forgot some crucial dynamics. You know, Fnatic had an IGL plus Avengers.
They were coming half the time, like they were getting their default set up, and before they knew it, Pacific were in their face.
In so many rounds, I would see LaRock like end
What
of
about Paper
round,
Rex?
still 2 flashes. My man's just speaking. Like,
What tournaments have Paper Rex won?
It doesn't matter. You just want the fight.
Forgot.
The stunts,
Remind me.
We'll use all of them. But thinking about the agent select, thinking about both of the compositions that these teams, these two teams play, which one do you favor?
Apeks with
which
the
one do you
Yoru,
like a little bit
Astra, Omen.
Oh, okay. I kind of like Apeks. I like the Yoru pick, and I mean, a lot of people are playing Astra on this map now at this point.
And more will be.
Yeah, definitely after the buff.
Som and FNS, I'm
like
pretty
this.
sure
I
are
like
playing, yes. I'm pretty sure that Som and FNS will be playing. Okay. Pacific, I mean, come back, you get him on the jet this time. Again, he loves to up.
Yeah, just
why is the EMEA Ascension trophy 10x better than the VCT EMEA trophy?
Probably because they heard the feedback.
Those A-side executes that we saw were brilliant yesterday coming from Pacific. So who else better to bring you the action than
Let's go,
this
Vikings.
team? I have a question for you. Is Pacific going to win this entire thing? Are they going to go into VCT without even dropping a single Abyss?
Tom, I gotta be honest with you. Looking at that last map, looking
They're
at their
very
form so
color
far,
coordinated.
they're certainly ticking all the boxes.
Pickle 898.
I might lean to yes.
I wouldn't be overly surprised. They've looked fantastic.
Thanks for the gift sub. Again, if you want a team, at Magnum. And if he's not here, at him in the Discord.
They like to get aggressive across the extremities.
Magnum raging.
A lot of capabilities for that. The thing I will
Here
say
we
though
go.
is Apeks leaving this in not only makes me think they're very confident on this map, but also, yeah, their opponents are 8-0 on this map, but that is a lot
8-0
to look at. And maybe not a lot that you would think from the side of
Start
Pacific
on
you
defense.
need to fix. If you're not losing games, you don't learn from them. So maybe this is an opportunity for Apeks to score them.
Probably needs to TP. Oh, but when he TPs, the others are here.
One of them can escape.
He just baited them.
Unfortunately, Soulcast can't.
Yeah, well, he's going to be down. And Kayak,
5v4.
even though he gets out of there, he is certainly tagged up for his trouble. Very
It's always big to
successful
be good on
early
a new map.
skirmish for the attacking side.
It's always
Pacific
what you want.
have taken the spike and started the rotation with Rose towards the B side. It certainly appears like that's where they're going to let the hit go down. But for now, while they work on the extremities and clear it with Jellison, they're just tucked in mid, waiting. And Jellison even now regrouping with the squad to take this control. But the thing is, Kayak is in an unusual position, one that Comeback has seen before. This guy's here. He was very ready for that.
I wondered if the distraction of Molzy might have been enough to catch them off guard, but it wasn't. Molzy's at least done well, but the rest of the team are hightailing it towards that B site.
4v3. I thought we might get a KO. Was he waiting for a KO flash? Kind of looked like it.
A whole lot to delay them. A single trip on the left side of sight. Obviously, the star can't be activated because Soulcast is already down. So it's going to have to be the retake. And Hype, he looks to try and get ahead of it. An opportunity. You know what? That's a big kill.
It is. With Jellison and Larocque already being quite low, that is a monumental pickup for this side. Keeping them in with a chance. And Hype swinging around the side, catches just one. He's picked up the trip, but he hasn't put it back down. I thought that would go inside the smoke to cover. They're just diffusing this straight under their nose. It's already most of the way across the line, and they've got it. Apeks, they have just snuck that round out from under.
Not a great start.
Nose.
Oh.
I think well needed. After the last map, after how they got destroyed when it came to their choice. The fact that they've been able to take the pistol, as you said, in a way that I don't think Pacific will have been expecting. I think Hype as well, being able to swing back in and find that pick was integral.
Play for spam on a pistol round. The problem, I think, was, well, the problem is, this guy doesn't need to do this, right? Especially when we got a KO flash. How have we not got a KO flash there? That doesn't make any sense to me. If he's going to do that, you need a KO flash. Also, if he's going to do that, just get the rest of the team there with him. Also, you don't need to do that. It's a 5v3. After you get this kill, just group up and hit a site. Again, when you're +2, especially in something like a pistol round, oh, they're forcing?
All being broken from afar. Now, bear in mind, the attack have invested.
They know they should have won it.
They don't like the fact that Apeks have got an opportunity to get on that early start.
No, they have an outlaw.
So they've gone in with SMGs, even buying a rifle for Loiter, although it will be the light shields because of it. And that makes Kayak all the more deadly.
But Loiter is the one sent up through heaven. This is a spot that Pacific leverage a lot, usually with comeback, and he might be making his way there still with an updraft to work with. Backside
and the deep smoke as well. They take heaven through mid. Nice.
They don't see that pressure from up in heaven. He doesn't need to give up the spot.
Oh, but this what is that angle? Oh, on this box, you can see this. That's crazy from that smoke.
Could be the key man if he can catch him by surprise.
Oh, needed that.
No one's going his way.
But this is a force, so...
There were hopes that maybe there'd be a rotation, but instead just looking to try and group up from the spawn. Larocque will start things off well. The fights in the smokes, you'd expect to go the way of the SMGs, but it's gone well for them initially. That doesn't last long. Traded back down to just one. That last man, the lurker in the back lines, looking for the fight versus Kayak.
Yeah, always
tough. Land the shot and does. It comes close. We'll come that little bit closer as they're going to switch over who's defusing, but plenty of time to get that done.
Great, that was a forced loss.
Second round on the board. The question, Mitch, is do they keep up the force by train?
I don't think so, no. Not at this point. At this round, okay, I didn't see Zavova jumping to see him and then catching the angle. That's very nice. But I think, yeah, the fact that they have Loiter up top, they're still playing quite aggressive angles on the site. You see Larocque go out for a wide swing to help that site fight, and it's one guy tucked in, maybe slightly overextended, and then teammates trying to help him.
Apeks getting into it, good start. And they do force again. And you're saving. What? What are we doing?
This round is so weird. The attack side have forced, and the defense have not. The defense who won the round have gone for a light buy. They're gambling on
just letting them back in their game,
and maybe hoping that their opponents won't have forced. And because of that, Pacific now have a chance, if anything, with a favorable buy. This is a very weird scenario.
Oh, you gotta get that kill.
If they could take this away, it would be so huge.
Throwing everything at this round.
Oh my goodness. Oh, how have you not hit him with it? What are we doing?
Quick shot from Kayak has decimated him. Come back, able only for the one. Kayak pressured up top, and the SMG gets the better of him. Hype on just 5 health and being pushed. That SMG will be a terrifying weapon up against him, and indeed it proves to be. Jellison, 3 kills off the back of a Spectre. They have somehow gotten away with that. I didn't even cross my mind, Tom, that they would go for that buy. You asked the question. I was very dismissive of it because it's a little bit of a ludicrous play, but wow, it has paid off.
The thing is, though, that this is actually almost mind games from Apeks. They didn't invest. They went, okay, we can continue to play these forced buy wars. Let's say we lose the next one. Our economy is screwed. If we play this as a half buy and they haven't invested, we get a free round off our half buy. If they have invested,
but now they've bought again.
Lose, we buy next round and they won't be expecting.
But they got an outlaw. They got 3 light shields.
Important of the two, because Apeks have a purchase. It hasn't gone great at the beginning though. Kayak already tagged incredibly low, with still a pretty decent buy for the side of Pacific.
Ooh.
Apeks, now that they've done this, need to win this round.
What a nice setup by Pacific early round as well. Dodging
Who's
the
got light
dart,
shields?
hiding behind the boxes.
Not the
Flash
Cypher.
went out from Larocque, and that was clean. Not the
But
opening pick,
Soulcast
but
does.
they find it
But
eventually.
died to the Bulldog.
And with Kayak on 12 HP, the numbers certainly
Oh
stacking
my,
against Apeks. With
walks
hype
up.
falling even more so. The B site's now
5v3
wide open.
round
A
should be over.
5 versus 3 with one player extremely low. And the plant undeniable from Apeks. They've even lost Kayak because they just
Save?
check
Has to be
see
a
if they
save.
can catch the planter.
Where are you
They
going,
have a
Molsey?
5v2
Save!
that I don't think they're gonna go
Just
for.
run away! Why?
Found themselves in the worst.
Dying is so bad for
worlds
you.
that they created. The one where they didn't force last round through fear of never really getting those full buys online, to getting a full buy online and losing to a weaker purchase. They've now handed
One of my
all
biggest
the
pet
economy
peeves.
over.
What are you
Rose,
doing?
the IGL, has single-handedly entered into B and now cleaning up the rest of the site. I spoke to him yesterday, and he mentioned at times that he didn't believe his own individual ability to be there. Well, he's just walked into the site with Apeks on a 4x with a Bulldog and killed all of them. I don't know what he has expectations of individual ability. Maybe he's looking too much at comeback and trying to basically repeat what that guy does, which I don't think anyone could do.
Yeah,
But for
I
Pacific,
not
this
like
is
it.
a
The
massive
save
round
is
to
so
take.
obvious.
They
You
didn't
have
even
no
know
money.
necessarily that a full
No
buy was
money.
coming. They
You're on
were just
second
where
loss
the grid
bonus.
is.
Like you're not gonna be able to buy.
Still,
This is an
being able
eco.
to win it this clean and pick
Keep
up all
the
the
gun.
guns, they're in a great spot now.
And to enter the conversation on form, Tom, because what we mentioned earlier, Apeks and Pacific, they've both hit their stride recently. Obviously, Apeks had a little bit of a bumpy road, but last couple of games have been a walk in the park for them, and certainly showed that they're on that path to correction. But for Pacific, this squad at the moment, they have their players like
got his outlaw again.
come back. These guys we know, but Jellison, Rose, the last 2 rounds, the 2 they've got on the board that have set Apeks up for a terrible situation
ready
to
for
start
this.
this map out. It was the 2 players you don't expect to see turning up. And if you've got Pacific on a form like that across the board, you have to ask who's going to step up to
ready
max
for
out on
this.
Apeks. It might have to be all of them at this point.
Yeah.
And for now, well, look, it's a light buy round, so we won't pass judgment, but it certainly hasn't gone too well. 3 grouped up on mid for a slow push, and the spike on its way to B.
But that's the thing, the
Oh, and he
defaults
sees
from
2 players as well.
Pacific in this early part
I mean,
have
that's
been
mental.
really impressive. Anytime there's been mid-aggression,
Fair enough.
they've
You do
been
you.
patiently waiting, and
You do you,
Loiter's
King.
playing aim labs, an easy cleanup. And that's the terrifying thing, is like you think of the aggression that has happened. There was mid pushes twice, both eliminated immediately. Happened in the pistol. They even had trap setups on Apeks. It didn't work. They then tried the same thing outside the A site.
Seems good at aiming. I initially thought that Cypher jumped off the map. Did anyone else think that this guy just
If
jumped?
I was playing them in my Premier games, I would think they're wall hacking. Like the read that they have right now is so impressive. From a team that has said, like we talk about Rose being the experience. Oh, he's the one with
Like,
experience.
no, I'm
He's
not
20.
taking that death.
He's 20
I'm
years
out.
old. He played in that Fireflux young team, the one that Woot and Yetushay come from. I will say, I think that might just be like they're the chosen ones, because I don't know how that team was built. That's a better start though.
3rd and 10.
Comeback removed early. The operate into Kayak's
idiot.
hands, especially on that Yoru, is always fierce.
Okay, I can focus him.
We'll see if he can be the difference maker here.
I think he's
Your ult as well.
It's
Tough
been
without a
3
jet.
rounds in a row for Pacific that they've won. Where they find it off.
I like this mid pressure again.
Jellison, Rose. I think it was Lloyd the
Honestly, that
last.
Yoru ult
So
kind
who's up
of
for it
good
next?
for them.
Drone gone through, spotted one down below, and Navova's in trouble. He's being hunted by the
Bro, why are you
Hunter's
aiming at their
Fury, but
feet?
Rose not able to land the shot. Still finds
What?
the space
You
for the
saw
plant.
where he was. Why are you aiming at the floor?
I think for the attack, a pick would have been nice, but yeah, as you said, getting into this post spawn, especially on B, can be pretty difficult to break apart. Now the drone is going to do a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of clearing some of the off angles, some of the close positions that should be a little bit more
And the tap.
awkward
You got to
to try
spam
and
through this
clear.
wall.
This late lurk, though, is almost everything. It's the
Why would
in-game
you pick up
leader
the
of
up?
Rose again, just coming up behind them, sneaking through that darkness while the rest of the team try and do the hard work, buy the extra time. There is a man on the diffuser, though. They've got to try and deal with Avova. The dart has kind of done that, but he's back on it. The shot dart might close it. It doesn't even matter. Soulcast has done so much, and it just won't be enough.
Nice look
The
by
leader
Rose.
strikes again for the side of Pacific, and sure, he'll fall with the rest of them, but he won the round.
Make that 4 rounds off of 3Ks.
Dogs always have issue with elevation. I can understand if he didn't ping him, but the guy is here, and he's aiming here.
They have come to play. We said it from the start, but after the opening pick by Kayak, and the fact they've got numbers on the site that's being pushed just outside it, pushed back by a Hunter's Fury, sure. But the post plant, it should have been where they're able to challenge and take it across the line, stalled on the way. Rose is flanked, beautiful. He is now 10-2. We hailed the start that Comeback had on the previous map, and Rose is putting it to shame.
So
4-2,
we won
round
pistol
number
second,
7,
lost 4 in a
and
row.
Apeks don't
On an
have
eco
rifles to
again.
work with. 4 pistols. We could be looking at a 5th round for the
Used
attacking
your
side.
ult as well that round.
That's got to be infuriating as well. Like, we've seen so many teams utilize those mid lurks.
Okay, that's a good start. So twice in a row you've got the first kill, and this time it's their smokes. They have no smoke.
Again, back-to-back
Going
rounds,
A
Kayak
with
has
no
found them the
smoke.
opener. Now, in terms
Again,
of
I think you got to
weaponry,
come
this might
mid.
not be the best, but that Hunter's Fury, we've seen it throughout the tournament in many different hands. Davi is the one that springs to mind the most.
They're not going to peek you now, surely. Across the map, KO knife is quite nice. If this guy just put a jet smoke here.
With only one man here.
Oh, sorry, Val.
The 2 rounds that they have is based off hype, being able to buy time, be able to make things more awkward. This time, though, he's going to have to give up the site.
Hunter's Fury. Malsey's put it in. Now that's buying them a little bit more time. Rotations are underway. And the pistols, all they need is the numbers.
30 seconds left.
And to that, Solkas is in prime position. Cage just fell. Ready to take a fight from up top, but waiting for his teammates. They want to have the numbers. He's the only man with a Guardian. That Astra up top.
Okay, here we go. They're on site. I like when someone's up top, but it's tough with no smokes.
They're taking control of Heaven, but this time they've decided not to do that. I think the pistols make a difference.
You needed 2 there, really, not 0.
Already. And Larocque under pressure. Kayak's got his triple, and that could cement the round for Apeks. Jellicent. Oh, he's taken down, leaving just a Blade Storm. Defuse underway already. The dash into the smoke, but Kayak reacts in time. His 4th
Okay,
kill,
big win for
and a third
Apeks.
round
Yeah,
for
Rose
Apeks
had
as
to
a
get one
result.
here. I always think you want someone to be up top with you here and just make this impossible. Have 2 people just focus this, have an high-low here,
Who was going to be the man to step up on that Apeks side?
and go from there, really.
I'm gonna be
The
honest,
Omen
Ryan
made
has
it
been
maybe
on
a
the
bit
wall
trickier for him, because in
for a
theory he
while
could
now.
be past the
Since
trip.
this season began, it was clear that
Yeah, but Kayak carrying
Kayak
them a
was a
bit
name
there.
that we've been talking about for years to come. This is a round that it was so integral in, though. The fact that there was only pistols in their hands, the fact that they'd lost 4 rounds in a row and things were starting to look bleak for the side of Apeks.
Okay, Kayak
That's a
with
big
his
round
up.
to do it in. Puts the operator back into his hands as well. He's managed to find the opener in the last couple, and you can see actually that although
heavy
there's been
default
a lot of
again.
aggression that Pacific have been able to deal with, this round it's back to a more passive hold, allowing that operator to fight at range, get them a little bit of info around the map.
Okay, that's pretty big.
Having
You saw the ult.
troopers basically just
Saw the Omen on
leave
site.
mid
You
completely,
pretty much know that
have a
Cypher
couple
setup
of
is
players
there.
rotate if needed.
Should be.
Last round we answered the question of what can stop Pacific from putting rounds on the board. 3K after 3K. It turned out it was a 4K from Kayak to put an end to it. 1 round in between them. Apeks, they haven't made any aggressive moves. Kayak on the other side of the map. No TP to get over there.
So they should know the Cypher's here. If he gets suppressed, that's going to be a big deal.
Factor in the early fight. Pacific gear up to push in. They're facing a lot. There's a cam for
Have to try and
contact.
suppress this
2
before you go
stars.
in.
Smoke. Perhaps even a stun there.
KO knife now.
Go on the back of that Cypher trap.
There you go. You got him. Gotta go.
He looks to play off the trap wire. They've stepped
Oh,
right
what a
past him,
dart.
but never mind, destroying it in the process.
What a dart back.
Only good for the 1.
Solid util from Hype, but he's been isolated as well.
Oh, that's a spike.
Trades back and forth, one of the better
2v3.
scenarios, and more importantly, the time is ticking. 15
Got a
seconds
plan.
for this attack to try and get that spike down. And the second it is tapped, flash through, decoy as well. They're faking things out. Shot still landed though. And Rose left with a chance. It looked like an impossible scenario, and while Mosey's there to put 4 on the board. It really does seem like a numbers game at this stage, because another quadra. 4-4.
Great, 4-4, big comeback.
And maybe the answer
Great dart
Kayak, it was
from both teams.
the Polish contingent.
Again, we just need another
This Apeks side.
flash through here, really. Just like an ideal situation. I think that,
I think Soulcast
like
clearly
again,
was
he's
ready.
very young. They're a very
Free
young
fire will come
team.
back into the site, but it's again, we
But you know,
focus
you
on
would
Hype
just
quite
you would
regularly in
just
terms of
wish
setups.
that
Like the
this
tricks
comeback guy,
revealing the
he
dart
just
straight
needs
after
some
it.
chill.
Almost impossible to get through without
Right, he
having
just
at
needs
least
to
one
learn
freebie.
when to chill. Like when he's got that first kill, he can just
More
chill in
even
the smoke
scenario,
and wait
but
for the rest of his team to come up and
the
take the
opposing
site
side
with
is
him
not
at that
broken
point.
just yet.
Right,
The
you've got the
Turkish squad
first
is
one. This guy's panicking. He's desperate for a fight. He wants to kill someone.
But they still have
Just chill.
an ult or two to play with as
Wait
well.
for everyone to
I'm
come
curious
here
to see
and
if
then just
Kayak
go
will save
together,
this for
and
the
then
retake
no matter
or
what
not.
happens,
He's gonna be
you're in a
aggressive.
good
He just
situation.
jumped around the
He
outside.
got two!
He took a risk, trusted his movement, and he gets 2 for it.
That's a devastating start for Pacific. I feel like a 4K is coming for Kayak with how these rounds have been going. Back to back
Oh,
for
what?
Apeks. Loida, he steps up this time, even shuts down Kayak, evens the
Neil.
numbers, puts them
Ult
back
is
on
big.
the board, and the side of Pacific even get a plant out of this situation. Some utility coming in, the shock dart causes some problems. Paranoia doesn't quite hit, but Jealous Sun does.
2v2.
The numbers
Still got to reset
stay
the entire
even.
site.
At 2 versus 2, the pullback from Pacific.
They have
Laroque
smokes
and
both
Loida
sides.
just want the post plant. They're stacked up on the platform in A main, ready to take this fight. A firing
Like
squad.
this.
Just look at those red lines about to be
Love that.
stepped into, and Hype, well, he found out the hard way just where they were. That Paranoia not blinding them. They're ready to swing and confirm the defuse isn't being stuck. Flash in, just buying time. The clock will tick down further and further until this defuse is stuck. He's got it half already. Stuck
No
it
way.
right underneath the ultimate, and now just
There is no fucking way on God's green earth.
Avova making the play. They thought that the ultimate, the From the Shadows, would send him running, but he stands strong.
What have I just seen? And I've just seen a block punt as well.
Just stole it.
Quote me on
There's
the
no
group
way.
stage of over. I said he's gonna ninja in a smoke. I called it earlier. This is something he does on this stage every time he's
And they
here.
you even
And
saw
I
him.
can't
Like
believe
you
he's done
saw
it
what
again.
side he was
We
on
could
as well.
genuinely make a highlight reel of how many times Avova has done that. Whether he's playing Viper, Omen, name any controller in the game.
He didn't take
This is
damage.
just something he does.
How did he not take
For the
damage?
side of Pacific, that is a heartbreaker, an immediate pause. Because the fact
Yeah,
is
that's
they
a timeout.
turned what was around it. Well, think of it this way. They lost 2 players. Immediately turn it
Yeah,
into
that was
an
a 3v5
advantage.
into a
2v1 post plant.
2v1.
They use it from the shadows just to try and fake out of over. You don't fake out of over. You have to put him down, and well, that's a lesson that many teams have learned and many teams will learn.
I mean, I think the real kicker in this one for Pacific is the fact that they use the From the Shadows. They see where he is. In fact, he even pops up on the map. You can just pop a little handy ping. Oh, there he is. And he doesn't take a point of damage. From what I saw, at least.
That's a tough loss, though. That's a tough loss from what should have been a pretty comfortable round for Apeks. Really, we didn't really see how they just died on the site. They all just fell down. Okay, you got
That's what you
Yoru ult
call it.
again. Silver ult for attackers.
Man didn't
Cosmic
move,
Divide
the
can
man
be
had
very
no
big.
And he's the reason they're in the lead. These rounds
Although
have
Astra and
really
Cypher
been down
are
to
pushing mid.
clutches, and it's a bait and switch. Again, looking for that opener, but Kayak will meet his demise.
Did he get
He's been the
suppressed?
king of opening kills so far in this
Oh
map.
my goodness.
On
They just
off
decided
angle,
to
twice
turn up the aim
removed.
again. And this is the problem. He's not
Pressure put
checking
on
his setup.
To Mosey, I think he was hoping he could dodge that dart. Instead, he's got to try and fight versus comeback. And well, if I've learned anything, there is no coming back
Yeah,
from
that's
that.
tough.
Rose with another. An immediate response looking likely from
This
Pacific.
is a strange
unless
round
another
off a
hero can
timeout
arise.
for our Omen. Cypher Astra to push mid. They just got to get into the site.
Avova's nowhere nearby either. That operator. think worth a bit more being held onto at this point, but it all depends. If Hype can pick up a few...
Last player standing.
Yeah, that's not ideal. He's still stuck around. He might regret that
tough,
now, deciding to hightail it, but they know what weapon he's got. They do not want him to save it. Know exactly where it is too. Boxed in and hunted down. The Sheriff shots don't land. It's a disaster. And Pacific, 5 players alive to close that out. That is a clean round for this squad, equalizing the scoreline.
Yeah, it's a perfect response. I think if you let a round like that go out of control, maybe the jitters start to come in a little bit, something that when we speak to this team, we ask them regularly, be it on post-play, be it in interviews, is there anything to do with nerves? And it's never seemed to be, but you lose a round to a ninja defuse in a smoke, and maybe they start to creep in. You respond with a flawless victory. Yeah, there you go. Already shushing them over straight away. 5-5. An aggressive push. Kayak, I don't know if he was seen there. That was a jump spot from Rose.
Oh,
yeah,
but
there's no
still, I mean,
getting
that's
out
their
of it.
IGL, man.
He's been caught off. This aggression has been incredibly hit and miss, and well,
that was a hit.
Yeah, he tagged him.
It was.
Down to
Solkas
18.
has not been very lucky in these opening battles.
And you saw Cypher too, so you know there's 2B.
2 walls in the way. Just about clinging on to life with 18 HP, and he says, you know what? I reckon you can have that Guardian, Malzy. Solkas is going to be peeking all too actively now. He's got his smokes down, his stars.
They just
ready
pause.
to bloom. Pacific set their sights on this B site. They haven't changed just yet. Chance for
Again, with how often that guy ops and he does just stick around. Oh,
straight into them. They've read this timing perfectly. The smoke
is good though from Solkas.
Well played by Solkas to keep his teammate alive. But for how long? That's the real question. And you got the answer there.
Yeah, not long at all.
Unlucky.
Comebacks pressure.
Every round, I told you he likes to.
Oh, never mind. That's at least a freebie.
Okay, they know we're both up the mall though.
One gun retrieved.
Again, this guy.
Into the next round might not
I mean, he's fucking crazy.
might not even be
You know,
likely.
he's got that Jing gene of like, I don't care sitting watching other people play. He loves watching his teammates play.
About this team is it looks like they play
He just
without
loves it.
fear, but at the same time still have that structure, that synergy to not overextend, not take too many unnecessary risks. For Avova, a tasty shot.
Again, this is round 11, so eco doesn't really matter that much, right? Apeks can buy next round.
Holding onto the rifle at this point.
You know, maybe he wants his ult. He might as well die, to be honest. He gets his ult.
It's the lead taken once again for Pacific as they look
What am I
to
talking about?
extend.
What? Comeback?
And after map number
He
1
just
has
takes
gone their
every
way,
fight. On
all
his
eyes
own,
have been
hunting.
on Apeks in this second map.
No, they had to be anyways. After that first map loss. 2 bans and a pick, the one you're prepping a whole day for, and it goes the other way. It certainly starts those alarm sirens sounding. But 3 rounds in a row, they put a little bit
The
of
double
faith
up?
back in that Apex
Sure,
banner.
well, they've
4
got money for
ultimates
guns
moving
and they
into
got
this
knives,
round.
so.
Again, in terms of the impact of them, you're really only looking at 2, I suppose, Solkas for sectioning them out
Now,
as well. But
now, having a double up and having them both go to the same window, that is a choice.
have an imprint on this round all by themselves with those ultimates.
That feels a bit memey.
Pacific with just a blade storm, there's not really a fallback. They have gone for 2 operators thanks to a little bit of extra cash that's floating around. They could have even gone for a 3rd if they wanted to.
Get out of my way.
Already, the ultimate's built up. Apeks have a good chance to keep things level with the pistol, with a few clutches going their way. I don't think they'll mind that too much. A good start as well.
Corner of the cage. Again, a bit of patience needed. Oh, the timing as well. Oh.
And they will continue to be, even with a pot flash, he's been able to take down the opponent. Now even gets the information for the remainder of the team. With 45 seconds left, the full rotation back with how aggressive Avova has been at times just isn't worth the gamble, isn't worth the risk. Instead, they look straight into Hype.
Was he blind?
And even while seemingly blind, he'll land another shot.
Ace.
Another 4K, can it turn Ace? Just one man stands between him and Larocque will deny.
Okay, don't troll. There's still some time.
But even still, a 1 versus 5 isn't beyond this man. 20 seconds left is
could get the
the
plant
major
down.
problem of over. Only just starting that rotation back.
Ult from Kayak, I like this. It's worth expanding at this point. You know, it's the last round of the half. Why not? He's found the info.
Honestly, he could have got that kill. What are we doing? That was not well done either.
A little awry. And with the defuse to close out this half, they will be neck and neck. Apeks, there were a couple bumps in that road, but they've certainly managed to hold on tight.
Yeah, this
Okay,
is something that I think
6-6.
we really needed to see from them.
Okay, he did see it before.
Response in turn. We'll see if they can turn this into a victory in half number 2.
It just looks strange from our POV. Okay, 56 seconds of waiting. That means 56 seconds of NFL. And a false start. Please, Apeks, don't throw for a second year in a row. I'm watching the Minnesota Vikings play the San Francisco 49ers. Who won pistol? Apeks won pistol. Apeks won pistol, won the second round against a force, but then didn't fall. It was a very strange start to the game, to be real. Frozen Mountain Goat.
What a blunder! What a whiff!
Thanks for the new Prime. Apeks Finals fumble incoming. I mean,
have definitely come putting their best
it's a
foot
classic
forward,
story at this
at
point.
least on map number 1. Here, well, they lose the pistol, but they certainly put up a number of rounds in the middle. It's not lost for them just yet. We'll see if Apeks can start this half off with the same kind of bravado. We want a pistol under the belt, because I'm worried about Pacific running away with a defensive side comeback. This is where he has been terrifying.
Okay, I saw them do this. Was this yesterday that they did this pistol? I think it was.
It's going to be Solcas. He's
Camera for contact this time.
Post plants on this map
Into
have
deep
always
flash.
been
Oh,
impressive.
into
That's
the
if they
double
get to a
dink.
post plant. The proactive nature of this
They
Pacific
dink both.
side have
They got
always
some
been
damage
to
here.
put the pressure on.
Dink there. That's unlucky.
Already doing a decent amount of damage. Forcing that attack side away. They're going to go all the way back to the B site, but Pacific are sending reinforcements to join them. With 3 players already gambling in that direction, they're still wary of mid, and they have to be. Hype is always lurking in those backlines for the late round.
Comeback's on the dash away, but he's not giving up the space. Too many players here to support him. He's being spotted. Lloyd not quite. Kayak seen at the back of the site. Jump up.
Again,
Not good
just
for
little
comeback.
fights like that.
He's dropped immediately. Big reveal. Rose looks to capitalize, but goes straight into the
Sometimes they get a bit
They're
too
all
eager.
looking his way.
This
Lord
is a good
from Hype
example.
as well. Devastating as LaRock goes down. It's Jellicent. 1 versus 5.
Okay, both pistols for
Safe to say
Apeks.
that pistol
Might
that
have a
Apeks
game.
desired seems to be locked in. I'm getting a little bit worried now.
No,
Jellicent's hitting
Solkas
shot
should
after
have him.
shot, and he has been on form,
Solkas
and he
should have a
doesn't
free
know
one.
that Solkas is tucked away, and these other players just escaping the
He
site.
doesn't even have time.
It should be enough to close it out. The element of surprise, his leg is spotted, the shot connected to the head. I'm getting very worried, but the time, that's what they've got. They're back, surely. It's already gone at this point. They've got the numbers. And it looks like despite Jellicent's impressive performance, it's all for naught.
Okay, big win for Apeks. Again, just sometimes they get a bit too eager taking bad fights. And again, this is what I mean about comeback. He just needs to learn to chill a bit.
As said, I think that
Just learn how to chill.
this map has
Learn
gone.
how and
You
when
win
to
both
chill.
pistols.
Like,
You
you're in
also
a
have
fine
yourself
spot
some
there.
sort of
5v5
awkward
retake on a
shenanigans
pistol
in the
with
early rounds
control
of
of, like, you know,
weird purchases
a
from
lot
them,
of them,
and
man.
also winning some clutches. This is a map now that they just cannot afford to lose. It still seems like they're in high spirits.
Okay, second round.
And
Sheriff.
this time there's not going to be the
Shorty.
same sort of investment from
Feels like you don't
Pacific.
see
This
many
isn't a gamble.
shorties
They
these
didn't get
days.
a plant and a load of kills. This
He's
was
got an odd spot
one
for
man
it.
doing a little bit of extra damage and the rest unable to achieve too much. LaRock is going to be the one that invests into a pistol here. And he has been fearsome with it, but it seems like Apeks might just avoid him taking that early orb at least, but just look to fade back. Try and spot anybody trying to be a bit cheeky. Have you noticed this classic?
Yeah, it's
so toxic.
he might just have been happy to meet his heroes down on the stage earlier.
to be honest, I got to chat to him and Beaz yesterday, and it's like their family. Like honestly, like I think Beaz, the way he is with people, it's just like, he's the sort of the dad, like looking after Rose, while Rose looks after the next generation of Turkish Valorant.
Standing ahead.
Again though, they've been baited away from this site. I think Apeks have realized that there's going to be a proactive nature to this defense. If they can work out where they're going, they can spot the early fight.
Should be pretty free from here. Probably a die to the spike.
Away, and rightly so.
Maybe we'll get a Sheriff go in and see if he can get a kill. That's your Sheriff.
Follow up nicely done too. Cleaning up these players. It is weaker weapons for Pacific, so you don't expect mass resistance.
Beep.
They've done an excellent job of, well, they have avoided every point of damage that has been thrown out. A few players that can afford to go down, Hype and Avova in particular, just playing those pistols. Again, then you start to think about ult orbs, and is it worth giving comeback a couple of orbs in exchange for Hype and Avovas? Not really. And they've got full shields. So carrying those through to the next round, the priority for Apeks.
Okay, dangerous bonus we're going to see from Apeks then.
Now 2 between them and Pacific, and the rifles that they bring through to the next round, Tom, give them a pretty good chance on the attack side of scrapping still.
Well, that's the thing, yeah. They lost next to nothing. They can now invest back into the rifles.
Yeah. Give them from their own medicine.
They've definitely got themselves the crowd on side here in Berlin. The Apeks squad has turned up, and well, the team is now starting to turn up alongside.
God, yeah, we get it. You're Apeks fans.
The Pacific have fought against the crowd yesterday. It didn't phase them one bit. Obviously, the pressure for both sides.
At least CGN had kind of interesting chance.
Has increased immensely. As I said earlier, one dream today
yeah, it was kind of like they heard me, didn't
will crumble to ash. And if Apeks is the one that crumbles, well, it will be a legacy that not a single team ever desired to finish second place in Ascension twice. It's the stuff of nightmares. It's literally the stuff of nightmares. This squad are currently fighting against. This round has been, again, a patient one. Pacific not looking to fight too early, not overextend, and because of that, Apeks are having to gamble a little bit. They haven't been given much info at all.
The Sova's coming across to the correct site. KO knife on AC's nothing. Smokes come in.
It does bring them straight into comeback.
This is a risky spot to play against this comp.
But that cage is soon to
It
drop.
is very tough to play this.
Under pressure around the back. Comeback's already fallen. They need to hold strong, and it's Jellicent surrounded.
Yeah, that's tough to play there. Against this comp, like against an Astra Omen, right, where you're gonna have Astra stars probably somewhere back here. You're gonna have Yoru flashes. You're gonna have Omen flashes. Like it's just tough to play there.
The rifles left on Pacific. Well, they could even have a discussion about
I did watch today's F1 race.
Loida, though, will spur them forward. Kayak tagged down to 47, but a nice side angle from Malzy. Seems to put the final nail in this coffin. We've seen clutches from Larocque before. Doesn't know where the second player is. Got the info with that shot, actually. Starting to put the pieces together, and a big mistake from Malzy. He fell for the fake flash, thought the play was coming in there. Larocque has an angle as well. The smoke not fully blocking, getting it near half. But Avova steps in to put an end to this madness before it gets too far out of hand. 9
Opinion on Checo, Carlos, kaboom.
Close to double digits.
I thought it was great.
Safe pair of hands, but the fact is, it does.
That's the kind of thing you want to see.
In these post plants of Apeks,
I did see that the Vikings broke the 49ers, but yeah.
Burn down the clock so that at least the time will probably finish things off in the end, but it's just the fact that
it's good for McLaren. It's good for Williams. Your boy's Williams getting 10 points. And Russell just fucking like he did in Austria, just getting a podium for free.
Though, that was a bonus round. That was one
well, he won that race for free, didn't he?
Take a hit, and they'll be able to bounce back in the next. Instead, they're the ones that now looks to move further into that lead. Up against pistols once again. Ultimate's not going to really be an issue. As anything of
okay, if you're Apeks here, convert this cleanly and you should be good. And as I said, it's a long best of 5, right? Best of 5s are long. I did think that this would happen just because, as I said, like there seems to be like a getting used to the stage, like, you know, warm up phase that like they've already done yesterday and you haven't.
Spotting
tough.
it, see a player up top, they go, oh, there's someone there.
On Minimo, thanks for the
Sharing
13 months. I need to go turn on that light as well, because it's getting quite dark, I can see.
They weren't there to take the fight. 50.
It doesn't feel that dark in my room, but on my camera it looks like I'm sitting in absolute dark.
But the push up from Pacific is what's concerning me. It definitely looks like with
Okay,
that
the double stack here. They're gonna try and fake. I mean, these guys shouldn't really move though.
Right now, hoping to drag rotations. They've done that, but it's Loida walking away. At this point, the player up close is gone. He's ran away. Why would you expect Larocque to be tucked in the corner, luckily hyped?
They did.
Well, he's got his wits about him.
And the ult as well.
Now we can
Nice.
get all the information as well. If there's a stack, I will say at this stage, I don't know if that's going to play the biggest part. They wouldn't be able to rotate anyway, but the most important thing is they can reveal that there's no one close. They know that there isn't as much pressure. Now a decent dart has at least left Kayak low, but it doesn't
Could have been a
matter.
kill,
He
and
still
instead,
has
I mean,
every
he's
shot
one
in
shot
front
to
of
the
him.
body as well.
Another double.
That's tough.
And looking like double digits now for Apeks. This is a map that throughout the year Pacific have looked flawless on. An 8-0 record. And while a 2-1 for the side of Apeks, it hasn't really been so much within their wheelhouse, but they are proving, as I'm sure Pacific will throughout this series, both these teams can go toe-to-toe, can fight for their life on any map within the pool. Well, for Jealouston, the only hope is to try and do a little bit of damage on the way out. Takes a risk, takes a gamble, but when you only have a Sheriff, it's not much of a risk at all.
Just gonna turn this.
The last man standing won't be there for too long. Spike to take out comeback, and double digits locked in now for Apeks.
Give the room some light.
4 rounds between them. This was a neck-and-neck first half, but they have ran away with the start to this second. We haven't seen
Pacific must win round.
I can already see.
Otherwise, map 2 is probably
an operator for comeback, and that could be the difference maker. An impressive performance in the previous map. But right here, even, what was it?
Okay, they take a timeout. Not a surprise. I'll watch 3rd and 14. Fourth down. What are you doing, Kyle? Probably going for it. Here we go.
That has diminished over the last couple of rounds.
Let's see what Pacific do. Maybe a bit more proactive, get an off.
Because again, this has been a map which has been their stronghold. Like, this has been the one where if you look at this series, you go, okay, Apeks takes Sunset, Haven goes either way, Abyss has to go Pacific. It is their map. Okay, they completely flipped the script in the first, but as we've seen from Apeks many a time, their choice sometimes is their vulnerability. We saw that in the group stage a lot of the time. Like when we went into Sunset versus Barca, and you go, okay, they're heavy favorites. They go 9-3 up and lose, and you're sat there going, I don't know how that's happened. That's this Apeks team. You get worried for them. You start to stop believing in them. And that's where they start putting up their best
to destroy
valor.
the trip. A little bit of doubt in their head.
That first map,
So they're expecting some kind of aggression here, Apeks. You can kind of tell.
The seeds of doubt slowly sprout. Apeks have made the road to recovery look paved and stable. The A site is their new target. The man holding it down.
What do they say? It's stack B though, they're guessing wrong.
Well, that's on comeback.
Got a Yoru ult here as well.
There's not a lot for Pacific to do in terms of defending this site. It might have to be a retake. The choice is there for Loida to take.
TP'd well.
Not going to be easy. He's managed to use his shrouded step to keep him alive a little longer. The paranoia,
1 HP.
But he's just on 1 HP. Sat at the back under so much pressure from Kayak. Rose
So
is
it looks
trying
like
to deal
Apeks
the
in
damage,
charge.
but
They
it's
probably
Kayak
wanted to
once
set.
again. He started to take
You
over
have to
in this
save,
map,
I think.
For the defensive
Yeah,
side,
you're
they're
gonna
out
save.
of there. They've just got to retreat. A double opener in, a post plant. We've already spoken about it with this double controller. In tandem as well with Kayak and how aggressive he can be, it becomes impossible.
Looking good for
to make
Apeks.
these sort of plays work, and
Have we
especially
seen
straight
Pacific
after a
on
pause
Haven?
for Pacific, that's got to be so difficult. Like,
I
you
mean,
come
all
in, you
blends
have a
into
new game
one.
plan,
Sure I
and
have,
it's
but-
just a fast-paced hit off the back of 2 ultimates that just rips you a new one.
Yeah, very pointed. And the problem is as well, if this came in, if Kayak pops his ult, Hunter's Fury goes B, they might have had a chance. They might have had an opportunity, come back, picking off one with the op as they swing around the corner. Plenty of players to back him up, but instead, it was not quite as
And
pretty.
they get the op as well.
Got 4! A huge finish. They decided not to compete for this round to save
my camera? Where?
through
What's
to
going
the
on with my
next,
camera?
so that operator could be the
There you go.
difference
I'm
maker.
back.
Well, now it
I'm
can't
back.
even be bought.
Don't know why
Just
that
seen
happened.
on camera as well of Over's family here in full spirit. That's something I will say genuinely. That was something that this year's VCT season I genuinely miss. Papa of Over, one of my favorite human beings. Hope to catch him afterwards, but his son has had some high impact rounds. As I said, a 2v1 Ninja Defuse earlier.
Oh, here you go.
You've made the beast angry.
1 for 1 though.
He wanted to try and
But it
take
is a
this round,
Volva.
but it is
Oh,
a
but they got
all or
Soulcast.
nothing play, and in the end, I guess it does kind of end in the middle. But he is someone that a lot of the time is in these defensive rounds. He's so high impact. I don't think they're going to mind a 1 for 1 trade.
And it's slow.
Side of Apeks.
Oh, so slow.
There's not been too much movement after that initial fight. You can see they're definitely expecting Pacific to go walkabouts. Push up on B is being covered right now.
Thing is, this recall style might
I don't
cause some
think I've
problems
seen
as well.
held at all on this map by Sulcus. He is deep outside of B. Same sort of situation. The only problem I have is that's the spike right there. If Rose goes crazy and just swings that angle, they could have this round tied up in a nice
Okay,
bow.
that's a big kill.
Tied
3v4.
down. This does get a little bit difficult.
Yeah, the problem now for Apeks is they have no map control.
None.
It's only
Oh,
outside
that's a
A,
big
and,
ult.
and everything's just been revealed. They have
be.
got to go now. Otherwise, they know the full force of this Pacific squad are going to be bearing down on them. Kayak looks to try and make a play, but he doesn't even get out of the smoke. And for the remaining two, they're going for this.
I mean, you got
You're
so much
sat in a
money,
spot
like, there's no
where
point in
you
saving.
have almost every single player
Neither of you has an ult,
with
like, you
max
might as
cash.
well go
The
for it.
only reason you would save, if anything, is to try and deny the orbs from your opponent. Mosey's going to try and make a play over the top. That's at least one. But it does look like...
Come on, go for it!
Hold on to the weaponry.
What are they
It's
doing?
going, I guess, every little bit longer.
Oh,
And try and chip
boo!
away at any defensive players who try to face them.
Well, time is gone. I see LaRock's position. I was expecting the side of Pacific to stay passive, but the idea of a crunch, of them running it down and taking the weapons, it would have been nice. And maybe they would have done it if Apeks didn't have max cash on almost every single player. Like you said, come back, early aggression, finds himself a bit of space. But if he gets a second kill there, that's something. If he gets out of there alive, that's something. Instead, I think often that's just going to favor the attackers. Defensive side has less players to work with. The map doesn't get any smaller, so cover a lot less ground. Apeks 11-7, 4 rounds between them. The aggression coming out of Pacific is deterred. I thought Comeback was going to just keep going anyways. That's his style. This time he goes back.
It's expected, and they're almost looking to counter him. Fighting for that orb. Kayak's already managed to get his dimensional drift back online. Rose is immediately going to try and counter any further
watching the
pushes.
game, it was a fourth
But I
down.
know
It was
exactly
crucial.
where Comeback is. Just looking to try and almost fight him on his own. Sublime. And Kayak looking for that little bit more.
Oh,
his
Rose.
utility's offline. There's no escape at this stage. He
Their
has
Omen
to
died
move
on the
forward,
flank.
but he's still around the back of the site and looks to team up with the rest of the members of Apeks.
3v2.
It's starting to
Just
look
gonna run the other way.
like it's falling apart for Pacific. And just as that B site almost falls, Apeks are out of there, falling back all the way. The TP just to try and clear any close angles, but the rotation has come in from this defensive side, at least one of them. Jellison is trying to buy time, just putting up those cages to almost sell a ruse that there could be someone close. There is not.
Oh.
Made it past the cage either. They know that he's there. No idea on LaRock though, perhaps. If he can draw their eye for long enough. No, LaRock's been spun on Hype. Shuts
Okay,
this
nice
round
from
down.
Apeks. Big win.
3 kills for Hype.
12-7.
And 5 chances for Apeks to take this across the line. They can at least recover on the disaster.
I thought it was 18 when Franchise came out. I think he was actually 17, but they grandfathered in the first year.
And it goes right past you.
You didn't have to be the first season.
As full
They made
a
an exception.
blind as you're ever going to see. But again, the quick thinking of Molsey just to disengage. You don't
Well,
know
the
if
game,
both
it's
players
the
are now within
Vikings
the
versus
site,
the
but you can have an
49ers.
educated guess. And with 5 chances and the economy
It's
of
fine, it's
Pacific in
Abyss,
the
it's
bin,
boring anyway. What's
they're gonna
next,
have to
Haven?
play with 2 weaker
That'll
weapons.
probably be more interesting,
The
one would
marvel
hope.
that has been Comeback has been silenced for a lot of this map, and now Loiter again. We talk about his aggressive play.
And the thing is, Pacific in moments are extremely cracked, but it is a little inconsistent at times. Like, they are inconsistent at times. How popular is American football in the UK? It's actually fairly popular now, to be fair. Like, that's the thing. There's a lot of Americans, I think, that whenever there's, like, international games in Germany or the UK, they don't fully understand how dedicated... There's, like, a very dedicated, pretty big audience now.
At the start of the round, sometimes comeback goes walkabouts, and other than that, I feel like they're very tame in terms of their aggro.
And that's why the NFL does the games in Europe, because there is a very dedicated, big audience. You know, like, you look at the American, like, stadiums, by week 6, some of those teams don't sell out their games, right? In the UK and Germany, the games sell out like that. It's literally like that, all the tickets are gone straight away. For any game.
The thing is, the immediate drone use from Rose lets them know that there's no one here. 25 seconds left. Jellison again is left blind, but he wins the fight, but only the first. And bear in mind, Comeback still sat there with weaker weaponry. Has so much to do, but he gets out. That dash allows him to escape and rejoin with his teammates.
The NFL rewarding European fans with Giants Panthers. Yeah, but that's the thing. If that was in the US, probably no one would be there. But in Germany, there will be. Okay, Pacific. Comeback.
Keep things going just that little bit longer. It's another round for the side of Pacific for the distance here. But that still feels like a very long way away.
It absolutely does. You think about Apeks having a big round like Kayak with his 4Ks in the last half, or any of these players on the squad being able to step it up, bring it across the line, a big old dump round. There's so many things that can happen in 4 rounds, and for Pacific, there have been hiccups, there have been bumps in the road, but making this round work.
Did I see the Vice game? I haven't watched it yet.
Economy's not great for them, but the Blade Storm comes online.
I will do at some point
to bolster their economy that little bit further. Hunter's Fury for Pacific as well.
Where's he going? This is the only man I want to be watching. Immediately steps up close. The full force of his opponents looking to rain down on him. They've been taking this orb for free in almost every single round, and he's looking to try and deny that. Knew that's where they'd be. But definitely
gone bad. One knife.
The damage, only a single knife left. He's left onto just a shorty. Trying to hold the line at the back of side. Kayak again will open things up, but the spam isn't enough. Looking for a trade.
I'm on the old god 2 kills and the tag.
He's done unbelievable amounts of damage. The fragment.
Just a little late.
By time, but it hasn't. That spike has been retrieved.
And now it's being planted.
Rose.
Thinning out those attackers' numbers as the round goes
on.
Shock dart catches Avova.
Oh, he died.
Step not quite quick enough. And Hype, the last man standing. A 1v2 spike planted in the alleyway.
Just wait for your smoke. You got plenty of time. Wait for the smoke.
To dodge the paranoia, knows there's no defuse underway, and just holding the one laneway that really represents the danger. They're walking up. They're looking for the fight. Hype gives them it.
Oh, what a way to end the game.
13-8 and another 3K from Hype. Apeks.
Oh! Jefferson! Oh! Go! Why would I miss that for that? What? Touchdown, Vikings! Let's go! That's a tough way to lose, man. That's a tough 4K to lose. The double overall. That is a tough loss. Okay.
We'll be back
now, today I am going to go watch the NFL on these breaks, so I'm sorry. But Haven is coming up next.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this.
You get shot, you lose the round, you lose the game. It's an FPS game.
You don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain.
Perfectly timed.
That's the only way to make a change, yeah.
In fact, they've still got more time. Oh, Purdy, what are you doing? You're broken. Jax.
Apeks there on the board. We have a hell of a grand final on our hands, and I'm joined by one of the
demonetized. Look,
PCF
I've just got to accept it at this point.
Loyal
I need to go fill up my
even
water
here.
as well.
It's a Vovus Dan.
We're also
Thank
doing
you
this.
so
I'll be
much,
back.
for being here with me. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm very happy. I'm very proud. I'm coming here all the time, all the way from Copenhagen to Berlin.
Here's the thing. You were telling me you traveled 12 hours to be here.
Yeah, normally 7-8 hours, but something is happening in the highway or autobahn, and we have to drive zigzag way.
But it's worth it, right? It's worth it.
Yeah, and we are just coming yesterday actually with my family.
Yeah, oh yeah, the whole family, the whole clan is here. We have the whole clan.
Always.
But this is the thing, this is not your first time. We've seen you support him all over the world, you know, many times.
Yeah.
Does it ever get easier on your emotions?
I think today the guy will be win.
Yeah?
And I feel it.
You're confident?
Yes, I'm relaxed. I need some coffee and sleep well.
The thing is, though, Vova, he's playing really well today. I know you watch a lot of the games. We have some clips to show you guys as well.
Always.
This thing he does when he smokes, you know, he defuses, and he's always very calm in these moments. Is this a calm person in real life?
Not me, him, yes.
Him, yes? Yeah?
Yeah, not me.
Yeah?
Like wife. Like my wife, mother.
He gets it from his mom.
Yeah, me no.
But so are you not calm in those moments? And when you're watching him in these high pressure situations?
Yeah, I feel inside the game.
Yeah.
When I start to play, I feel inside the game.
And what do you think about the game? You enjoy watching it?
Yes, I love it. That's why I come all the way. And I love the game. I love the team. Doesn't matter which team he will play. I love them guys. And I will support the team.
You're supportive. Support Apeks.
Of course, guys.
Yes, of course.
Good morning.
I want to hear some
Free.
last question before I let you go. If there's anything you can say to him right now, I think he might be able to hear you backstage.
I say, hey, Vova, I love you and I love all the team. From E. PEX.
You're so real for that. You're all of us right now. Thank you so much.
And thanks to everybody here.
Thank you so much. I love this energy. We keep it up, all right? We bring it home.
Thank you. And say hello to your boyfriend.
All right. I think he's watch partying right now.
I know. I have a picture with him, actually.
Oh. I'll send this back to the desk. But yeah, hi, Versta. What's up?
Yeah. Thanks everybody here.
Hi, Roster, how are you? Oh my God, if you were to tell me we were close to not having them here on the stage, if you were to tell me that this year, 2024 is not about the families and the fans showing so much
Start the
support.
game.
I'm very happy to see that they made it to the stage, that they're enjoying it, and of course that we have guaranteed at least a map and number 4. I'm Kakuka, I'm back here with Billy. So what did you make of that Abyss?
I wanted
Because
to watch
obviously
the
this was
Red
the
Zone,
first
but I'm not gonna get to now.
the Pacific
Mr. W
lost
interview?
the map in the
I'm sorry.
entirety of the year, and also it's the first time that Apeks wins a map in the grand final. So what are we celebrating?
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It was difficult. I felt as though Pacific kind of got off to an okay start. You know, they had some really good reads on Apeks. There was a couple of rounds where Rose was managing to get up mid on the attack, and just all players were able to sort of funnel into sight. But then when you look at the other side, Kayak is coming up on clutch rounds on those ecos. Like, he had some pop-off moments as well. So shout out to him.
Yeah, exactly. If we think about after that 6-6 half, when we go into the second half and we need to highlight someone, I mean, I think
got
that
it. Let's go.
every single one of the players in Apeks, or almost all of them, had this individual.
This is what Alzheimer's looks like?
But I think they were doing so
What do you mean,
much better
me?
in punishing mistakes and
You on about me?
forcing Pacific and
Bro, I'm
Blizzard
just-
that they have into
I'm
making those mistakes,
just
thinking
trying to
that
watch
some
the
fights
Vikings,
are
you
going
know?
to favor them or taking more advantage
Look,
of this kind of picks.
Yeah, definitely. I
I'm
think
pretty sure
Pacific
Sliggy
kind
never
of
is
were
there
sticking
during the
to
breaks.
their,
So,
defensive
you know.
protocols, I would say. So
You can take one day of
Apeks
it.
to kind of funnel into those
Let's see
sites
the
pretty easily.
Jefferson touchdown?
And they
I
were having
did.
really good post
Well, I
plans
caught
as
the
well,
replay of
Apeks.
it.
So yeah, no, it was really nice.
Unfortunately,
to
I was
watch.
watching
mean,
whatever this
kind
was.
of mentioned it, or at least hinted at it.
How are the
before the
Packers
match
with
that
Malik
on
Willis
Abyss,
winning?
maybe
How's
Pacific
that
need to be
happening?
careful
What are the
about those
Colts doing?
overkicking
Who
and
are the Colts?
overheating, and I think that's something that we see
Bruh.
in this map was that they were
Malik
doing that quite a lot.
And
Willis?
seen on the map
I think
updates
I'm
is
better
the
than him.
next map is going to be Haven. Now, this is another map that Pacific is undefeated on this year, right? But apparently, Kajak, amongst others, has their number for this match, or at least they showed that on Abyss. The preparation was definitely there, and it was a map that they knew was going to happen 100% once they banned the Icebox. So what are your expectations for Haven? Also knowing that Comeback is like the one of the shining stars of Pacific, and he did not have the best second map.
I think Haven is a difficult one as well, right? Because
Haven
you can't
map
really
3.
expect your duelist to go in on their own and be able to pick up frags in the same way that we've seen him do it on other maps. Haven, you need to have that team cohesion. You need to have people coming in and being able to trade off of you. So going into this one, I'm going to be really interested to see which duelist is more disciplined throughout the matchup as well. So yeah, I think that's going to play a factor in the overall team's performance, is seeing who's going to be more disciplined.
Do you expect any kind of changes? Because the compositions that we expect are very, let's say, vanilla, especially with the with what we've been seeing lately. But thinking about that first map and the change that we saw in Sunset for Comeback and the rest of the team, the swap into duelist and maybe try something else. Knowing how aggressive, especially on the defense, Pacific wants to be, would you anticipate any of these other changes?
I mean, I don't think so. Like, I think that the Pacific probably went into Sunset and thought, okay guys, like I don't know how much of a chance
Why
we're
you
gonna
to
have
say
with this one. Let's just throw
kayak
something
and
random in
not
the mix.
kayak? I don't
Haven,
know.
I feel like it's one of those maps that you need to have your fundamentals down.
You tell me.
So if you start making changes at this point when you're in a grand finals on LAN, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot, in my opinion.
I mean, but if you're already aggressive, the fundamentals do not really change. Like it just like the agents are going to change, and maybe how you play a little bit, you know, with the distance and the initiators that you're putting in. But no, I agree with you. I was, you know, trying to maybe make it happen. They didn't expect the Abyss to happen. That's why they didn't change anything. But for all the other maps, everything's going to be different for the grand final. But as we're taking a look at the agent select, we're seeing that there are no changes changes, mirror matchup completely.
Yo, and I said it might be an interesting Haven. It's not going to be. Holy.
Whenever I see a mirror matchup, I have to go based on aim, right? Like you kind of have to take that into factor.
You can make the argument that, for example, Hype was doing a very good job in shutting down comeback.
Yeah, I mean, this is true. This is true. It's...
What's this music?
Interesting, yes. Okay, we're going to put it into interesting. Apeks is going to be starting on the attack, and if they can continue what they were doing back then in Abyss, this is going to be very interesting because, of course, now we're in the best-of-3 scenario. Whomever gets a couple of wins will make it through, but, of course, everything has to start here on Haven with our wonderful casters, Tom and Mitch.
Thank you to our wonderful analyst desk. Yes, Haven is where we're about to see the battle go down. And between these two teams, hey, recent results have been relatively similar. This should be an interesting battle. And, well, whoever takes this, they're going to have 2 chances to close out the series. This
big map. Map 3, always on a very important when it's 1-1.
Get to see the defensive side from Pacific. I'm excited because comeback on that defense, I expect aggression.
In fact, I wonder what the most important... I bet map 3 might be the answer.
Well, the combo breaker.
Most important map to win in a best of 5. I bet map 3 is the most deciding map. Or maybe that's just a...
4 up until they won that last map.
You know, low sample size in my mind kind of thing. That would be an interesting study.
Now it becomes a level playing field once again. Comeback alongside Loiter. Going to be making that presence known into middle, but there might be an expectation there, an immediate brawl, an immediate battle.
Need to get one.
As we kick off our third
oh,
and for now,
he's still. Oh no!
TV, the turret's even going to rise to the occasion and put one in the body pile. It will keep things with an advantage in the favor of Apeks for now, as they look to make their way back towards this A site, which is currently completely open.
Coming back.
It doesn't look like, well, now it looks like Rose is going to get there in time. Spidey senses started to tingle. Knife came out.
Where's our
rotation.
hood?
Rose is on site and ready for this hold with Avova just now making it to the site. He spotted Malsey. The flash for the double peek. That puts him to bed. Jalasun does well with 170 HP and a 1v2. Locked out with the nano. The plant secured. A tough battle for him indeed. The drop out of heaven could be the last thing he does here.
It's on the TV. Niners versus Vikings.
It was a 1v4 that he brought much closer than we ever expected. The turret is giving him away, and as you said, jumping down from here makes it impossible. Even the spam up from Avova, he knew that there would be an attempted playthrough.
Go for the TMV.
And there was no hope from that point onwards. Another pistol.
Big good start from Apeks. What's map 4?
Another solid
say bind. Oh no, I think they banned bind.
Now foot's in the door to start out Haven. This is what we want to see from the likes of Apeks. And this map, although we had many heroes to step up in the previous with all that open space to be taken and lanes to be pushed, I really do think this is going to be somewhere that we get to see the best of comeback. And the best of
my goodness, imagine dying to the last bullet as well.
Early on, like you said, there's been some step-ups from Apeks as well. Looking at that last map, Hype was there. We've started this one out with himself and Avova fragging out 1-0 for the attack, and now they get a decent buy coming into round number 2. 4 rifles and a pistol. Little bit of a margin for error. It does mean for Pacific, if they can manage to drop a couple of these attackers, well, it's going to be a round that they can look back positively on.
You can understand as well why Apeks are putting a little bit more into these rounds. Like, a lot of the time it's the 3-2 or maybe even less at times, but with Pacific so willing to challenge and also just
very
having
slow. Hype should probably start walking up C at some point.
Can just take them big advantages.
Around the minute mark.
It's also why we're seeing Apeks be so patient. All right, there's a lot of avenues for aggression. That's why this map has really worked out well for the side of Pacific, both on the defense, but also when they attack.
Is he not going to walk up? Bro, you got a ghost. Like, you should be telling them, like in this kind of round, you should be telling them, hey guys, I've come to see. Now it's harder to do that on a Killjoy than a Cypher, but
go looking for information. Found a little bit with the
the whole point of having this guy is not to look, it's to tell them they can come back.
There are 3 players here for the defense. It's the best they could hope to get.
Jalasun's even just made it, but at this moment, they go back in the other direction.
Now
the call was made from Hype. He had space for free. That space has been taken back. Now they go walking with limited time.
Now they're in trouble.
So, in fact, running, scrambling into this A site. 4 players waiting. Their only pistols. The element of surprise already lights Avova down to 5. Damage done with Kayak. Drop time ticking, but Malsey, he seems to have bought them a safe haven. A spot to plant this spike, to lick their wounds with Solkis and Avova so desperately low. There's still a chance for Loida.
Yeah, that's the thing. The chance of winning, okay, it's slim. But we already spoke about damage in a round like this, how valuable it can be for the next. The thing is, though, the utility from Apeks is making it so much harder. He's trying to find a gap, and Avova is going to execute him immediately.
Sorry,
Three guns at least kept forward. Of course, the fourth will be lost. But considering how badly that could have gone in the late round, making a play into that site, it could have been a whole lot worse.
That's that hype. Just with a pistol, so he's left to free roam the map and claim the space. And it's better that it happens in a round like this. You lose a pistol and you're sent back scrambling towards what was a dangerous situation. Luckily, Malzy mitigated all of that risk. Third round now for Apeks. 4 rifles. It's basically a full buy. They've certainly got the ability to take, on the attack side even more so, to use the numbers to their advantage. Malzy's the guy on long. He's only got a pistol, but he's using his utility to put them into an uncomfortable position. Kayak already up close, but tucked in the smoke. The paranoia doesn't present very much danger, and they wait. There should be some utility to cover that backside push. It's the flash that gets them in, but they've not cleared Loida. No one's looking on the left. Loida's at least got a chance now.
Aftershock cleared
He's holding on with so many people peeking him, and the rest of the squad doesn't get here on time. LaRock desperately low. You have to look to Rose to recover this round now. Is on his shoulders. He's caught with an arrow in hand. And
3-0.
sure, a lot of those
Apeks. I did say warm-up game number 1 into Apeks, then, you know, warming up essentially, getting into it, winning map 2, confident. Did they lose a game Pacific in this? Oh yeah, they did. They lost the CGN, didn't they?
That first map, and that could have boomed anyone out, especially with the advantages they had in the veto. But the last map came back swinging, and even after taking some casualties in the last round, it's again just the pace they hit at. And don't get me wrong, there are opportunities. You mentioned Loiter.
Love some smack talk in tier 2.
My expectation was that he could have potentially got a whole lot more. Come back. But his attempt to be cheeky is met with a nano swarm. This is the thing. I think even in the last map,
again,
you
just
could
full
comment
retake
on
C.
how good Apeks were at staggering out the aggression of Pacific. Think about what Comeback had to do to genuinely get an early fight. It would just dash up mid and try and just face someone on his own. It was risks after risk, and not that
risky
same
against
sort
Nico.
of set-up aggression that we've seen
After
from
the
them. But
fake
committing
A.
that utility early just didn't have the value. With these slow moves once again.
Just make sure you live.
This site is open for business. One defender, and he's dealt with ease.
Nicely done.
Great flashes
as
well.
Should
That
be over. Just needs to live this.
Perfect. Solkis,
Any ideas? You saw this guy. Any map users? Comms?
Now they have site control. 2-man advantage. The pistols looking to swing in and catch some players off guard.
Seem to have adjusted to Pacific and some of their aggression as well.
Kayak's on the run. He couldn't get there in time. Solkis cut them off, and the Flawless is locked in anyways. That's 4-0 for Apeks, and honestly, there wasn't much of a fight in that round. We didn't expect there to be, but that can't be the case for too much longer. Pacific trailing by 4. It's time to get on the board.
I think the terrifying prospect as well for these youngsters is if they lose this map, that'll be 2 maps that they've been flawless on, losing for the first time ever. Like, you are gonna go in after winning that first map and go, next we've got Abyss, 8-0. Then after that we've got Haven, 7-0. This series is done. Then you have the first hiccup, you're like, okay.
Timeout after 4-0. Makes sense. It's tough though. Don't really want to be starting, and they lost. Well, no, it started off weird, didn't it? Did they lose a bonus in the second half? Can't remember. That was certainly not ideal. And I think the Apeks have adjusted. Like, Pacific are a very aggressive team. They like to just swing. They like to just take fights. Very, very aggro. And I think sometimes it takes a bit of getting used to actually in the server, but I think Apeks have kind of, like, you saw it there with the way Rose is just pushing out, like, back C on his own kind of stuff. I think they dealt with, like, they've got used to that kind of play. They're not getting caught out by that. They kind of know, like, hey, they're always going to fight.
Key words to be said. Whether or not those can have impact in this round. That operator's
Like, think
in
of
play.
it like
Come
rank.
back. Map 1, unbelievable. Map 2, a bit quieter. Map 3, so far, non-existent. But this is where we expect a change.
Fast B
We
play.
absolutely do. Come back, like you said, quiet. But now has the AWP posted up and looking for a victim. It's Hype. Just behind that smoke. Hiding around the corner, but that's the reward he gets. Rose, walkabouts, and quickly
Again,
cleaned
ready
up,
for
flank
it.
secure. Apeks have the plant in on B. The rifles now not able to get much done through these smokes. Rolling under as well, putting them on the back foot. That's the op. Caught on sight. Comeback's chance might just be taken out away from him here. The flank's already underway with Avova wrapping on the side. Solka's holding strong.
And again, they're just
Comeback's
ready
best
for it.
chance is to get out of here with the op. Carry this through to the next round, but we've seen Apeks foil that plan in just the previous map. Spread out now, the danger pings are in the right spot, and they're willing to put their guns on the floor to die if it means taking this rifle out of Comeback's hands. But the shot won't land for Solkas, and the others simply too far away.
Yeah, he will be just about able to live to fight another day. In fact, Moz is even going to go down to the spike. It's a little bit of extra damage, but ultimately not the biggest deal.
Okay, 5-0.
So far,
they did keep the up, but
I love the adaptation as well. Like, they've been slow, very slow in a lot of these rounds and hitting sites with 30 seconds left. So this time,
the kill. I was thinking, how did the Killjoy get up there? They got breach ulted up.
They send Kayak in as almost just a lamb to slaughter. But then they leave a lurker. They leave players behind so that they can't be surrounded. And those are the moments that are catching Pacific off guard. They didn't even get an opportunity to even start the retake because they already lost their initiator, or one of them, before anything
Okay,
could
4
even
stack
begin.
A this time, and they're going for a fast C split. Man, sometimes it's not your day.
Round from Apeks by the looks of things. Straight into the C site. Drone already clears out garage. They've got the space and the walk in from Kayaks, cleared the C site. It's all open for the taking. Will there be a play from Jellison and drop out of the window? It doesn't look like it. Everybody just grouped up on that. Hold on, is Kayak going? Surely he doesn't continue this. I see a breach close by, a flash that goes into the back, and in fact, no, it's just Kayak dry peeking in for 2. Almost gets a third
trade by Molesy.
It's Molesy to keep numbers
Spike's not even down.
Hype on the side, swung wide by Rose.
1v1.
The 1v1. Rose left on 5 HP, but his opponent, oh, the shock dart. It came very close. The plant still needs to be secured, and with the drone, that's the perfect time. You know he's not pushing you. You know you can get that locked in. The reveal might give him something to work with. Rose needs the head to line up right away. With 5 HP, there was no margin for error, and it's Solkas to come out on top. 6-0, there's no need for that.
It's big.
Apeks off to a flying start on Haven.
You can also see how much work has been put in behind the scenes. Like, there's something that you talk
That's
about.
a big win. Just using the ping as like a bait almost, and then moving across.
How they like to sort of get in together, have someone as that pinnacle, put you.
Bro, you TP'd in the line of it above. What are you doing?
Their floods are fantastic. How do you stop that? You don't allow them to set up. You get in their face. You said, like, is he really going to go through this? They are, because if he gets a kill there, it just disrupts everything that was planned. And that's been the case all the way through. Catching Rose on lurks, like stopping this defense, ever really setting up into
2 Guardians, a Bulldog, knives. Like, bro, you got to drop someone here. Come back.
The rock to the scissors of Pacific.
And again, they kind of had the perfect call there, really. Okay, we've pushed deep on
Once
A.
again, the finances are not in the best of spots. Comeback saving for an operator, but luckily has himself a Blade Storm.
Smoke outside A, so they're expecting some kind of retake of A to come in the next 10 seconds.
Looking for that gap. Trying to find that spot. Information will be gathered at least, and the spam, oh, not quite the success they were hoping for.
They're trying to condition them off last round. It's the same sort of play, not quite as direct, not quite as quick, but the pressure being applied in the same part of the map. It might get the A players to think that they can go walkabouts, they can get aggressive, they can push up, and that's exactly what happens. Comeback out there with the Blade Storm, and he's being forced back, but it's all a ruse just to try to bait them into the A long angle. Unfortunately for them, and it is Pacific, the play's coming back into C.
Gonna
It
be a
is
C
the
split
same as the
again.
previous
Got
round
a
with the split
steep
coming
flank.
in. They've caught Jellison. The flash is perfect. Loida recovers nicely.
Oh my goodness.
And even drops
Any
his
aimers?
spike. He's holding inside his smoke, but Avova beats him to it. Solkas on a slight off angle. They just need to get that spike on the ground for now. And it's this man that has to, oh, he's surrounded. They're everywhere. Behind him, in front of him. But
oh, he gets the kill!
Beautiful shot on the Rose, and a lockdown as a result, but it's not needed. It's Solkas locking this round down for Apeks. Another nail in the Confident Pacific on Haven with that 4K. It's 7-0.
I think this might just be his map. I think this is the comfort kick of Solkas. We said last time.
Solkas, I mean, yeah, that kill on the Sova that he gets, not suspecting he's gonna be there.
He was 15-0 and a half.
Kind of wild.
But he's currently 9-3, and the manner in which he dismantled them this round is, it's almost sickening. Watched him jump, turn on a dime, and hit an instant headshot. Avova knows what he's just witnessed.
As Bullet Peak, gotta go for it.
I was about to say,
Oh my goodness. What is that? Okay, second time out. Pacific, I mean, not a shock.
being 7-0 down in a map.
That's tough. 7-0. Again, it feels like Apeks are growing into it. And again, with such a young team, I do wonder, like, what's their mental... I mean, they got a guy called Comeback,
This was
so...
always the question.
You know, you never know,
How
but...
far can Pacific go? From Premier to the Turkish League to Ascension, all the way to the finals. The final hurdle.
And again, that's what I mean. This guy was saving with knives last round.
Has the misery
he's kind of trapped,
losing the last. It doesn't look like Apeks want to do that again. Another opener goes their way for Jellison. There's at least something, but they know he's in this corner. This is a little bit messy
round.
for Apeks.
Oh, there were a couple of flaws, but they brought it back even. TP used into spawn,
What
but
the
Spike
shot?
is down. Spike's right down in the C choke point. It's a cancellation from Avova just to cause a headache for these specific players, having to cover every angle. They've seen him now, though, and Comeback doesn't miss those
What a
shots
strange
all too
round.
often. The Spike.
Okay, this is how you get on the board. It's always an eco, I guess.
36 HP.
But, I mean, coming off a timeout as well, you've got to be like, let's not throw away around, right? We get the first kill, we're in a good spot. It gets a bit scrappy, like you don't want it to get scrappy.
Something to build upon for Hype. Yeah, just one
It's
bullet to close him out. Keep in mind, Tom, I
That's
look
3.
back. Something was ringing a bell for Pacific up against the Ultimates here on Haven. They got 4 rounds on the defense. They were, I believe it was 11-4, in fact, and they won 13-11. Pacific have got a good attack side. They just need to build up enough rounds here that they'll get a shot to really get it into full swing.
It's a nice idea. My only worry is, are Apeks the Ultimates? And when you saw them play against each other...
I don't think so.
Okay, you got Killjoy ult and Breach ult now as well. Like, you needed to win that round. You use Sova ult and you're in a 5v4. Like,
Getting on the board.
I know it's 7-0, but don't give this team an
We
inch.
see these early fights.
You gave them an inch.
Fairly even. Lorok looking to try and stick around.
Okay,
but
nice from
the
Avova.
continuation of aggression
I
is
don't
their
love this
undoing.
round. Well,
They wanted to fight
I think if you get the fight there, you have to find a way to use that Breach ult.
and they've got a man disadvantage. What they
Oh,
did
you know where he
have
is. You're just
was
running
2
C
very
now.
high impact ultimates. Now that's only 1, and when you're playing alone, a Rolling Thunder's not as high impact as you'd like.
Yeah, not quite. You get one with the Rolling Thunder, one with
That
each
is
flash,
awful.
you know, maybe that's going to work out, but yeah. Dream scenarios
time
for
out.
Lorok. This instead may be a nightmare with Apeks losing 1 round and immediately fighting back. Pacific. They've certainly left us wanting. Spike almost undefusable, and
Don't you do
Lorok's
it.
going to be
Don't
knifed.
you do it.
Hype is walking right up behind him, blade in hand, and it's done! The knife delivered to the back of Lorok, and Hype secures an 8th round for Apeks. The biggest blow is not to the back of his opponent, but it is to the economy now for Pacific. The position on the map as well. They are drowning without rounds.
Down A.
It's just a young lad.
There was no need.
Didn't deserve it.
That's my boy.
I'll also say, someone with Solkas on their team going for a knife kill. It's just
On Haven.
on Haven.
On Haven, mind you.
Gives me flashbacks, and not for the right reasons, but this is a very different look. Map 1 was a defeat. Map 2, at least at times, looked close. This is not.
Yeah, you still got this breach kill drill though. So you can play retake anything. They're playing retake A.
Instant headshots.
Push deep C. They love a fucking Guardian. This team just refuses to not force.
Odin doesn't ring that.
Don't take ecos.
Sometimes you gotta
honestly, I dig it.
Right? Go from
I'm
those
for
easy
it.
guns.
So they set up the killjoy again in this lurk spot.
It's all about the 100-bullet magazine, suppressing fire. Make some noise. They can't even hear the footsteps, Tom. You spray it loud enough. Bro's about to find some information. They're stacked up outside A. That drone, I don't know if it's going to spur them on or get them to pump brakes for late round, but either way, it is going to see a Vova fall to an absolutely gorgeous wall bang. I take my hat off to you,
That's a crazy kill.
Kayak,
Wall banged him with an Odin. And now you've got breach ult. Do you breach ult them and try and push?
And the lockdown.
You're gonna get it down. You're gonna trade for trade.
It's the attack side trying to pressure, but it's an immediate response. Loiter now looking to try and clear Mosey from position. A lockdown even put into play.
Oh, the killjoy though.
Kayak has no plans of that. His only goal is to try and go forward. Play that time down to the last second. Get the swing.
You got one,
right,
and they killed this guy. 3v2. And they don't have any agents to pressure these guys. Oh, it does damage.
Extra damage to Jellison. The aftershock, I don't know if it's reached quite as far as they'd like. And Jellison goes pushing instead. Looking at clear these back angles, but Hype just staying invincible in the backlines. Finally, he's dealt with. But that clock is now ticking. And Mosey's already repositioned. There just isn't enough time to even play with. Now he's let go. It matters not. Mosey gets the job
Played by Mosey.
He'll go down to the spike again. But they won't care. 9-1, lead extending further. Apeks are running it down.
It's halftime in the Vikings game. I'm full in. I'm yours.
Their economy was devastated.
I mean, although we got a stomp right now.
I have to say, beautiful opening pick. They're not able to make it work. Disruption from Kayak, only good for the one.
Yeah, in 5v4, you use breach and killjoy lockdown and you don't win. That's tough.
That's what secures it. The whole plan of that round, obviously you retake the site, but that Loida has huge impact on the lurk, but Apeks make the immediate adjustment.
And now fast B hit, they go for the 4-stack A again. Again, they refuse to not buy. They just buy every round.
Possible in round 11 for Apeks. This is a competitive series. Neck and neck. The end of the first half
nice stun,
but now Pacific have to scrap back and they're doing it. Lots of damage done.
Into a silver ult fast B hit.
It's one of the best starts Pacific have had.
Choice.
For sure. Yeah, a bit of a gamble with the ult, but it's worked. This is one that they definitely can't afford to let slip, though. Garage control.
You can't lose this round.
Hype's going to try and make a play. Timing here is everything. He's been spotted by comeback and doesn't opt to do too much. It seems like Paranoia is actually being set.
Still got the alarm
bell. Be careful. Desperately trying to destroy any utility. The swing actually is Jellison to win that battle too.
Massive
Looked like
win.
he was dead to rights, but on 5 HP, he'll live just that little longer. Eventually dealt with Mosey, looking to take space onto the side, but so much more still to do, hoping for an afterplan, hoping again that maybe Soka can pull something off, but with a stun perfectly placed, a Paranoia putting Mosey up against it all.
Okay, big win for Pacific. Again, can they get to 3? 3 is winnable, we know this.
Yeah, look, it's a small little tick in the notebook, but plenty more tasks to accomplish. 9-3 might give them a suitable launching platform. For now, that is just one step on the path to redemption here on Haven.
Nerd.
Considerable for Apeks at the moment. The whole squad showing up, and the scariest part about it, this is a squad that's 9-2 in the lead on the attack side, where Kayak has.
Again, don't give them an inch.
Not really.
Timeout.
He's not Sean in the same way he has in the past. He's not got 30 kills in the first half, right? But they are still dominating.
What the thing is, though, he's
Look how
done his
spread
job.
their kills are.
Like,
Kayak only 5.
What they've been going for is these post-plant plays where he is the first
Okay, I mean they've done this 4-stack A a lot.
Again, they've had this
And there's your Omen dead.
But instead, a quick rotation back to try and put support.
And the Omen ult TP.
This is where the space is. That support's not going to last long at all. In fact, Kayak deals with it. But Jellison again.
He gets one.
Bit of
no
a
trade.
Position. He's realized there's nobody coming from the other angle, so he'll hold on to the C site And in fact, it seems like
now they slow it down. You really want to slow this down. You don't want to hit the site this time until probably like 20 seconds.
Yeah, for now at least, the Spike is playing the buddy system. Solkus waiting. He heard steps just outside of garage, and you know they might want to re-clear that eventually with the Killjoy util not there.
You gotta break that.
Round. Players
if you're gonna.
That's Solkus' opportunity. He crosses in the window. Makes it a little closer. We can see.
Did he just make noise jumping into garage? I think he did.
To be divided.
That's not good.
No one is here to cover that walk on the site until Rose gets here. Tucked in on the close angle.
That Killjoy's playing a different.
Up, stun, even primed, and that's beautiful.
Nicely done by Pacific.
With a set play to retake.
Did they not hear? I thought they heard him.
Combo perfectly. And Solkus, although he has thread the needle, he's not going to be able to draw that much blood with
thread the
4
needle
players
to
still
nowhere.
around.
well, also the full
Album
seaside
name.
push from Jellison. It leaves a lot to be desired. 2 found,
Has
and
to
there
get
is
the
time for
spike.
this. He's got to be wary of a player coming in from middle, though. Jellison's just opting to try and play with the time, and while Rose will put his
okay,
stop
9-3
down. It's a 3rd round at least for Pacific. They will opt to try and fight.
35-13 Saints.
Half number 2.
Where's Tropical? The Saints are winning 35-13 against the Cowboys.
To 3, the foundations are laid, but Apeks, they
What
certainly
the fuck is happening?
their sails. We know Pacific, no slouches when it comes to that attack side, but that doesn't make this any easier. Up against Apeks, an even bigger task.
Your voice hurts my ears. Bro, Illuminate, you're in here a lot.
And when we come back, we'll find
You got some sort of fetish? Got some sort of ear hurting fetish? El Cowboys, you're telling me. Okay, 9-3. I mean, look, Apeks, I think they won. They've won the last 3 pistols, so win another one. This should be 2-1. And I think you want to win this, like, convincingly. Because, again, I'm not sure how good their mental will be if they've lost a big map. You know? And, again, I think map 3 is probably the most important, if I had to guess. In terms of, if you win map 3, do you win a best of 5? I would say that that's probably the most important map. I mean, I guess map 5, if you win map 5, you always win a best of 5. So take map 5 out of the equation. I'm getting owned in both my fantasy teams. Had to play James Cook in fucking both. It can't be as bad as my Premier League fantasy team, which is just an aberration of dog shit. I made 4 transfers to get Salah in the team. I used my wildcard to get Mo Salah. I captained Mo Salah against Forest. Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest haven't won at Liverpool since 1969. They have won 2 Champions Leagues and a league title in that time, and they have still never beaten Forest. And what happens? Liverpool lose 1-0 to Forest.
For Pacific, the dream of going all the way from Premier to VCT. That is something that never has been achieved, and in the first year was never expected to be. They have got one hell of a job to do to get themselves back in.
Trade for more Man City players, best in the world. Problem with Man City is they rotate all their players, so it's tough to know which ones you should have.
But they are not looking to just sit back on that defensive side.
Okay, Pacific, maybe we have a game.
Now left to fight 1v3. The Pistols have gone their way in the last few attempts, but not this time. That is the lifeline Pacific were looking for.
Is Haaland still a bait? No, Haaland wasn't a bait.
Already we're seeing them deal.
But I didn't expect Haaland to get fucking
out of Apeks to get back into the site.
double score in every game. Well, okay, scoring every game, maybe I could understand. But scoring every game, scoring 2 hat-tricks back-to-back. And then did you see the second goal against Brentford? Absolute joke. Absolute fucking joke, that second goal. Looked like me defending against Haaland. Literal just long ball pings it forward. Joke. Haaland from Clash of Clans? Haaland from Clash of Clans, yeah. That's what he's most famous for.
And in fact, very comprehensive buy. Fair to say that Apeks have not come in with the same competitive spirit.
Did I watch the North London Derby? I did.
Looking to get on to the next. Damage, though, with this kind
Tottenham
of
are fucking dog shit, though, man.
Every little helps.
You can see that Pacific want at least.
So again, here he is with his Marshall. I mean, he loves the sniper.
To be lost on every
Which you would
player.
think jet maps would be their good
Some
maps
more
because you
valuable
like
than
to
others,
snipe so much.
You can see the wariness of some of these close range positions. Moz is going to try the swing, but they
That
are
classic
more
hasn't grown on
prepared.
me, it must be said. Can't
Sleep
say I'm a
Sarkaz.
fan.
It's the last remaining defender. Now they know that he is here. With the spike now going in the other direction, Comeback is going to go walking into the site.
Yellow
He's
cards
almost
everywhere. That's the problem though, when you give one yellow card
turn
for
on some
like
orbs, and that's exactly what he's
something
done.
that's like
Getting
not really a
closer
yellow card, then it
towards
like
that
everything
Bladestorm.
becomes a yellow card.
For the rest of the attack,
In a
while
game like
Moz
the
was
North
going
and the Derby, you
rotating
kind of have
the
to
wrong
avoid.
side of the map.
30 seconds left.
Then again,
Bro,
if
you're
he
trying to
can get a
ice this
kill,
guy?
do a little bit
There's
of
no
extra
way you're
damage,
trying to ice the
claim
fucking
himself an orb,
Cowboys
that would
kicker.
be nice.
The man is fucking a
I'm sure he
machine.
wouldn't say no to it. Well, there's
Just
certainly
fucking
cautious
end
of
it.
This angle, he'll get the fight. and
Oh
he'll
my
get the
goodness.
orb, but the hard way. One kill is hardly anything to write home about for Apeks. A chance to do more
He
is
scored.
not very
48
strong.
yards is like 3 yards.
Plant. Already
Do you ever wish you were like an
around and
NFL
Focus
kicker?
just on his way to die to the spike. The question is, can he take one down with him? The answer should be no, but after his ninja
No,
defuse
the best
last
job in the
round, they
world.
might be keen to face him.
He's trying to bait
He
them
actually
back
had
into the
time.
spike. They know what this guy is like. With the dart in play, it made sure that there was nobody on it. You can see maybe just
The
a
best
bit
job
of
in the
fear
world is to
in the
be
hearts
the
of
third
Pacific
choice
side, and
goalkeeper
even some smiles on the
at a
Apeks
big,
faces. I think they knew what they were
big
doing.
football club.
This is where we expect things to
That's
get a bit
the
more
dream
exciting
job.
now. The investment
You get paid a
back in,
lot of money
Comeback even gonna
to essentially just train
put some money into a rifle.
and
The
be
thing
a
is, 2
vibes
kills
guy.
and all you had was a sniper. It actually ends up still leaving him with enough credits and 3 orbs away from having the Bladestorm. They could very easily.
Yeah, Scott Carson idea. Like, it's you never have to play.
Where we could see
You're
this
just
game
chilling.
become competitive again.
What a life.
If Apeks close this out and win the next, it's all but done on Haven. If Pacific can make a go
Just
of this
there
one,
for
they've got to be
pure
careful.
vibes.
Look at the 4-man push from Apeks outside of A.
Yeah, it's a lot of aggression, and it looks like Pacific have a read on it. At least they've made the right call in taking this elsewhere, straight into the B site.
You can't lose this.
Going to give over that information at least, but
Gotta win this.
They've got
B
the plan,
retake.
and they're out of here with most players being
That's
able to
the,
exit
I
without
feel like
taking the fight.
Apex's
The only
B
one that can is
retake
comeback.
should be
That
pretty
guy's
good,
dash
but we'll
online.
see.
And I think honestly, looking for Apeks, they didn't lose a player there.
A B retake is kind of the, you know, protocol, like, list, checklist type stuff that you feel like Apeks would be pretty good at.
Covering every gap, and there's even a paranoia early play with the flash from Breach to take hype. That's devastating.
They even jumped.
Did I curse them?
The plan spray.
Probably.
This is falling apart. Already the dart in, and it's just going to be the spam through from Comeback. He's had enough
probably
of these sort
did.
of shenanigans.
Yeah.
A clean round, and the Jet is the one to take over the most of it. Pacific, you wouldn't believe that that was their bonus round. They managed to come in, win it cleanly. And as you mentioned in that first
Okay,
half,
9-6, now
all they
you're in
needed
trouble.
was the
This is why
foundations.
you
The
couldn't,
attack
like,
side of
you
this
have to
team
take
is
every
clean.
round seriously when you're winning.
The
Like,
other
you
thing
don't
can
troll
say,
any
sure,
rounds because you never know.
Had a tough time in that first half.
You
It
never
doesn't look
know.
like Comeback is following that same protocol. Been firing up, and here at the end, lighting of Ova before another ninja could go through. You can see the confidence overflowing.
Now you got
with that
Sheriffs
updraft
again.
dash.
Triple
Now,
push C.
9-6, 3-round gap. After
Trying to
finishing
fake
the
some
first half,
pressure,
it didn't
but
look
there's
like
Outlaw
this was
again.
too likely. That's a lot of
Uh-oh.
damage. 3
Tom
players
preempting it well.
dropped by the Outlaw. And, well, it's safe to say the gap is now down to 2. I don't expect this one to go back the way of Apeks. It's only Kayak and Sulcus. It's only Sulcus, sorry. And I don't think he's got too much left in the tank. Here comes Jellicun for this. There goes Jellicun, and now Sulcus has a rifle. 1v4.
Yeah. That was the easiest kills I think you're ever going to get from Comeback. A gamble taken. Walking into the angle. Timmy the turret.
It's gonna save
Even
you.
took a leg
I
shot
mean,
for
he
that
gets
one.
ult if he dies as well. So.
The thing is, though, economy-wise,
But
it
he
doesn't
should
even
save.
matter so much for the side of Pacific. They have got off to a crazy start, being able to win out the bonus round.
Oh, Panthers.
Even playing still with an SMG. A lot of that coming off the entry power of Comeback, and we mentioned it. Last map, not going to pretend like he had an awful performance, but it wasn't the guy we've seen styling on teams throughout the entirety of Ascension.
Who's
Sulcus
casting?
as
This is
well. He's
Tom
already got
and
his
Mitch.
ultimate online. There's not really much more he can gain. Is he going to
No,
break the
might as
economy
well
of his
just save
opponents?
now.
No. So he's got his ult, he's got a rifle, and he may just try
But
and
my
take the rest
stats
of the
want,
team
I
down.
want more
Not quite
stats.
gonna happen this
Why?
time out.
Why?
It's still
Why?
on to the
Like,
next
if you
comfortably.
died before getting the kill previous,
These are
okay,
the
you
least
got your ult.
reduced
You got your ult.
money
What
that
are you
going
doing?
forward. Even still, 4 in a row, or 6 in a row, and a deficit. Now
Why is no one in his ear just like telling him?
And the recovery has been remarkable for the side of Pacific so far. 2 rounds in it. I know we spoke about their attack side, we spoke about them being able to put the pieces together here, but this is something else entirely. And this buy round will determine it all.
Okay, we're getting to...
Stage, Tom,
I said must win for Pacific pistol round, we're getting to must win for Apeks.
Those players.
Someone did say that they threw an 11-1 on Haven.
The ninja diffuses. And I like that little bit of attitude that we're seeing on display.
Okay, the little dart avoiding smoke
Pacific, we're
here.
expecting more of a brawl for this position of over under pressure. There is a firing squad up against him, but he is able to retreat.
Okay, they got an off on Kayak, he's on C.
Sure caught as much as maybe you might expect.
And your boy, of course, I mean, he's got knives, so it's not the end of the world.
Pacific,
But...
they haven't seen too much, and now the defense is going walking.
And they've only showed of over
here. Bear in mind, they've already seen this man. They know that he's here. So that doesn't reveal that there's still a couple of defensive players, but it also hasn't revealed to the opposing side there are a lot of players coming their way.
There's the stun and a ton of utility. You certainly know now Pacific got come back onto the site, but he falls immediately. Hunter's Fury expanded, and the attack side seems to claim some decent space. Malsey is certainly a thorn in their side. And a rotate from Hype. Well, it's not going to get anything. Laroc's tripled up on the breach and found them a 2v1 with an op on Rose. Kayak's got an op as well, but on the retake, this is going to be much harder to make work. A lot of angles to clear. The spike only now going down, so at least information to work with on one player, and he doesn't seem to go short. Good idea that he's got to focus on long. Goes to the rifle as well. He knows they're likely to group up and take that fight together. Recon goes down. Kayak's waiting for the swing, but they're patient. Pacific are not giving him the chances. Only peeking periodically, and now with the tap, they go wide.
They're in a lot of trouble. In a lot of trouble. 9-3.
For Pacific. Cairo's looking stressed. And I'm not surprised. Apeks have been caught up on now, just 1 round in it.
We've talked about in the early stages some of the crumbles we saw, but this would definitely be the worst of them. Pacific, after losing their map choice, after being down 7-0,
yep,
have now won back 7 rounds in a row of their own. And there's not really been a combo breaker in sight. Molesy did his best. He was being swarmed on the site.
3 kills
flying past him. I think it was a Hunter's Fury from Rose. He comes out with 3. But there just wasn't anything else on the table. No surprise.
Now they're on a save.
Themselves a pause. A chance
5 in a
to try
row.
and just slow the momentum. But if we've seen anything from this Pacific roster, it's that once they get going, they're very difficult to stop. And with someone like Comeback at the helm, the man who's been leading the charge, and Laroc now quickly coming up behind him. I've never heard the phrase fragging breach before, but I feel like he fits the bill.
Yeah, no, he certainly does.
Bro, I haven't seen me play.
We look at Apeks. Kayak, I don't think's got to kill this half. It's been slow, he's been shut down. And seeing his squad like Pacific put him in his place, well, this is actually what I was talking about earlier. The fact they were 9-3 up without Kayak fragging. Often you'll look to him and say, well, if he has a quiet game, who is going to step up? And the answer last half was everyone else.
I'm a beta?
It was all good. It didn't matter. But
yeah,
now,
Kayak needs to wake up if
the
they're going to
same.
win this match.
Well, this is
so
his
again,
home
looks like we're
turf.
saving for
From
an
what
all.
we've seen, he's having a good game, but they're 1 round behind, and we need to see that level reached again. We need to see Kayak online. He has a classic in this round, so it probably isn't the one, but a chance for Rose. Or for Hype, even. I'm so
Bro,
excited.
get a stinger.
No, he's not able to land it, and they're sent packing.
Like, you'll have enough money to buy next. Get a fucking stinger.
And a round like this with pieces missing. But you're definitely right. You have to bear in mind that Kayak has been one of those players that he's been fantastic, but in an online setting. We haven't seen him on the stage, and maybe there is an aspect of pressure getting to him. As you said, in the first half, it really didn't matter. He'd gone a miss, but that was absolutely fine.
Looks like we're going to end A here.
I'm still looking at the health here.
I got no one on A.
A combo breaker will be massive for Apeks, being able to turn things
right, this
back.
Killjoy was on A,
now.
and you just killed
his
them here,
maker
so...
in the hands of Comeback. With the A side completely open, it's definitely not going to be an easy round to win.
That'd be the logical step.
They do seem to be locked out of it. Nice shot. Comeback is low, and Comeback is not worried. He is landing shots after shots. So Vova down to 20 through the smoke, and he'll do just that. He'll go through the smoke. It's one shot off, and that is all.
Well, we're tied up. Did not think we'd end here.
5 players alive. And sure, there were some weaknesses here for Apeks, but there were some strengths too, and they quickly get shut down. Some advantages early, Hype having a chance with a bookie, being in the right place on B, but of course, Comeback, he just, I think you rarely see players do that. Standing in the open outside of B main, just beckoning them in to peek, and well, it worked out. He grabbed 2 kills for his trouble in that spot.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a player more confident in his aim ever. Yep. Like, genuinely. Like, I don't think, maybe he's just not got to the age where there's like that internal
Wait, I was doing my Duolingo. Why is it 8-9? Yeah, the Apex defense.
He'll go sliding into angles.
And now we're dying to the spike with a Guardian, full shield, light shield, sorry. That stuff.
More Soulcast, all he can do in the end is go down to the spike. It's 9-9 from a 7-0 spot. Apeks are starting to crumble. They're the team with 4 players with more experience than all 5 on the other side combined, but we've heard it from Avova, the trash talk. We're up against kids, and the response from Rose has been the likes of, yeah, but once we get into the server, it doesn't matter anymore. And this guy is a 20-year-old in-game leader. Bear in mind, they use both their pauses and it fixed nothing. He has been the one dragging them through the dirt.
I think swapping sides fixed it.
Now the individual's starting to step up, starting to believe.
Okay, you got your up here again.
And what they might just do.
Up showdown. Must be a kill. Must kill this guy. Must kill him.
Unless they can stop the
he
bleeding.
Must die. And
when
we're
you
scared.
look at
See, this is the thing, we're scared.
Evenly matched in this one. Both with a Rolling Thunder. Hunter's Fury online for Soulcast. Neither of those lockdowns available. And a Blade Storm for Comeback, maybe the most terrifying of the lot. And also that operator battle. Kayak, though, he's not going to be in play this round. He is nowhere near the action.
No. They've chosen the right side of the map to go to, avoiding that man.
Okay, you got 3 players
the
here.
chances for that defensive side up to find its
You have a breach ult, so do you, though. This guy might get ulted twice.
And with the Rolling Thunder primed and ready, I would say it certainly will be. Avova, well, he has his ult.
Bro, you gotta ult back. Bro, you gotta ult them back, man. You can't let them just do that. We are just not ready. Okay, 4v4.
Soulcast has the gall to step into the operator's sights, and he wins the fight this time.
Yeah, with the ults they have, that is massive. Rolling Thunder can push them back, even looking to try and catch that player under heaven, someone they want to try and isolate. Hunter's Fury is not going to be using yet, hasn't connected. And in fact, the counter utility is holding them back a little further. They don't even check properly for Loiter. That last man hidden within the shadows.
They are panicking. They are not thinking things through.
Pacific have another round on the board. The crumble continues, and Pacific, they have looked unstoppable in this second half, yet to lose a round, and in many cases, yet to even come close.
That's what hurts, man. You look at Malzy in that position, he decides to commit the ult a little deeper, but it gives that tiny gap. 1 player wide, but that's exactly where his opponent is stood, right down below. Not being caught by that means he doesn't land on the floor, he doesn't make a sound cue, he doesn't give away the fact that he's there. And that gives Loida the blind side for the double. It gives his teammates the trade ability while they eventually deal with that danger man. And standing in the shadow
got a silver ult. We'll one-off
it seems like he is putting Apeks through hell. 10-9
but it is
for the
tough.
attack
Looking
side now.
rough out here now.
9-3 down when we started this.
Again, it's not even that they're not getting into good spots. Like, okay,
on the other side,
you're in a decent spot, but then your own dies like this, man.
No smokes anymore for Apeks.
And they're gonna pick up a Killjoy ult as well.
And also, it's allowed for the lockdown to come online as well. So it really has just put everything into the hands of their opponents. Kayak, he's looking to try and make his move. He's been deadly silent.
Okay,
the spams
he gives
won't
up his
connect, and he's
position as
already
well.
forced off the angle to fade away into
What
obscurity
are they gonna
once
do?
again.
Just come up here, lock down this.
Comeback is just waiting. They know that in a round where you already have a deficit, there needs to be someone to make a play. This time it's Soulcast again. After an early kill goes one direction, he's the one to bring it back. Now this lockdown is going to clear out so much space. Almost maybe hoping that it will force some players on C into the open. In fact, they're just going walkabout. Hype is completely baffled by the idea that they would walk
Timing
into
is
the C side
amazing
with a lockdown on B and come back once again. Becomes that bodyguard, becomes the bouncer as they try and get back into the site.
Planted.
They're out. At least 2 of them are. No contest from Apeks.
Oh boy, oh boy. Saving? You've lost 8 in a row?
Saved for later. But Pacific are on a roll, and they seem impossible to stop. Everybody stepping it up on their side. No weaknesses. And on the attack, they have been a sharpened blade cutting through Apeks.
Breach on Haven and you don't know the hell aftershock. This is why Breach negative value win rate.
2 instead. What a remarkable turnaround. And Tom, when we talk about experience, when we talk about age, the things that we tend to lean towards, the character traits of a team like that, is that when they go down, they don't count themselves out. They can always come back. They can fight. Look at Fnatic. That's what we know about them. For Pacific, they should not be that team. They should be. Their oldest players with 20.
Yep.
Like,
yeah, I mean, that's what I said. I don't know how they'll respond to this kind of stuff,
the
but
biggest opportunity of their lives. They're a map down.
they responded very well.
9
Another timeout. Oh no. Was this 9-2? It's now tough. Apeks, you mean the team with Moldy, Soas, No Hype, Asoldva, and Kai Yuk. It was 9-1? Oh, it was 9-1. They've lost 10 in a row. That's tough. That is tough.
Had a team that has built one of the most resilient looking rosters we may have ever seen. Up against, as I said,
you never know.
Every individual on the
Maybe they'll come back.
Experience than their entire team
but
combined.
this is rough.
And somehow it looks like the complete opposite. They are running a ring
still got his attacking
in this second half. They are playing with them in terms of the calls, in terms of rotations. That last round was a bait. Using the
probably expecting some kind of passive setup here. Should have the lineups hopefully to destroy a normal lockdown.
With years experience, not a team that a few months ago was playing through Premier to see if they could make it into the Turkish league, into relegation, in with a chance to fight against the worst teams from that league. And now, if they win this map, we'll be 1 map away from fighting with the best teams in the region.
Stun hits, I mean, felt like the timing was a little off there, but the aftershock gets the kill.
Rock grabs the kill on Solkus, no assist either, it's all him. All the damage comes from that mad Hype on the corner. Good for 1, they come through the smoke.
Hype? How are you alive? How have you lived?
The numbers in favor. Keep the lockdown
now they don't have a lockdown play.
What's going to be used here, but Rose is on walkabouts. It's a dangerous play. There's 2 players watching.
What?
Gets damage in. 23 on Hype. But they're still
he already had the damage, I think.
At least able to get into a safe corner to run that lockdown.
You don't have aftershock to kill this guy.
As a result, no smokes to block them out. It's got to be just raw angels and op up for grabs. Maybe Hype would take that. He's quite low. And he's the one swinging first, but the trades relied upon are found, and Rose with a sliver of HP has to try to deny this defuse. Malzy getting it to half under his nose, double swing to close it as well.
No way.
That might be their mistake. They could have had it defused by now. Shock dart in. Damage.
Oh my god.
In time, Rose finds the kill, but Apeks find the round.
It's so shaky. Like, these are positions where
holy fuck. That was too close. I mean, how does he live there, Hype? That's crazy.
It's incredibly close. Malzy has to stick it in front of his opponent's nose. And if that wasn't half, he's dead. He is dead to rights. Apeks cling on. They still have a bye for this next one, but if they lose it here, they'll be fighting versus map point with very little in their back pocket.
Last time Pacific got 9 rounds in a row. This time they're stopped at
they're back.
Apeks seem to get right back on that horse. Rose does his best to recover, but Malzy's quickly there for 2. And Jealous now has it all to do. 45 HP. The spike in his back pocket And Hype and Sulcas, complete unknowns.
Bro,
On the
Sulcas,
HP shotgun,
get out of there.
Hunter's
Get out of there.
Great danger, but Sulcas might not get the chance to use them. Oh, the timing!
Oh!
The spray is far from it. 11-11. We're tied up. That could have been an awkward situation. Pacific on 12-10 with a clutch instead. Well, once again, folks, we are neck and neck on map number 3.
It's one of the weirdest maps I've ever watched. One team utterly dominant. The other team utterly dominant in response. And now we reach the middle. 11-11.
Yeah, we've entered the
Apex
Bizarro
somehow
zone.
found their footing.
Oh my goodness, I
It
can't
feels like
believe you
both
with that.
teams are hanging off the edge of a cliff. Kayak again. He hasn't lost that confidence. He's still looking for fights. He's still trying to face off. And Rose is happy to meet them. But this is all just a ruse. Paranoia has been thrown through on the other side. They are making their way straight in towards this C site. There is no resistance here other than some spam from Hype.
How did you not get that?
Apeks.
Okay, 5v5.
A little bit of trouble too. Avova and Sulcas have invested.
Solver
Down to their last.
full retake. Got a retake garage as well.
In the best position to try to fight for their overtime. Pacific have site control. Plant in. Last map, a lot of diffuses. Time's already run quite low. Stun goes in. Comebacks close. Avoiding reveals. The Hunter's Fury just about
they started
whizzing
too
past
late.
him. He's got a close spot and they're unaware. Completely blindsided, but he's only good for one. Jellison tries to pick up the pieces, but stops after 2. Loida in for 1, and we're in the 1v1. Rose, he's been lurking around all round long. Halfway diffused already when the swing comes through. Malsey down to 40. Time not on his side, and Rose swings in to deal the damage, to put 12 on the board. And this map may well find its way into Pacific's lap yet.
It's the same 1v1 as the previous round. The exact same final players.
I think they started too slow there, Apex. They were too slow.
This time, Rose is able to get the job done. But it was a back and forth all the way through. Avova doing incredible work. Aggressive positioning with Jellison up close. And now after
Okay,
being
here we go.
7
And now you've
all
got a
down,
Bulldog and a Spectre.
Pacific.
And they're just going to hit C again.
Wow, everything in their hands. Economy not the best for their opponents. They're taking a gamble, going straight into this C site. Once again, Hype is still setting up utility as the Rolling Thunder looks to clear, but it's only going to clear the back of site. He won't be affected.
So it gets them the site.
Comeback,
Oh, it's fast.
ahead of that, but he's caught still. Kayak able to quickly convert. That's a big frag. A player that's done so much damage to them.
Why have you put that lockdown, man?
Spray back gets Hype, though.
What are we doing?
They
didn't plan.
Oh,
Oh, he's just trapped.
Spotted by Sulcas, now surrounded as well. Players coming from both sides. Loida is drawing these defenders out into a fight, though. 3 players now focused entirely on their spawn. It buys space, but look at the push-up from Kayak. 45 HP, but if he catches them off guard here, it's all down to the timing. If they're looking the other way, and he doesn't quite get around in time.
Oh!
Escaped, as has Loida, up into heaven.
Turret behind them. They see him.
Regroup, and the turret even confirms that Kayak's
How has he lived?
This one smelling like roses.
There was a million things that could have gone wrong there for Pacific, but instead every single one of them has gone right. It leaves us in a 4v4 scenario. Not a lot to play with in terms of ultimates. In fact, absolutely nothing will play a part in this final rounds other than the utility they have in their back pocket and the raw gunfights. That's what you'd normally favor this young Turkish side as they look to pick them apart, but the traits are there again.
Oh, Pacific, what a game. What a game, man. Holy shit. Fucking hell. Wow, so 9-1. 9-1 to 13-11. Holy shit. Oh my god, I can't believe that just happened. I need to take a breath. Oh my goodness. I can't believe what I just watched. That was a crazy map of Valorant. I can't remember a map of Valorant like that, to be honest. Like a big comeback that then stops, and it looks like Apeks might win again, and then it goes back the other way, and the way that it happened as well. Holy crap. Let's go, Purdy. Let's go. Good old Purdy pick. We love to see it. Oh my goodness, what a game. Pacific won. I went to ETH at 9-3. That's tough. That's tough. You went to ETH at 9-3. These teams are so mid. When does TSM play? Yeah. That is one crazy pick. Oh my goodness, what a game. Okay, 2-1 Pacific. What's the next map? Lotus? Got him. Let's go. Holy shit. Okay, I'm gonna go and watch some NFL. I'll be back in a couple minutes whenever it starts. Oh my goodness.
PCF, they have taken the lead again in this grand finals best of 5. I'm your host, Ying, so welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by Kakuka, Billy, and a very special guest. It's Whalers. Welcome. It's good to have you here. Oh, we have to do it.
Okay, we'll just
Whalers. Sorry.
Okay,
when you were playing on stage last year, that's all we did. But this is the thing, though. When you joined us backstage here, you guys didn't see this, but you were very confident about Apex's abilities of winning on Haven. How did you think PCF would manage to actually bring this back?
I mean, the offense with the hope, and I think like Apeks was actually scared to take info. Even if they knew sometimes like they was taking the good side, but I don't know, PCF have a really good execute, and I feel like Apeks was missing some tricks, you know, some tricks like on omen flashes or some trap to actually like close the rounds, and I don't know, I think they got execute way too much.
It's so surprising to see the momentum swapping, because do not forget that was a 9-3 half on favor of Apeks. You only need 4 rounds to close the map out, a map also of your choosing, right? That after that first one. So ended up in this situation where we have seen them, you know, given it on stage. It's good that, especially that first half, that was the case. But closing out on things where the compenetration between some of the players is not really there inside of the game. So some ults being wasted, some ults not being used, and people being a little bit disconnected.
I mean, this is what we wanted to see from yesterday as well. Having a team that gives it back to them. But this is the thing, Billy, you can give them as much as you want to. You can wave at them as many times as you want. They're just gonna wave back.
Yeah,
they don't care.
Definitely. I think both of these teams have a lot of confidence coming into this one, and even to go back to the points just made, like, you can see that both of these teams have really strong attacks. That was very evident in that last map that we just seen.
Yeah, and a lot of that came down to the early lead that Apeks were able to build. And I'm going to cope a little bit because actually I'm going to cope in just a moment. Before that, we do have a round to show you guys. And this is the bonus round coming from PCF. And this is how they kind of managed to get back into the game. And a lot of what you were saying, Whalers, of Apeks kind of hanging back a little bit more.
Yeah.
think it's the going always forward, something that probably Apeks, one of the reasons why they were so successful in the attack is that they were waiting for Pacific to make that kind of mistake. They were always looking at the back because they knew that they already had someone that had pushed a little bit and that will continue and look for the duel. So when it came to their attack, they just needed to keep pushing forward and have the same awareness.
Yeah, and in this environment, you know Whalers more than anyone, those comebacks are doable. You just need like one pistol, one round, and you can win any map, really.
Exactly, but I think it's really tippable because PCF is a young team, and making this kind of comeback with a young team is pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to completely agree. I think the young players are stepping up to the plate massively, and I mean, Pacific looked so much more calm and composed. I mean, I know we've seen the shouting and stuff going on, but they look really calm and composed up on that stage today.
Yeah, I think they learned a lot from that CGN loss as well. You know, they tasted what it was like to lose. They can make those comeback. And now I'm going to cope because Solkaz, who we have on the server, has never lost to a Turkish team. He is 9-0 against it right now. So if it's anybody that can deal with this playstyle of Turkish teams, it is him. And Whalers, do you feel like PCF, you know, they have a lot of those Turkish team tendencies?
Yeah, they do play very, very aggressive. And I don't know, I feel like
Alpha's there?
Have the perfect playstyle to counter them by playing very slow and
Who is that?
Playing more like with experience. But I don't know, PCF just making kills and making their way to
What, someone French is it bad?
I don't know.
I think that also after the performance that we see for players like Larocque, I want to keep talking about Solkaz, how much he's developed himself as a player during this year. We know that he has always been very flexible, but he's taken it to a different step, up to a different kind of level. When you go into agents that are not even played that much, like the Deadlock, or even being part of the wacky comps, being the flex, is always more complicated because there's nothing you can follow. You have to be the trendsetter.
Yeah, I mean, I think something that Solkaz said himself, I think it was when they got through to the grand finals, was we want to see Pacific here. So it looks like they're having a lot of fun, and he's openly said that he thinks
I don't think they're having fun anymore
in Ascension. So it's nice to see this sort of comeback coming up now.
Yeah, I mean, them being scrim partners as well, I think, is the reason we're seeing a really close match here. But let's move on to the next map, because this is where we talked about on yesterday, where both teams play unconventional comps, I guess. And Billy, do you want to see that
if we get there.
Come out today in the hands?
Apeks on defense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why not?
We're on land. Why not?
Yeah. I want to say no because I would hate the fact that Danny would have like lied, and I freaking hate when people lie in interviews, and people do it all the time.
Coaches never lie in interviews. I've never seen that happen. If it was just the coaches, not one time.
We could literally run a pre-show just of lies that have been told to us on either interviews or whatnot. So I would like to see something different, I think, and I will justify why. I think that what Pacific did on that first map came off as a surprise. I think that it gave them an edge.
Imagine Apeks lose and Liquid just sign them. Honestly, could happen.
I think that Apeks is the kind of team that with the extra time, with
I doubt they'd sign
the
all
profiles
of them,
that they have, if
I mean,
they want
they're
to
keeping
change
that.
everything, they can. So it's only up to them to decide whether they need it or not, or whether what they have is going to be enough to play against Pacific. With Double Sentinel, you would think that it should be right to keep it, knowing that how extra aggressive it is.
In my opinion, I think it's the perfect comp to counter them actually, but if they're scrim partner and they know everything they did, I mean, PCF just know everything they do with the deadlock. So I mean, for me, there is no way to play it.
You have to change it.
Yeah, you have to change, exactly. Yeah.
They have played
even for me, it's the perfect comp to counter them.
Want to ruin your career? Join Liquid today.
They know everything.
You have to take a risk, right?
Exactly.
Either way, it's going to be a bit of a risk. But here's the thing, though. Oh, we're getting a bit of a spoiler. But mentally, Whalers, you're in a grand finals.
It's Whalers.
You're 1-1. You're 9-3 up, and then you lose that map. And now we have to go on to a map where if you lose, this is it. How do you keep going? How do you stay in the game?
I mean, you have no choice. This is the match of the year. It's your world season, like. Gonna end up here, so you have to fight for it.
How hard is it, do you think, to go out and fight for it?
I mean, it's hard, but when you're in grand final, I don't think like you have time to think about the past mistakes and just move forward.
I think it's even harder, right, when you're going up against just raw aimers that are just swinging you, that are just killing you as well. That's
definitely hard because sometimes you don't understand how you lose round, even if you have the right call. So Must be hard.
Yeah, I can't even do a ping diff on this one. You're on the same ping.
It's not Kobe. Thanks for the 7 months.
Is this somewhere you think
Hello.
Apeks can realistically bring it back?
I think that
Come on, get in.
It really makes a difference when a team has a big ideas and big
What are we waiting
macro
for?
understanding of this map on how to give a space and how to retake it later in the round. There has been many tendencies that we have seen from Pacific that could be countered by Apeks, and they will be the team to do it.
Oh, Billy, they've done it. No changes.
Okay,
We're going to get the
again.
exact same cards they played against before.
Yeah, looks like it. Whilst I kind of agree with what you're saying as well, Kukuka, I think like the way Pacific play, like yeah, Apeks can have good macro and good.
The
fundamental,
Vikings
but
Niners
Pacific, that all
uniform
kind of goes
matchup is
out
actually
the
very
window with the way
sick.
that they play. They're
I
kind
like
of
it.
just rushing into sight,
I'm gonna
forcing you
family.
to play retake when they're on the attack. So it's really interesting. You know, Apeks kind of have to think on the fly and adapt to those kind of situations.
And Whalers, they decided not to change anything. So this is going to be interesting.
I can't wait to see. But if they have the extra time and actually like cook some new rounds and new stuff, I think they can win it for sure. But I feel like it's more easier when you play against a team like you don't know what they're gonna do with it. So
Well, it's going to be a very interesting matchup, and the one Apeks have to win, Mitch and Tom, if they want to keep their VCT EMEA dreams alive.
Well, falling at the last hurdle. That's certainly what we know about Apeks from last year. And on that last map, Tom, seemed like history rearing its ugly head. They seem to have it locked in, but Pacific came from behind. And now the test for the old guns, because we've seen that Pacific can come back. We saw it on just the last map. Question is, can Apeks?
Yeah, I think that's the rougher thing. Like, you win that, or sorry, you lose that first map, it looked like you're going to have a pretty decent response, and then it doesn't quite go the way as planned. They could be
Here we go.
here
Could be the last map.
with the series point under their belt. They probably should have been, if we're being honest. They were so far in the lead, but Pacific prove that those kids, as they were so called, have got the experience of players with 10 times their tenure. Now they head on to
I don't
that
mind the
attack
Saints.
side.
What is the
Last
Saints
time
score?
out, a really impressive
Saints have
defense
42?
versus the
Holy
Ultimates
shit, I'm
for
gonna have to. The
Apeks,
Vikings
but
just pick Purdy again.
versus CGN, the
I'll
same could
fucking
be said
tackle this fucking
for the
catching
attack
things at his feet.
Pacific, potentially both sides.
Anyway,
pissed off
into the game.
as
I'm
well
in.
come under
I'm in.
pressure. And the first man who will meet them is Solcas.
Well, the last map was certainly his performance strong. Almost every time we see it this time, I don't think that's going to be the same.
Nicely done. Solcas knowing he was crouched.
Dropped early, nade forces Jealous forward.
Well, the deadlock value already.
With the early
It's already
advantage,
started.
Almost slipped away. Luckily, Larocque on 22 HP won't have a lot to say about this round, and he's even being spotted by the knife.
This guy has been insane individually, but with low HP, that's going to be very difficult to pull off. Another early start, going the way of Apeks
start for
with the
Apeks?
pistol.
Am I gonna watch NA? There's no
thing,
fucking
it's a
chance
map
I'm watching
where
NA.
I think
This looks like it could
individually, a
go
lot
with a
of
full
the time, Solcas
5.
is going to suffer. Well, we talk about like that last map on Sova, you can
Don't
see
know.
the
No
comfort,
chance I watch NA.
but his utility on this map is sublime. Like the whole idea in the pistol, especially with that barrier mesh, is it's so long to break, similarly to the Sage Wall, and just basically tunneling them into a fight that eventually will have support behind it. It's smart play that won't always put him at the top of the board, but might just win his team
Okay, so
rounds.
you'll probably
But
see this a
already they're
lot,
gonna be
right?
taking
You've got the
that early
KO
space,
knife, you've got the
maybe
deadlock
lock down
grav
this
net, so you're
position
essentially
if they
replacing, you
desire
know,
with
part
that
of the fade
safe
with a better tool of fade, and you're
barrier.
suppressing these
In
guys.
the
So,
meantime, a
like
little
when
bit
you've
of
got
advantage
these 3
from
agents fighting
Larocque
A,
with the kill
that's
in the
pretty
last
tough
round.
to be honest, because you can't get it, you
But
can't
other
beat
than
a
that, it is just the
grav net
classics.
nade.
I
You know,
really don't
that's
mind this
tough.
kind
If
of
they catch you
movement.
with
It
it,
gives
you
them a
are
good
dead.
chance to deal
You know, it's not like a
damage and make it
fade
easier
seas
for
where
those
sometimes you
pistols.
can
Walking
kind of get
straight
past
into
it.
Kayak ain't gonna help out.
And if you're getting suppressed
Holding
as well,
strong
that
with the
means you
outlaw.
kind of can't
Now the setup to be
win
tested
the
on
fight
C,
early
the off
enough.
angle for hype. He is in danger with pistols being what he's up against. He's got the support from Avova. Solcas low and caught aggressive. A sneaky play by Loida that's not only got them control, but also a weapon recovered.
Now
This
losable,
round hasn't gotten too dangerous yet, but
because
well,
they're
the
going to
warning
pick the
signs are
right
starting
site.
to pop up, and Apeks
And this late lurk from the Sova
seem
could be
like they're
pretty
gonna
big.
locked into a retake on the A site with the pistols.
This Omen
It's a
still
pretty
needs to
idyllic
get a
start.
kill with this Bulldog though.
Planted.
Because what they, I mean, they do have a Marshal as well, but they're not a flanking Marshal.
There's so many trap positions as well.
Not ideal.
They have to be wary of. Someone coming in behind them. That might actually be Avova dead to rights. The classic is
Bro, kill
so
him.
dangerous, but he's just biding his time, and instead he's been given the freebie of hype. I don't even know if that's been communicated. They're too busy focusing on the players on site to realize there's still a man behind, just walking past everybody. And now Mosey, well, he might just have to gamble this.
Oh, I thought he was going to stick it. I really thought he was going to stick it.
We talked about the strong starts of Apeks, and while
Jefferson is down?
has
You're
diminished
kidding
to
me.
dust.
Well, it's exactly
Nick
like you
Bosa's
said, Tom.
down,
It's
but-
all those
oh,
little
Jefferson is
danger
down.
players. They left control of the A site entirely down to Solkus, and he decided against the Pistols with low HP to take an aggressive jump spot. They sneak out. They got the timing. And that is all that was needed. That kill right there from Loida. This
What
puts the
happened?
round into jeopardy. And it's the small plays, this
Ain't
one
it
in
on a run
particular
play?
by Rose, grabbing the control. You know there's a player behind you, so you look forward at the site. You want to flood in and take that control before the flanker can take you out. And that leads to them not checking the player down below the
Oh,
rope.
he got a knee
So
in the
they just
hip?
shoehorned
I mean,
into an uncomfortable
unless
play,
he's
and as
got a
result,
broken
the
hip,
1-to-1
which would
leaves
be quite
Pacific
bad.
with a massive advantage coming into this round.
You know,
Apeks
hips
have
are
just
normally pretty
pistols. They've
sturdy.
lost the opening duel already. The A site is about to see the plant go down. And in terms of fighting for the retake, there is very little to report in terms of favor for Apeks. What? Well, there is one thing in terms
I
of
thought this round was
come back,
free.
push them
Bro,
with an
I'm looking
outlaw
away.
on
I'm checking
and that has
Jefferson.
not gone according to plan. I don't know what the plan was, but I hope it wasn't that.
Hey, this man has many
There's no
ideas.
fucking way.
How is this working? This is a second kill for Mosey with a classic. I'm expecting some normality to eventually be restored, but it doesn't seem to be happening.
I mean, as long as they
time
win the round,
still
it's not a
ticking.
disaster.
An angle isolated, they almost have to try and break that, otherwise it gives Solkas a fight he's expecting. Doesn't quite land the bullets, and in fact he's sort of locked out his teammates. It's made it a bit more awkward for them as eventually the round gets back to where we expected it to be. It is going to be a very costly one for the attacking side, but they will get it over the line. I also want to highlight an ongoing story we've had throughout this series so far, and that is the missing piece that has been Kayak. This map has
Solkas
not been
throwing, what's new?
the best for Apeks. And unfortunately,
Go on, don't
the
fumble.
factor that really reigns true within this one is when they do win this map.
That's
it
not
is
a
off
touchback, you idiot.
31
What's
and
the ref
16.
looking at? What's
I think
Aaron
it's
Jones
26 and
doing,
12,
man?
His individual stats. Nobody else even
It's also
close in
definitely
the
not a
survey. It's just
touchback.
him
It's a
dominating.
safety if it's a touchback.
Now that doesn't
Fuck me.
necessarily mean that's going to have to happen every time,
Sorry.
but it is a scary prospect if he's gone again.
Scary prospects for Apeks in this series.
Also, it's
Most
definitely not a touchback,
Started out
but
well, but they have fallen
whatever.
behind just by one.
You do you, ref. Can you
This
challenge
round,
that? I think you
same
can.
can be said for Pacific. Rose down early. Plant seems to be secured as a result. Jealous son. He's gone walking through. Up close on the cage. It's not expected. And a free
Chaos on
kill
his
to
own.
Mosey as a
No
result.
res.
He naded it. He didn't think anyone would have the goal to stand inside. LaRock
LaRock on his own. Observer, hello.
Second and his third. This one's put to bed.
Well,
Solkas
LaRock
with a
on his own.
1v3 and getting past LaRock seems to be impossible, and it proves to be 4 kills for this man. And while you talk about a fighting breach, he's showing up on this map as well.
I'll be honest, he's giving me like Ada Captain vibes.
Yes,
Like
yes,
just where
yes,
you
yes,
can
yes.
put him on any agent and you sit there and go, he is in the open in the middle of a site, he is dead.
kill him.
And then at the end of the round I'm going, and he's gone for a kill, and I don't know how I get there. Anytime. This guy is something special.
And you can tell that confidence building on Pacific. One map to the good. One of the next two, Lotus or Ascent. They're locked
Back
into
on an
PCF,
eco.
and already a lead.
Oh,
early on.
my
Comeback.
goodness.
Shut them down. I thought they'd at least get a bullet off on him. They're lined up, waiting to take that, and he lands both shots immediately. It's a light buy for Apeks, but this is a round where we've seen consistently
Okay, they are
they're at least
starting at the
getting
one.
damage
At least the
on
refs
the
got that
board.
right.
That's a poor start. And we look to hype Malzy and Avova to do some damage, to at least drop a weapon on Pacific. Rose is jump peeking, spraying an Odin, and that tells you everything you need to know.
With confidence
Okay.
in their back.
4-1.
And a repeat of last year, knocking at the door of Apeks.
Oh no,
Not quite the
Apeks,
same
not again.
fashion, but even still, they start the year off as favorites once
Okay,
again.
I'm locked in. It's the end of the third
In
quarter.
fact, if you go back to the beginning of the year and you talk about
We're locked
teams
in.
you expect to be at Ascension. Not a lot of them made it. There were a lot of changes, a lot of roster moves, a lot of surprises. And the most pleasant of them all have been Pacific. Right now, well, the way they're playing this game is like it's any other. It's like there's no pressure on their shoulders, like there's nothing to be gained or lost by defeat or victory. They're making this look like a scrim.
Week 1 of Premier.
Oh, literally.
Whoever faced them
He
there,
stunned himself.
I pity you. Must have been a tough
But they
day
didn't like that.
afterwards.
And this guy's walked all the way up
rotation
A.
to the A side. Lloyd hasn't been popping off and fragging, but they are 4-1 in the lead, so he doesn't need to be. This could be his round, though. He's found the space, and that alone is worth its weight in gold. The A site, don't know how much space weighs. I think it's 0, but
Need a smoke though. Oh, nice flash. Oh, nice flash.
He's caught and isolated. Great flash
Kayak
coming
gets
through,
caught out.
and an ult that reveals everybody.
And now you've got a
Apeks as
judge
result.
on a B retake,
They can get into
which
an
is
after
very
farm.
strong.
Comeback salt has been expended. It was only needed for
And they got a
space,
kill on C as
the man
well.
looking to
This guy's
rotate
getting
him from
flanked.
behind is already dead. This almost has
Gonna
to
be a save. And
Also
this guy's
flanking.
not gonna save either.
Yeah, they're locked into this one. Soulcast surely is going to meet his demise as well. Now another man within this Pacific roster takes over the round. They've got so much depth in talent.
It's tough.
There seems to be nothing they can do. And it almost looks like at this stage, Apeks might just fade out with a whimper. They are being bodied in this map so far. This round, it's the Cypher to take control, and he's looking to try and claim another victim. The timing couldn't be better for him. And he knows where that last man is standing. We've seen 4Ks, we've seen millions of 3Ks. But the one thing we haven't yet seen in this final is an ace, and they are hunting for it. They're looking to try and give it over to Jellison. They haven't found where that last man is standing, and
He didn't get his ace, but
another 4K to add to the collection, but even still, the damage is done. All weapons lost, a 3-man save where 0 save. Not ideal.
And comeback, middle of the table. Some big rounds. Good damage versus the Anti-Eco. A Jellison here almost popping an ace. He is 9-3. Exactly as he said. I got to agree with Rose. It is 5-1. They might not have gotten the 5 kills, but they got 5 rounds, and I think that will make them even happier. For Apeks, a pause is called early on.
Need to stop the
6 rounds
bleeding.
in,
Must
they
win.
only got 1, so definitely the right call.
And they might be. Nah, they probably can buy. I would have thought. Yeah, they can. But we're in that danger zone. You win the pistol, you lose a second. It's tough.
Cash on cash, and they're showing us that their A game is working. They haven't even had to go to a B or a C plan just yet. This is an uphill battle for Apeks in the series already, and now in the map as well.
Well, this is where we've spoken about those pauses. We've spoken about the leaders within Apeks. It's Kayak normally leading in the fragging department, but it's Danny who leads them behind the scenes, and this is going to be where he might prove his weight in gold. Because honestly, they need something. They have been bullied throughout the last
Okay,
half
here
of
we
the
go.
last map and
They
through
got breach
this
ult.
half of this
They
map.
got deadlock ult.
But the fact is, if
Got
Apeks
4
are
second
defeated
fight
in
in
this
A.
one, they are done. It's another year that ends in misery at the hands of another.
So again,
in the
Pacific
grand
not
final
getting
of the
baited into
competition.
taking a big A fight.
There are no prizes for second place in Ascension. It's the most brutal of any format you will find within the VCT system. You can make it to champions off finishing 4th. You can't make it to the VCT without finishing 1st.
Only the best of the best make it. Pacific.
Okay.
Well, they're making everyone else look like the rest.
Getting the breach ult ready as well.
Spike,
And again, we got this
Sad and
Omen
Small,
lurking
and
up on
very
A.
Slow start to this round for Pacific. It looks like we'll see them leverage the space they've been taking on A and the pressure they've applied to Apeks there. Already they've claimed rubble control.
But again, now
and I
they're
see
pretty
2 players
passive.
around here still.
Could go either way. Could fake this, to be honest.
I initially thought maybe
Spike's
they're
still
faking
down on A.
but drone goes out on C. We've seen this move before. Make presence, stun probably to go, recon as well, and Spike is on its way. I again thought this was a fake, but they're committing because they found no resistance.
Yeah, they're just sending it.
Rolling Thunder is potentially going to make things a little bit easier if they even need to use it. There hasn't been a reaction. Eventually, the frag will go through and the spam.
That's a little naive there. That's very naive.
Saving grace for them so far. Comeback also desperately low. The spam, it's close, but he's in a safe space. He will be able to hold the line.
You do still have Rolling
Still
Thunder.
got that Rolling Thunder, but look at the ults on the other side. Something they're going to use it really spoken about a lot is Soulcast with that annihilation from these positions. The spam works again, and that Rolling Thunder finally gets put into play. Just looking to buy as much time as humanly possible. A potential TP into the back of the site. That will be a surprise. They've tried to lock them off, but he's the only man standing, and he'll be cleared out.
A little naive, I would say, there from Pacific. I think what they should have done is they should have pretended that this was a Sova fake. They should have just droned this, had this Omen, well, then go quiet and have this Omen walk up here, and then just slowly walk in. Right, they'd already kind of done the first part of it.
That's a little bit of a recovery, but one round, Tom. One round that was a full rotation of the spike, a delayed hit into sight, and a passive play by Apeks with a quick pounce to retake. Repeating that might be difficult, but they have managed to run down those ultimates. Pacific have none to work with, while Apeks come into this round, sure, up against rifles, but with annihilation to help them out.
Yeah, as I said, it has been stellar and retake.
So again, heavy fight on A.
I remember it versus Viper's Pit before, but it's going to be once again that aggressive take.
And they're just going to sprint it down.
Towards
Problem is, this guy's got an op again.
Position. The attack, though, are reacting immediately. They've seen
it's not
so
like
much
sprint
utility, but they might just be attempting to try and sell a ruse of their own. They were given this site for free last time. It was just the spams that dealt them damage, so they're trying to check to see if those spams will be there again. I can tell you for free, they almost definitely will be. It's a question of can they counter it this time again.
They're trying to hold CC.
They're
just going to try and hold it all.
With 3 players lined up as a firing squad, op as well in the mix, just to try to punish when they go for those spams.
No, hello.
Found at the start. The flash was perfect. Kayak falls though, and so does Malzy. It's starting to look a little bit spooky. The annihilation catches one. Loida falls as well, and the pressure now all onto Larocque. He cannot break his teammate free, nor can they get Malzy back. It's
that's a reload.
The clip runs dry. So do the chances for Apeks in this round. The battling breach of Larocque claims another.
Oh, that's got to be so painful. Those moments where, like, again, the old placement is always perfect. It's hard to find true value from annihilation, but I think Soulcast does well with it. Isolates a battle, tries to bait in his opponent, but it comes down to needing to land, well, one of his remaining couple of bullets. And it ends up being heartbreak when he doesn't. He hits those shots and he's a hero, and instead, well, he's left looking a bit of a fool. 6-2. Luckily, with the flawless round in the last, Apeks do still have finances to play with. Ultimates are out, though. They have nothing. They invested Molesies in the last round after managing to get a kill. Sneaky Cam will get them information. The problem, though, is there's not really anything to execute off it.
Oh,
and
nice shot.
Space elsewhere, but that space doesn't really give anything.
3-man swing, player up top though.
I got a fucking knife out.
Nade's gonna go through, and we could see Malzy pounce to try to take him down. He smoked out, and Rose invaded the smoke, took the space up close, just like Kayak's doing here. 4v4, this pick could mean everything, and there it is. Spike on the floor, Avova comes in to meet the squad, and Rose up top, putting up a good fight with 3 on the board.
Nice from Apeks.
That is all there is for Pacific. A quick response by Apeks, now putting rounds together and hot on the heels of their opponents, just 3 behind. We could see an equal scoreline at the half still.
And that was an important round for them. With their finances on the brink, they needed to recover something, and we do see a decent round for Kayak as well. As said, he has been quiet thus far, but if he comes online in the late stages of this series, that will be the most important. If they've saved him for the end, he could be the savior of the team. And on the other side of things, this is where their money's on the brink. Already 1 player down to a Bulldog. Operator in play for comeback, clearly looking to try and find those opening picks. And he was doing well when it was the Outlaw. Think about some of the fights he was able to take.
Timeout.
And win over on that A side. It might mean that they're looking to challenge it, because the last few rounds especially...
So since their timeout, Apeks, every round has been fast fight A, which honestly, again, against this team where he likes to op, their Neon loves to op, they're probably not just going to send it on you if he can afford an op. If he can buy an op, they're not going to want to just send it on you. So going for like a four stack here to guarantee A control, I think it's quite good. Like he's always getting this, like always, and so they're not just gonna sprint down C. Most likely, I would have thought.
Adam up 3 in a row. They're in an okay position as we swap over. Pacific come into this.
But they're sick of losing the safe fight. They want to go take early
at
control.
The left side, and I see Apeks, Kayak, one away from a showstopper.
Okay, they just let the Omen get suppressed.
We've seen
oh my goodness.
Consistently put through, and it's just to deny that space over on Rubble. The nade doesn't quite
That
catch
could have been very bad.
close, a little deeper, and it could have. Hunter's Fury fired through, and the Rubble control that was taken comes at a heavy price. Pacific.
Now you should know the KO's here.
Oh. Eliminated. Comeback. Dancing across his screen, and he's doing just the same with hype. Oh my goodness.
Okay, yeah, that's a great timeout play. So they told him not to buy an op. They said, fuck your op, don't buy it.
I feel like I need a bath. That was just disgusting. He has just made one of the more experienced players in this entire scene look like a fool. He is schooling them on how to play this game. And what Avova is now left with an impossible task. I said they were going to fight them for that ground. The initial utility was just slightly off from Apeks. They got caught in the net. I think that was 3, maybe even 4 players that were caught in that initial net, but the nade just wasn't deep enough. And then there's an immediate response going, okay,
that's crazy.
They've thrown that U2. They are here. We're going to use that Hunter's Fury to disrupt, come back, run at them. And that guy, when you put him at the front of the team, you know he's running at full pace into battle. 7-3. That first half already guaranteed for Pacific. And as said, normally you do see stellar defensive sides out from this Apeks roster. Oh, this last one, hype has got to, well, they just sit down at this point, like, as he's been told to by the opposing side.
And he is sitting down, Tom.
That he is listened.
Okay, again, 3-stack here. It's fighting A.
Worst, not the best.
They want to go fast B.
For Apeks. But this back and forth hasn't been helpful for them. A 7-5 half is no death sentence, especially with Lotus for the most part being a attack-sided map. And Pacific definitely being an attack-sided team. But that's if they're lucky to get to 5 rounds.
At the start of this round, they got Rubble control, but doesn't look like Pacific are too upset about giving that up. Instead, they want to fight deep, but a good paranoia drops comeback. That is the danger man of these rounds dealt with, but they haven't spotted Rose, and now players
are gonna pinch on them. Oh, Vova's done really well.
From Pacific, but not one that goes away.
2v3.
A 2v3 showstopper online and fired out perfectly. Solkus and Avova, they just have to deal with Loida, and he's on his way to the A site. Avova won't quite catch him, and the ult will be used to retrieve that spike, but Apeks, well, they know exactly what he's going for. They're familiar with this game. Spike taken
already there.
And brought to A, but Solkus rounding the back of the site. The element of surprise still under his belt, and 4 rounds found for Apeks. At the very least, they won't be trailing by much at the half, and they can make it 2 with 1 more round here.
Yeah, I thought that luck was going to be the death of them. The fact that Rose is able to get into that position without anybody knowing he's there, but it's a really good recovery from Apeks. The ultimates definitely helped them out, and the read from Soulcast.
Okay, 7-4. Got a game.
Where his opponent was going to go, knowing he can't push forward because of the sensor, that would have given away the sound cue.
Okay, we've gone for a judge again.
Round is not too
Probably
far
going to
away.
end B.
Would be a welcome after what has been a tough half
Holy
on the side
fuck.
of Apeks. No doubt, still pressure being
Okay,
put
you've
on
seen
that
2
C
players
side.
here.
And a lot of control this time. A lot of what we've had this half is a real brawl for that A side. But for now, all the
This guy, I think, was so aggressive through that one way that they thought this must be a C exec.
Apeks are fully
They're going to go
gambled
for
in
a reclear.
on taking some C control.
But they put this utility down on
Bro, you got to
round,
ult.
and it's being ignored. Instead, they try to take space on C. Now Avova,
This is a
wonderful
massive
job.
misplay by
Even
this
gets
breach.
out of there
You
basically
must
for
ult.
free. A 4 versus 3.
When they omen flash you, you must ult. It is the last round, bro. You cannot die with ult in hand.
And hit, but not even regroup.
Like, okay, the KO flash, maybe that's just a KO flash. When they omen flash you as well, it's not just a fucking, you know, nothing's happening.
I thought the spike was going through there, but I guess they're waiting for Loida to find the space, and he's done just that.
Yeah, it almost goes down. It seemed like it should have been a kill that would have gone the way of Kayak.
No, we
He
still
had
got the judge.
surprise angle, but
He's going to want to clear this out.
That's a huge opener with Avova tagged down to just 5 HP. He's going to reposition behind them. The TP.
If he checks cam, though.
There is also a cam. If he gets past it, maybe this will be a problem, but no. They know exactly where he resides, but he almost just has to be a thorn at this point. He's so low on health that him making a play is just not going to happen.
Caught by the trap.
He's reliant on so much more.
Oh, he's just going to sit there.
Has caught out Jealous, and he's stuck crouched in this corner, but he's happy to stay there. And again, Avova's just so low on HP.
8-4, nicely done.
This half will end with a Pacific victory, but the way this round started, you expected Apeks to take that one.
Well, they made the recovery in the last map, and in this round here, they do just the same. Pacific 8-4 as we enter the halftime. Apeks have a big challenge, an uphill battle to fight back into this map and back into this series.
Maybe I was a little harsh on that breach, to be fair.
We'll find out if they can do it, or if Pacific take this series.
Because he is actually taking a fight. These fans are annoying me. Well, QT Soul's unlucky. Nah, call Breach a cuck loser beta dogwater poop sock. We can't all be like you, Elevate. We can't all be so gifted with words. 8-4. If they lose pistol, you'd probably feel like they're in trouble. They're on a tech side. Maybe they'd force. Who knows? Here we go. This could be it.
A big lead for Pacific with 2 maps already under their belt, just 1 map away from walking into VCT EMEA. Their dreams actualized, and this year's work starting in Premier, finding levels of success that I think even in their wildest dreams, Pacific didn't imagine reaching. Certainly not this soon. Just a couple rounds away from victory, and the defensive side about to be put to the test as the barriers go up for what could be one final time in Ascension for 2024.
Already. Look at the firing squad that awaits.
Elevated speaks. More like depressed quiet.
But Mosey's the first to take
that
kill.
5-stack.
A lot of damage already done, and the nade will hold them back a little bit longer. In fact, Apeks, I think they definitely spotted how many players are currently there, and with the footsteps being heard, so much information. Kayak got dinked up, but instead he's now in the backlines. It's going to take them a moment to destroy that barrier mesh. And while they're hunting to try and work out
There's just
where
no
that Razor's
fucking way
gone,
they win
they're
this.
falling
I
like
don't know what
flies.
that Cypher's doing.
Yeah, Larocque.
What are we
like
doing?
One more to add to the list. Rose, it is Malsey to drop him eventually. The numbers quite
They're
low.
just playing ranked. What are we doing?
20, 13 HP. But it doesn't matter as they emerge from the smoke and quickly fall. Apeks have found themselves a pistol round.
Yeah.
Another pistol round.
Yeah, that's the thing. They've been winning a lot of the pistol rounds so far in this series, but that hasn't seemed to matter too much. Going into this attack side, though, getting that little springboard is going to be important, and especially with the initial read from Pacific being incredibly good, to have 4 players in towards that broken door waiting for them to try and cross and still come out without losing a player in that initial position.
Okay, 8-5.
It's impressive.
Must win for Apeks. They won
Again, we're expecting to see this defensive side consistently push to see if they can challenge versus Apeks. Avova is in a solid position to deny, a high-low setup with Solcas alongside him, both with rifles in hand. You'd be surprised to see them come out of this one in a deficit, but you never know when you see Pacific on the server.
They're certainly biding their time on the attack, cautious of what could be awaiting around any corner, under any mound. 2 players tucked, and 1 close serves as the point of contact. Larocque has been putting up numbers, and this is his chance. He's spotted, and here comes the swing, but so many players here waiting.
Why don't we do that off a Cypher cam?
I've got that one cleaned up so long as Loida doesn't go half.
Be surprising.
And it's only Rose, 1 against 5. Look, some damage has been done. There's a good chance for Rose to at least drop a couple of players and make this costly, but now he's been spotted as well by the knife.
Okay, flawless for Apeks.
Quickly subside. 8-6.
Yeah, that's a huge round as well for Apeks. In a position where, yeah, you might be thinking, okay, they're up against pistols, they've got a huge weaponry advantage. Not only did we see that slip in the previous half, but also it's just that huge economy booster. Molesy also is 1 away from having his ultimate as well. So you are going into a bonus round with
2
5 rifles, an ultimate 1 away, and a chance, if you can win this, to get yourself right back into a map, which, again, if they lose, we're talking about the repeat of last year. We're talking about this team falling at the final hurdle. If they bring it back from this point, be a chance to rewrite the history books. Already though, Loiter under serious pressure, you'd think, but he's got that open
TP out,
anyway.
TP out.
And he's not getting out of here. Usually you'd see players
Fucking
in a rush
hell.
to escape, but he's stuck around for another couple of
Sticking
seconds.
around, don't care.
Looking for another pick. Man advantage now for the defensive side. 4 players shifted to the right side of the map. Pretty heavy stack, but they certainly called it correct. A battle of the ciphers perhaps on the other side as the lurks come in later. But there might not be any time for them. A quick and clean shot from comeback.
Okay, you've seen 2 more as well, and the spike down.
It's not looking too good for Apeks, especially I feel like those spams are just seconds away from connecting.
Trying to make sure there's nobody towards that broken door, and the attack of Apeks at this stage is split. Just trying to desperately find
No way.
Solcast with 2. What? This round was looking almost down in the dumps, dead, but instead somehow he's managed to turn the tide, make it competitive, still got comeback to deal with, and he is wary.
Don't really have
time
to go see.
Well, Solcast finding 2 from there. You can't
Could do a
blame him.
B
The real
split.
worry, though, is the
Probably
time.
will do a
30
B split
seconds
considering
left.
where Cypher is.
Apeks have to try and make a move, and it seems like the B site is their idea.
Oh my god, they're gonna win.
Has got another, his 3rd kill of the round already.
They're still moving to B. Both players will be ready to take this fight. Laroc's spot shown by the stun, but Jellicent still unknown. The cage stops his aggression. The plant will be found. Numbers now for Apeks. All they have to leverage to close this out. Sonic sensor for this.
Oh my goodness! Wow. The deadlock value.
Now just 1 round behind.
5v3. That's tough.
We've spoken about it. There's been so many 3Ks.
That's a tough way to lose.
That might be the best of them, honestly, for Apeks. Like the fact that Solcast has been able to find 2 solo from tree after losing the battles in the early stages of the round, takes down Comeback, who's been causing them serious issues, and then even closes it out. These are the sort of plays that Apeks need to keep them in this match, because let's be honest, Pacific have had them in spades. They've had so many clutch plays, crazy rounds out of the likes of Laroc, Jellicent in the first half. I don't even need to say Comeback, you already know. And now, well, the defense are left with less than ideal weaponry.
I always think people who pick defense on Lotus, I think you're weird.
Quite quickly. Pacific not having the same
I think
level
you're
of
very
success
strange.
as that first half denial from Apeks. They were stopping them from getting to Rubble every round, putting in a knife early just to sort of leverage that position, then using the deadlock wall to block him out. There was a chance there for Jellicent, but he hasn't got the right tool for the job. As Avova picks up a double, C-site is overrun, and the plant will be easily found by Apeks, yet to lose a player in round 16, and this one will be the round where they equalize.
Again, you just see the irritating nature of the utility from this side on the attack. It just makes things so awkward, and this was something I mentioned with Pacific in that previous map when it comes to retakes. If you can disrupt their retakes, it becomes so much more difficult for them to get things done. And that's exactly what the utility Apeks is using does. Like constantly throwing out that barrier mesh. It's just so annoying, especially when you're constantly trying to get back through that choke point on C. And it's something I want to see how Pacific deal with. Is it just going to be a group up, spam the hell out of it, and then go for the fights again? And that's also without having any ultimate. So we haven't seen those needed to be utilized yet for Apeks. We spoke about it in the last map. Apeks with a huge advantage, it dwindled. And you could see by the way they were playing. There was a bit of a
back to
crumble in some of
8-8.
those rounds, a few whiffs here and there.
Yep.
Now they're the ones in the driver's seat. 4 in a row. And I'm waiting to see what Pacific have in response. Now we're yet to see the ult. That's always a response. If Comeback's on the server,
This is Valorant.
that's just the...
And Flexorice is forward 20 months.
What's your favorite genre
Especially
of food?
defensive side. And I think that is just a missing
Probably
factor for them.
pizza.
I say about you know, Pacific early in that round. We
Is
saw
that a
them look for
genre of
global
food?
control, and I think that's something Apeks did extremely well on their defense. They put a lot of stock in early round, taking that, denying it. We saw obviously
Sorry, we're coming to the end of the Vikings game,
nade
so
setup alongside Deadlock, but it was more so than that. It was
I'm
every
just
single
focusing in.
round they stopped the TP of Omen across to Rubble with the knife. If he did go for it, you're getting naded and you ain't getting out of there. Also being pushed on immediately. So it was an interesting challenge that I think they only figured out towards the end. I'll be curious to see what Apeks' attack side approach is to that same element of map control, because I don't think they're going to just let this.
Okay, Pacific
fall into
off a
Pacific's
timeout.
hands
Guess what?
round after
Heavy
round.
AA
Although
aggro.
here
Who would
they
have
see a
thought?
bombardment of utility, decide not to throw their knife, decide not to
You need
commit
to
the
start
fight,
calling fast
and a part of
CXX
that
off
might be
this.
the ultimate for Malzy. If they move to the C site and activate this, the Cypher setup is no longer in
Good
play.
time,
That's
though.
exactly what's just happened.
Seems that Apeks are starting to stir from what has
Oh,
been a
but well
nightmare.
played by Hype. Well played by Hype. Holy shit.
Hype back in the server alongside them as well. And Loiter, all he could do is cower in fear on the other side of the map. Apeks digging deep when they need it the most. And their players coming alive, spinning on a dime. That is a round that the Hype's definitely going to have in his highlight reel later today, I'm sure. And now we get to see whether or not, again, Pacific have got anything left in the tank, because you look at, again, just where they were dying. They were in the right place. It's not like that was a misread where they have to go for a retake. Everybody was ready and waiting to take those fights, and Hype just obliterated them. And this is what we always talk about with best of fives. Peaking at the right moment. Well, 8-4 down. That's the right moment to peak. That's the right moment to start coming back into a game, coming back into a series.
Got almost the, I mean,
Seems
not
like
quite
a
as
lot
extreme
of
as the
those,
last map,
that's
but
it,
similar.
Tenured, experienced players are really starting to peak in this game. Soulcast, and I think now Hype, prime example.
My favorite part about that for Hype was in his first spray down onto Larocque, I think he come back down to like a fraction of his health, and then spun 180 and headshot him later on anyways. So it just did not matter. Really clean round from Hype, and that was him going into the round on 4 kills, coming out on 7. Listen, that's a confidence builder for Pacific. The lead is now lost 8-4.
control.
It seemed like a strong position.
Again, these
but
guys don't
Apeks,
save.
They're not letting this one slip.
You're getting, this is the thing, this KO, it feels like we ain't used to playing against this KO, we're getting obliterated by it here. Okay, well they do well there, because I don't know why KX in on his own.
Yeah, they're also going to try and double down on it. That's a solid.
Okay, 2 tag.
Lotus Fury, it might not have cleared out.
5v3, should be unlosable. Should be, unless that guy decides to just get aggressive.
Put one on the death toll. This is an interesting position from Comeback, one with risks about it, but might not be expected.
The smoke's gonna fade, he's gonna die to...
Kind of gone back to back with the rest of the players. They don't even know he's here, finally!
Okay, Larocque at least gets a
But
trade.
it leaves just one defender left on this C site. We've already seen Apeks over the last few rounds turn rounds on their head. To convert their lead even further, they need to do it once again.
Malzy and Sulcus, Annihilation available, 55 on Rose, 85 on Loida. It's not an advantage, but it's something. Annihilation doesn't land. That's a miss, and it confirms they're still here. The firing squad ready and waiting. Paranoia delays even further, and with 15 seconds on the clock, options are limited. Malzy decides to take it to B. The nade won't
Okay, Pacific back on it. I mean, it got a bit dicey there in a 5v3.
9-9, a streak of rounds for Apeks finally broken.
Again, where we see the impact of those pauses, but more so just the impact of some of these individual players. A solid start. I'd say it was well, Vova got away with so much more than expected, but I think the hero of the round once again has to be Larocque. A solid couple of kills trading out teammates, but then even just the stun at the end to make sure Malzy's move to B was met with an unfavorable duel. That's the combo breaker. That's the response they were looking for.
Okay, again, same A control.
But it's still only level. And the economy game is not even close. Like, there is at least another buy, maybe another 2 in it for Apeks.
1, 2, 3!
Flywin, thanks for the 3 months.
Rich is back to Rags once again.
I think no matter what way this goes. Certainly a number of players here with eyes on them for next year. For Pacific, 9-9. It feels like this is their chance to close it. They picked up a round just last, but Apeks come in.
Two people shoot.
There for Kayak. And they've given up full control.
Now this should be the weakness of their comp, right? Their A retake. They're gonna send a deep KO knife, I think. And they timed that perfectly. Now Avova is behind them. No, he's not.
He had to sneak up behind, but Loida more than ready. And now Apeks left, trying to pick up the pieces in a 3v5.
Again,
okay, well played by the breach.
Holding them back. They're going to run into more and more pieces as they look to go further. The knife will actually remove everything in play for Jellison, and his spam hasn't dealt too much, but even still they're revealed.
Nice sobered up.
Clean up as they completely shut down the attempted switch up. And it was a short-lived lead for the side of Apeks as Pacific respond.
That's a terrifying sign at 9-9 as well. A round like that so perfectly put together. Apeks threw out a number of sneaky jabs, but every single one was blocked by Pacific. The initial aggression in A main denied right away. The TP used by Avova, he's been good. He's faked out a lot of those TPs so far this series, but it's this. Yes, the knife lands. Yes, it takes out Jellison's utility.
10-9, they take back the lead.
Catch the second player who had
now
not
Apeks still a lot of money.
The A-hold was there. The recon was perfect, as it is this time. A lot of information for the defensive side. They know they're facing a heavy A push, and that's why they're not scrapping. They're leaving it. Okay, Apeks, you took that control. They're going to ready themselves either for the retake or for picking off a few as they take the control of the site.
I think as well, the counter utility there. The paranoia left so many players blind on the defense that going forward just wasn't worth the risk. That ground has been claimed. A showstopper as well. Will leave some of the players on the A site a little nervous, but instead, it seems like an attempted split towards B. Now, this is a spot that, as you sort of said, the defense have been able to hold on to. So a B split has not been particularly easy for Apeks to run. They're going to still try and sell the idea that there is pressure being put on any of those players now without utility, without a hope to hunt. But there's still two within this B site waiting, watching for that fight. Larocque is on an off angle that might not be expected. He needs to find something, but he's shut down immediately. The rest of the defense, however, has been able to find their way, but they will all fall as well.
Okay, 10-10.
There is no easy victory here for either side. No streak of rounds as Apeks will make it back to 10 as well.
Neck and neck once again. Pacific, they've got to be feeling the heat, and you have to commend this roster for it. The fact that they're putting up this performance, making those comebacks into the previous map, looking strong here in second half. And this is coming off the back of, I mean, a bunch of youngsters, a squad that should crumble in these positions, but it has been a streak of rounds from Apeks interrupted, but now they're back to winning ways. Double digits for both squads, and we're entering the home stretch with a rocket launcher for Kayak. That's got to be point of contact. This, no, it's not. He's not even activated it yet. Just walking in with the rifle, and that's a mistake he won't live to regret.
Come back, surely not. Surely not! He almost goes down to the fragment. Avova's position being revealed. He's going to fake out the TP and just opt to hold in the corner. Oh, it's Summerall still wins the duel. Left completely blind. Comeback still fighting strong. The flash will leave an opponent blind, but still winning that fight. Rolling Sun does sent into position. And the rotation from Hype is a long one. He needs to get there. He needs to get there quick. The angle's being held by Comeback. The man who's dealt them so many issues. The spam's going to do damage, but they've already defused. Avova kills off almost everybody, but still loses his life in the end. Pacific will claim the lead once again.
11-10. 2 rounds away. A year in the making for this squad. And I don't think many people believed in them. Hell, Tom, I'll put my hand up. When I saw the group stage results, I said, well, I guess one group's stronger than the other. That's sort of how I felt. But I've been proven wrong throughout the playoffs.
Sorry, the Vikings game is kind of going crazy.
No matter what happens from this point, Pacific, I think, have earned everybody's respect. This is a squad,
people being injured is costing
not just
us
to
the game.
respect, but to be damn afraid of. Larocque in with a chance here. The rocket launcher, no, it spots him. And Avova gets him first.
And it's the same
Still
sort of
4v4.
You lose the round, you lose the game. It's an FPS game.
Fighting from an angle. Another
Distracted
response
man's valor.
to put the advantage with them once again.
As long as we get to the 2-minute warning, I won't be distracted.
On screen, that trophy, theirs to take home. If they can
Okay,
convert this advantage in one more round and the spike is left on the deck of Over, he's going to claim it and take it to the spawn. One of the most unorthodox positions you'll ever see the spike in. And his teammates are going to try and meet up with him. The thing is, the defense will have no idea.
Defense will have no idea,
where Over
yeah.
currently sits, and he might be able to be everything in this round. If he can find this kill onto Jellison, he could potentially turn this into a victory, but Jellison is now fighting deep within the site. He's left within his cam, has absolutely no idea where his opponent is going to be coming from, but they are slowly revealing the ideas, slowly selling the idea, and he walks
what a play.
to the hands of Avova. That advantage dissipates, and we find ourselves 3v3.
Sonic sensor, it's waiting. Looks like Comeback was ready for it. Will activate it as he walks away. Removing a piece of utility for this squad. 1 kill for Solkus. The Annihilation is online, and that could save the round in the position they're currently in. Pacific on the retake, spams good. Loida down extremely low, dropped in fact, it's hype. Anavova claiming the kills with Solkus, the cherry on top. A kill that gets Annihilation online for the next round and ties up the scoreline again. No matter what, we might not go to 5 maps here, but we're going all the rounds on Lotus.
It really is one of the craziest ends to a map you may ever see. Continuous back and forths, adaptations, risks being
11-11. Sorry, I just needed to see if the Vikings got to the 2-minute warning. Now if they just recover an onside kick, they're fine. Pacific are on an eco. And they're gonna go aggro.
He took the spike. If he died anywhere else, he was screwed. And look at the counter. So much to
and you're using both ults.
The opener going the way of Pacific. Now look at what they have. This was
but their guns are so bad.
Rifle, an ultimate that's now been denied, and an ultimate that gets them an opener. They may have a man advantage, but they have no other advantage in this round. Jellison, he's hit the timing almost perfectly. Even a 1-for-1 there. It's not too bad.
Oh, the nade, the Shrouded Septo from Loida. He's now up top. Position spotted.
Oh, you needed that one. That's your gun.
The dreams of Apeks stay alive, but they've only equalized the numbers. The pistols trying desperately to get a rifle back, and Comebacks landed the kill. The space now theirs, and the 2v2 that they can fight for, but Comeback so desperately low. The headshot's perfect.
What's he doing?
Land the next. Hype with all the pressure on his shoulders to keep the dream.
What's he doing? What's he doing?
A big play from Hype.
Oh, the overheat in the biggest moment.
Guaranteed themselves at least an overtime, and perhaps they've bought enough to give us an Ascent.
And life flashed before their eyes for a second there. With Comeback sliding in, I was thought this might just be over. With barely any weaponry, 2 ultimates committed, a risk as always being taken by this young Turkish side. Risks that we have enjoyed, loved throughout, but now that might be their undoing. Apeks have fought
going to be a big A fight
to get themselves back into this map. They have found their footing right at the depths. Loiter trying to fake them out. He's TPing backwards, but it will put doubt in the minds of their opponents that maybe their flanks have been revealed. They still had a player in spawn. So the likelihood is they're safe. Ultimates.
You got KO ult and Deadlock ult.
As we've learned anything over the last few rounds.
Going for a B split again.
All it takes is one. All it takes is a player to have a moment, to have a time in the sun. And this could be going to overtime.
55 seconds left. The ult will be used by Malzy, denying a lot of the abilities. If they go,
they got him. They got him. Oh, but Comeback.
Catches one. Thins out the herd that's approaching B, but Loida still has to stand strong. He drops Malzy, but he can be brought right back. Loida has to be so careful with Rose by his side. He doesn't need to anymore. They can take these fights to revive Malzy. And
hello?
Up close, though, punishes. Keeps the numbers even.
Oh, the whiff!
On Rose, this could be Apeks buying a third, a 5th map even. The PO5 running deep with Rose on low HP. Ascension may come all the way down to Ascent, where we'll see one team rise. Loida is the only one that can keep the dream alive, that can stop them from going the distance in this series. And even then, he has to bring us to overtime first. Hype,
GG.
Kill, locks it in. He reaches new.
Oh, they didn't even score a touchdown? Okay, I'm gonna need to watch this onside kick. Wow. We go map 5. I'll be more locked in for map 5 because the Vikings game will have ended. Map 5 we go. Just need an onside kick. Just don't drop this ball. Here we go. Map 5 is Ascent. Could be dull, but these last 2 maps have been anything but dull. Thoughts about 10s quitting competitive? It's probably bad for the scene overall. Obviously, 10s can do whatever the fuck he wants. And he'll still be in the scene, so it's not, you know, it's not a tragedy, but yeah. 10s was good. Not much else to say. Come on, man. Don't fucking fumble this. Just don't let it go 10 yards. Just anything. Please. I beg. Just something normal. That hasn't gone 10 yards. I'll take it. I'll take the win. Let's go. Let's go! Okay, I'm gonna go quickly downstairs and take a break.
What sets you apart from the other 2 teams?
I think we have a really good chemistry.
I mean, we have a lot more experience than the kids and the random Germans.
Why are you winning Ascension?
Because we have Kike. We are winning Ascension because we are the best.
I feel like we are better individually and we got a lot more experience, especially on the stage now. They're probably gonna themselves.
Do you have like a routine or something that you do?
Yeah, I think before I kind of like to just listen to like music, especially a bit more like relaxing kind of music.
Sleep 9 hours, do all my aim practice the day before, then do a small warm-up. I mean, just not having a lot of outside factors like stress from family or stress from whatever, you know.
So I listen to music, I try to stay calm, so I try to focus on the game.
What's the most important thing to know about your team?
We thrive a lot on like chemistry. I don't know, we're super just close with each other. We're pretty open. If something's like, you know, not like good within the team, you know, we're pretty open to like saying things. So I think it's like a good environment for improvement.
This grand finals is going the distance. We will get a map 5 after that crazy map of Lotus. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here once again with Kakuka and Billy. We hear it. We've been having this debate about experience versus the rookies. You know, we even heard it from Avova just now, but you can't help but feel for a team to lose a map on Haven from a 9-3 up and then come back here, chase from a position from behind and then winning it to go to a map 5, Billy. That's experience. That is why they are pushing a map 5.
I feel like this whole series so far though has been very much like cat and mouse. Like it just flips and flops every time they switch halves and go onto that attack side. You get to see the strength of both of these teams. And yeah, like I'm just excited that we're finally getting to see a series go the full way.
Well, I feel like we might need to bring back the will it work in VCT, EMEA, you know, if we are to see these compositions, because they play, like, Apeks makes it look so easy sometimes. Like in situations where UC Pacific would have a very easy time in handling the situation, you see Apeks taking a step back and actually looking at it. To me, it's more surprising from the attack, you know, the gathering all that space and putting all that pressure with just having the KO on, mostly on the KO to gather the information. What they do with it is brilliant.
And this patience and this way of reading the game, Kakuka, we just have to credit them because it's because they've played so much. It's because they've seen these situations, they've been there, that they're able to adapt so well. And I'm very glad it's going to a map 5.
Yeah, exactly. There were a couple of rounds, especially in that second half, that we wanted to highlight, right? And when we think about, first of all, Soka's hitting this double kill that he should have never, how he waits, how they read what Comeback is trying to do. And I think everybody can agree, dealing with Comeback should have been an issue. But them taking the time, working the map little by little, and then using all of that Sentinel utility to create all of this going on the side. They cannot stop the defuse from happening. That trip is not something that you would expect time and time again, and I really like seeing this composition working.
Yeah, I think something that we've seen Soulcast using with that deadlock wall as well on his defense was the same way that you would like pop a smoke down and have a silver dart through it. Like that's how he was using that deadlock wall on his defense. He was able to just block a side off to himself to funnel the players having to come fight with him, like take that duel head on, and he'd have players to help and assist in that.
Yeah, and there's something about Avova just refusing to lose to kids, you know. It feels like he's really, yeah, he's just taking it so personally. And Billy, as we take a look around 22, he's just been a prime of over we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, this Omen ult, interesting. Probably something I would see in my ranked games usually. So no, it was really nice to see him go ahead and do that round. And like even Jealous on here, I don't know if it is the lack of experience, but just that lack of awareness of not like thinking, okay, well the Omen
what a funny round.
Earlier on, where could he be on the map?
Map 5.
Yeah, I think you get to see Avova playing some tricks on the kids.
Yeah, exactly. It's also him getting that kill on Jealous, right? He thought that he had the site locked down.
Sassy retired.
He has the cam.
Oh, Sen in trouble. Sentinels 3v5. So no Sassy, no 10s. So you need an initiator and a smoke. Although Zelsis could play smokes, I suppose, if you wanted him to. I can't believe the Vikings beat the Niners. Why didn't I believe? Where's my belief? The second retirement has hit then. Yeah. Here we go, Ascent. Let's do this.
Map 5, and this is the first time ever in this roster's
Look at this game, man.
Entirety of being together, Kakuka, that they played a map 5.
I haven't had food yet.
Yeah, it's crazy, and also to think about.
See the Trump news? I did see the Trump news.
I'm gonna say shut down by Sokas and the decklock and the plan around it. If we are to see the same face of Apeks in this map.
I mean, I shouldn't ask.
Yeah, I want to go back to the point about them never playing that 5th map on a best of 5. Like
what Trump news? Trump got well. I don't know. We don't know if Trump has been shot at or not, but there's been shots at Trump's golf course, but Trump is fine. It's getting boring at this point. Storyline writers have run out of concepts. Yeetsy with 26 months.
Watching in the car.
It's a good game to watch in the car. Hopefully you're not driving. I hope not. So Senna gonna have 2 new players. Sassy retired. That's sad. He didn't get shot again.
Billy, where he was like, you know,
he got
we
shot
played
at,
against CT
apparently.
When we lost, it was because we were playing too individual. We weren't coming together as a team. We had too much of an ego, so on and so forth. And I think we saw maybe a
Here we go, Ascent. We got a deadlock
squad.
again. They play their deadlock Yoru.
Exactly disciplined.
Don't know what Pacific are
I
playing.
think we've seen glimmers of that throughout
See
the
if
series,
Washington
even
can
if
win
it's
this
just
game.
a couple of rounds here and there where you can see a lot of the players are getting a bit too eager to take on those duels when they maybe don't
I wonder how many presidents we have to shoot before they finally stand up to Bumble Freedom and Muggins.
Going in and
But the truth of the matter is,
in the same way that
the Sandy Hook time, that was the time for change, really. Sandy Hook was the clear time for change. Like, if you have a bunch of, like, you can't get any worse, right? Like, a bunch of, like, little kids die. Like, if you can't look at, like, a bunch of, how old were they? Like, 6-year-olds dying and think, huh, maybe something's changed, then what the fuck is going to make it change? You know what I mean? If that doesn't make it change, then what's going to make it change? You know, like most countries' response, you know, i.e. the UK, Australia, I'm sure plenty of others
Who's
around
next?
the world. I know those off the
Take
top
your
of my
pick
head.
of John, Zelsis, or Zekken.
I think those 3 will probably play. Can Washington win a game? Nick's a Washington fan. It's a kick. It's good. Washington win. Okay, let's dial in. But yeah,
team have said that kayak is not
most sane countries, when a mass shooting happens, particularly involving any children, normally gun control follows. Toaster, thanks for the $5 Canadian. I want Tropical back in here. Please look at the Throw City NA chat and look at the roster mania spreadsheet for the Throw City NA Robles League. My goat, I have donated $13 total now, please. Bro, watch Valorant. Chill, Ice. Ice, your name is Ice. Take it from here. No, I'm focusing. Is the game started yet? No. So what? Who cares? You know, it's fine. Game hasn't started. Look, see this? It's 0-0. Chill. Your name's Ice.
Everything back-to-back maps with comebacks, and I'm not just talking about the guy on
Toaster,
your screen. This has been
I'll look at it
one of
in
the best
time.
series, but only one team can take
Okay,
on
anyway,
that
here we
trophy.
go.
Only one team can ascend.
For Ascension, the last 2 maps, 13-11. First 2 maps weren't blowouts either.
And the other, they go home with nothing.
We
That's
got
literally how
normal comp with Cypher,
this format ends up.
not
You
so
can
normal
do
comp,
everything
Deadlock.
throughout the year, and it can all crumble to nothing. Comeback is gonna start things off with a collapse. It doesn't get much better than that for the side of Pacific.
Now, you know my thoughts about Deadlock. If you ain't playing Raze, it ain't for me.
Well, it's not just fine. LaRock's gone down.
Bro, you already trolled the last map.
With Kayak.
I thought you were done.
For them. It's only Loida that's here to
3v3.
defend. Pacific won't be in place on time. Rose is close by and has a recon. But they think that this squad might have gone a different direction. Loida just about evaded their sight. Tucked down below, but they suspected the reveal.
Nicely done by Apeks.
And Kayak returns one to his head. This is Apeks after a collapse.
Nicely done, Kayak with a 4K.
Doubles up on his duelist performance on the other side. 4 kills in the pistol and 1 round for Apeks.
Got the pistol domination from Apeks.
Yeah, 3v5. What is comeback,
This has been a
bro?
trait throughout the
Chill.
series, across the last few, especially. And when you lose 2 players immediately, this is where you need your heroes to come alive. Kayak, the Polish powerhouse, taking over the round. And that's exactly what you want to see if you're an Apeks fan. We have had crazy moments from every member, but we are still waiting for that Kayak map. And if you've watched this man play
If
before,
BBL
you know
start
exactly
picking
what
up
I'm
like
talking
old
about.
Turkish players that we know aren't very
Said if he
good,
turns up in the depths, that's when he comes
I'm
online.
gonna be annoyed.
It'll be prime time. And for Pacific, there would be heartbreak.
Apeks. One other thing to touch on is the fact that
Did the Vikings game end? It did. I'm locked in.
LAN games.
I mean, it's also map 5, so this is quite important.
Hey, no doubt the Apeks players
Could have just skipped the last 4 hours, though, couldn't they? Could have just played a best of 1.
This squad, it's a big test for them on that stage. They've been delivering so far, brought us all the way to map 5, avoided history repeating itself, but the very last hurdle has now been reached.
Hype won that fight.
Straight on the comeback. That's the opening pick down on mid. He might
He
fall.
got a
He only
kill.
has a
Hold on.
pistol. It's the
Oh no,
players
okay.
on the A
They
side
should
that
be
our
fine
eyes
now.
are drawn to, and they are winning their fights with flawless colors. An easy plant to be secured. They even wait for
Yeah,
the
they
door
pick up the
to
gun as
fully
well.
close before doing it. Just so cautious and giving respect to these players on Pacific, even when there's just pistols in play.
Felt like Solka sleeping a bit there, but he got there in the end.
They can achieve. Taking down 2 players is not bad, but there were a couple of weaker weapons. Avova and Hype, you can see on your screen, have bonus cash to buy into the next, so with 3 going through, that will be enough. But if Jellison can
Just gonna die to this fight.
drop 1, he might make the next
Man, I'm
round easy.
starving.
And that's the goal, that's the attempt.
I haven't eaten.
To try and make things as costly as humanly
I was thinking,
possible.
what's the chance it's going to be a full close best of 5, right? What are the chances it's a full close best of 5? Am I right?
More orbs over. Although I will say, Kayak going into round number 3 is already going to have his ultimate
If
online.
Jorgmo goes to Sen, I'll be a Sen fan for once. I mean, I too really like Jorgmo, so yeah.
For Kayak to reach the form that we've seen him hit again and again.
Now that they got rid of Sassy, now that Sassy's gone, you think I was a Sen hater? No. I just hate Sassy.
Look at the purchase for Pacific. They have pooled their cash and they've gone in for a big buy on comeback. He's not going to have any shields to work
That's a
with in
joke,
this round,
by the way.
but he does have a big old
I
operator.
hope you understand. That's
Someone like
an
Kayak
obvious
can clear
joke.
the way for the squad. That operator might find it hard to find the
I have
value
nothing
that
against
we've seen
Sachi.
him
Okay,
cash out of these
naked
rounds.
up round 3.
Surprised This is when you see that ultimate on the other side. I'm surprised this is the round where you use it.
It is shocking.
You want to be more dynamic. You don't want to have yourself potentially completely blinded up within the first few seconds. He's going to take that space towards mid. Now already the doors have been closed. Looks to re-clear short instead. Makes space across the map for the rest of his team while selling a ruse. He spotted his target. Paranoia has been put into play. He looks to eliminate Loiter, and the setup is perfection. That operator is still in hand, though. Comeback, waiting to try and land those shots, but the trade is almost immediate. In
Spike,
fact,
though.
it's Rose who's managed to do the majority of the damage from behind. He's dropped the spike behind the door.
Hello?
And then they open it for him. A peekaboo, a surprise that puts them in a 2v2 situation with Spike still dropped on the deck, but there's plenty of time to be played with. And it's Jellison who will be there.
Ooh, I mean, that was a bonus. I did use a Eurovolt, though.
But it's a round.
There's no third conversion for Apeks, that's for sure. But like
The
you
spike
said, Tom,
didn't get
the
through.
cost is, well, it's calculable. The side of Pacific are going to have to invest everything. They're going to have lots of weaknesses.
Have Overs lost? No, he was putting out a smoke. I don't think he expected his teammate to just open the door.
For Apeks, even without winning it. And as you said, big investment of an operator early
I'm
on.
using
It
Epic
lands a
Pen
kill,
to draw.
Then it lands its way on the floor, and it won't be brought through.
It is
this
free,
round.
but it's, you know, it's like everything that's free.
To an early start.
They'll harvest
And yeah,
your
you can see
data
the
until
damage
you're
that's been
dead.
done.
Probably
The
after,
economy of
to be
that
honest.
defensive side, Larocque with a KO judge. Now he won't budge, not for a while at least you'd expect from this short position. Utility used to just clear out the Cypher setup on the other side. The plan is to try and reveal where comeback is.
Oh, they
Getting
didn't get
out
the
of
op,
there,
though.
Just about. We'll have to break the door. Forcing him out of position is tough. Now Rose is still sticking around. And if they back towards short while that nasty judge is waiting.
That is the play here. Just like in the last round, you saw Kayak use his utility to take control over mid. I think they're going to do the same here. Now Malzi is known to be in this position. And for a second, he stepped forward. I see the spike come back. I see eyes on short, and it looks like they are going to walk into the setup. It has changed, though. Pacific no longer have Loida, who was the man baiting for him.
They've used that.
He was supposed to take point of contact and allow LaRock to shred them after. Instead, it's going to be a flash and a big play from LaRock offered up. If he can dodge that, correct in time, and the judge will be deadly up close. One drop, an annihilation activated. He tried to at least make them pay for that, and Comeback is the one to apply the cost. Spike on its way, and Comeback still holding strong, taking the pin out as Loida fires from afar, and they swing together to drop a Vova. Hype, the last one, with a chance to make a dent on this round. 12 seconds left, and he's already trying to find the player around the box. Ring-a-ring-a-rosy, and the time is surely gone. 2 players to deny this plant. Shot darts on the way, and bullets to confirm.
Okay, good start for Pacific.
In with another.
A really nice round coming out from the Turkish squad once again. Just having that control on shot, holding it. And the thing is, LaRock did exactly what he was needed to do. Like, having 1 kill, you're going to sit there and maybe question his ability, but he ends up being...
Where's the announcement for Sassy? I assume on his Twitter.
The rest of the team were able to use
that was a bit fortunate last bullet.
sort of swing in and trade out a lot of the battles that were made awkward from that early fight. Guess we'll level up the scoreline once again, but more importantly, it will reduce.
Okay, on an eco now. Bigger win for Pacific.
To nothing. After what was a stellar start.
I feel like we could buy a little more, no?
Conversion, we now
Full loss bonus? I guess he does buy an outlaw a lot.
Empty.
See, this is the kind of guy that, like, this is the level of outlaw buying that you would actually need to buy full shields against. But this is not something you see very often. Okay, I lived that.
He will have an easy time dropping these players. Even before the damage is done, no one has heavy shields. No one's able to block those bullets. Right here. The B site under threat. The numbers stacked up as Solkis distracts on the other side of the map. They look to strike. And it's only Rose.
So, you know, 2A main, but still. The buy's so bad here that...
Contact gets the information, but Jellison's in a tough spot. Oh, especially after that. Now they're all around and pistols everywhere up close. And the numbers, well, they overwhelm him quite quickly.
Oh no. Oh, Roman's backside alone.
So far, Apeks, they lose one. Comeback.
Hello, Soulcast.
The Blade Storm's even invested as he goes into the site, picking them apart. But it might not be enough. Even after a big play from Comeback, we need one from LaRock. He's almost caught with an 8 in hand and makes it past the wall. Right over to the switch, an off angle now, the big swing coming, the shots don't land though. Apeks investing barely anything. Solkis' Sheriff, the big gun, and it finds the final kill for 3-2.
Wow, and Nico, that was I mean, I was about to say it, you know, like, why are we playing logs against the Nico? You know, just some things are, like, just why? You know, why are we playing logs shutting the door against an eco?
Overextension as well. Like, you talk about Comeback, you're the ones with the weapons. Yeah, you don't want to allow
it's
that
just
bomb
tough.
to go down,
It's a tough spot to play. Like, even if they did buy a bit more, right? Stingers and stuff, like, you're in a lot of trouble here if they do ever do this.
Straight away, ultimate used. Just looking to try and clear out as much space as humanly possible. He will be the one under pressure. In fact,
oh my goodness.
That's a big mistake on the other side now. The pistols thriving. Mosey at least manages to bring things back into contention, but Loiter's found a gun. And he's not looking to cower away. Potentially wants to try and fight with it, taking potential damage, but actually no, the shock dart didn't
How's he
land.
not taking damage there?
Back, and they spammed to try to deal with him if he did, but shots don't land either. Spike and a player sat outside
still have the
of A.
spike.
Orb taken by Malsey, just one away from his Hunter's Fury, and now they start to shift back, trying to take the space, capitalize on what Hype has found. They spotted by the camera. There'll be players waiting for them here.
Oh.
Yeah, you're dead. Caught with a recon in hand. That's unfortunate timing for Rose. That's the numbers equalized now, and despite 2 rifles picked up, the advantage now sits with Apeks. The only thing is the spike's a little slow getting here, but they still expect on the Pacific side
that 2 players on A, but these 2 do have rifles, so even if they end in a retake.
30 seconds left.
I've only spotted Hype. If you've watched Apeks before, you know that this man is often left out on an island, so you're not really basing too much of your calls on just seeing that man. You needed
Someone's
more.
Gotta go shut the door.
Eventually, more has been delivered, but it's at the cost of the site, at the cost of the setup.
I've done a great spot. Awfulcopter, thanks for the 26 months.
don't think he's been seen. They don't know he's there. They have absolutely no idea. They're already trying to push their way through the smoke with a man in their backlines, and they don't even get
Didn't even need him. Okay, big win for Apeks and what looked like a bit of a lost round.
Opportunities for Pacific, but Apeks stabilize.
2-round gap.
The Ravens are gonna fucking lose.
This should have been the lead for Pacific and a chance to extend, and instead, well, there was a scrap from the Pistols. There was
What is
danger.
going on today in the NFL?
But it's cleaned up in the end by the side hold, not even needing Hype's nasty position. And big value by Hype being left out.
Okay, comeback gets his up again.
See that time and time again. Defender's nightmare. That is a attacker's nightmare right there. I bet Malsey's just thinking, I hope the stream wasn't watching me there.
Let's just all pretend we didn't see it.
See what?
Well, it has pushed them back a little.
Oh.
Lloyd has been seen. That's not a spot that you really want to be in. He's gonna have to try and fight his way out, and he doesn't.
That's tough. You gotta. Did he have a smoke? Probably not.
A few more blunders creep in.
But if he did, you gotta smoke yourself off here.
Need to be taken risks that aren't paying off. And while already that advantage looking like it'll be converted.
He got comeback.
That gets caught. There is a trade, and actually LaRock finds another. He's the man holding on the back of the site. Somehow does more work than expected.
Don't have the spike though.
But even still, the rest a little bit late to the party. I say that Rose is just diving in, looking to try and do this, or has support from teammates, and with the spike still rotating into position, they'll retake it before it even begins.
Is this
Somehow,
considered a
another kill
banner
has come
series
through.
by professional
A swing
VCT
back in,
watchers?
but it's left all onto one, and eventually Apeks
I
will
mean,
get that job
in
done.
a sense, yes.
They're doing well on this attack side.
Okay,
Normally
5-2,
they're
probably a
weaker of the
timeout
two.
Pacific here. You would have thought.
That's a very scary sign indeed. The pistol round will give you the injection.
If
of
Apeks
rounds, but
win, do
here
they
now
pick up
3 in
Patty?
a row.
Why would they need
Apeks
to?
Finding full form, and I wouldn't even be surprised if Pacific called a timeout. They're coming into this round with
I
just
feel like the
pistols.
Ascension
It'll
teams
be
will
a
get a
light
bad
eye for
rep
this
if they
squad.
like. Obviously, if one of
This
their
was the
players got
round where they
poached
really
or
had a
something,
chance.
yeah, maybe.
I don't know how
But I feel like
Jelson
Pacific
managed
team,
to win the fight on the Sophus
Pacific
either.
teams,
It
Ascension teams will get a bad rep if they
shots
don't
fired out.
give their team a chance. If everyone ends up in tier 1, I think everyone will be happy, right? But if you get rid of someone when you don't need to, obviously if they're not aged, like, there's nothing you can do. But if you don't give them a chance, like, I think people will be quite annoyed at that as an idea.
The one to open this, and the B side as a result is left wide open.
Yeah, his lurks have caused so many issues now. As said, it's almost just the false information that he sells. He gets that pick.
I know the
you
Raiders
spot
be
him,
the Ravens.
and
What
you
the
still
fuck's going
know
on?
nothing. You don't know if that's the full force
Entered
of the team.
Bizarro
You always
world.
send him out
Me
isolated,
and
but
Tropical have
obviously
got the
it has
best
its
fucking
risks
teams
about
in the
it.
league.
It can cost
Saints
you
and
if he
Vikings.
goes
This is
down.
meant to be just a
But that's the
fucking
thing, he
nothing
feels
year.
like
We're
a safe
2-0.
pair of
We're
hands
2-0,
each time he
baby!
They've got more information. Avova
Oh, Avova.
actually falls top mid. That should be a gun to be retrieved.
No
the
smokes.
issue, though, still stands in the same spot with a solo defender in the form
Spiked
of the
here.
IGL, and that shot will not be landed. Comeback on low HP has a chance here, but they're waiting for him, watching for him to push around that corner. And again, with opportunities showing themselves, LaRock, it's a good flash, but he still hasn't found anything from it.
30 seconds left.
Loiter,
Spike planted.
fair.
Fair.
Taking
Yeah.
down the door and
Okay, look, I mean, 3v... Normally I say, like, when you get to 3v1, you gotta not troll. No matter what gun they've got. Like, +2 is where you stop doing stupid shit.
The young gun with the chance. Now 1 versus 2, but the time ticking away.
Flash is
Out
good
goes
on the Cypher.
paranoia. Doesn't force anyone into his sight lines, and now time ticking away. At this point, have to rely on a mistake from Apeks. They're dancing around the site, and Hype waiting in the smoke. Lands the shot. Another for Apeks as the lead extends in their favor. Not long ago, it looked like the series was going to slip out of their control, like they wouldn't even make it to a 5th map. And now they have a commanding lead, one that's put the pressure on for Pacific as the defensive side calls a timeout.
Well, that's the thing. The way that this series has gone,
Okay, timeout.
there's a world where they've already...
Felt like that might have come the round prior, but you do you. I mean, it feels like we've entered a scrap. Holy shit, Rams, what are we doing? Feels like we've entered a bit of scrap. Comeback gets an op, but again, opping against Eurowalt, pretty tough. And Kayak's going to go for a fucking Euro. They're going for a fast Eurowalt play if he's just buying a shorty. I would personally say, look, you got enough money to just buy anyway. Don't rely on just a shorty. You know, get a gun. Play a normal round. But here we go.
Uncharacteristic mistakes, but the amount of time these players have been playing.
Which of those two teams deserves the win more in your opinion? BTW, I'm still sad Heretics lost.
When you have a game that's this close, the team that deserves to win is probably the team that wins, particularly if this is like
4 or 5 maps. Sit there with a smile, because as the further this series goes, the more you have to believe that Apeks are in the driver's seat.
Well, it is. The more you fall back on that experience, and now 5th map deep in a series, leads slipping away as Apeks extend round after round. For Pacific, a few more losses, and I think that's where you will start to see the difference. 6-2. It's not a damning score by any means. The operator of comeback. Looking
okay,
for
he
a
did
victim.
buy
We've
again.
seen high contact play this 100 times, and if he does it this time, he will meet his maker. Come back straight in with the opening.
Learn about the They're showing this door a lot, which is interesting.
Squad on A, ready for a hit. They're getting aggressive, in fact, stepping right up to Avova, but luckily he spotted them.
Yeah, they want to try and deny this man anything. He's going to go
TP.
He's trying to TP behind them in the spawn. I don't even know if they've realized he's here. He's going to fight into it. Avova's just found a pick, and now this leaves a couple of players.
I thought this Chyper was in heaven. He's in hell. They know the two are there.
Somehow, what was just an instinct play has actually worked.
Oh, Mosey, what a shot.
This round
they know that this guy's here.
Fall apart for Pacific with the spike down in another orthodox spot. They go to fight this one, and Avova's there again. He should have been dead to rights. They look to surround him. And now, comeback.
Right, with an op, how do you do this?
Maybe the worst gun for the job, but he's
oh!
Anyway, dashes in, and guess who's there? It's Avova once again. This man plays off instinct, and he whips
oh my goodness.
It's the immediate reposition after the kill in heaven as well. He comes out on site, takes the fight, insta drops down with his teamate. They know that's the play they're
that's
gonna
a tough one. I was going to say, how do you win this with an op? It should be impossible, but he catches Molsey. Oh, sorry, Soulcast with util in hand.
We just missed the kill.
That's a crazy play.
In the spawn, big swing out. As I said, the adjustment immediately drops down below. Puts him in a
they didn't use this Eurowalt either. They still got it.
1v2, and you better be quick on the second kill. 2 rounds for Pacific so far. The defensive side has not found its footing. Comeback, a classic in his hand. But he has some blades to fire out. See if he can cause a storm. Or if Apeks will find nothing but plain sailing as they set their
again, they
sights
just
on B again.
show this Cypher, and he's been up here on his own before, so it's not like a crazy thing, but here is the play.
Don't do too much. As you said, there's some gaps
so
to
you've
TP
seen.
in. And that blade sword already gone.
You know two are back site. You just pivot away. What are you doing? Run away!
In the back of this site, trying to hold. Already ultimate utilized, but it's
okay,
only
good
going to
enough
be that
anyway.
singular. And the second player has been caught in the web of Soulcast. No chance at survival, and little to no chance for Larocque to try and find this one. He knows a couple at least are within the site. He can probably make the educated guess that the third is there as well. But how he isolates them, that's a completely different ball game.
Anybody's guess, really. He's got 2 flashes, but not going to be using them. The dry peek to start. Spots 1, spots 2, and that's all he can do.
Okay, Pacific in trouble. Might need a second time out here. But again, if you're Apeks, remember Haven. If I was their coach, I'd be saying, remember Haven. You do fucking not take your foot off the gas. You fucking lock in. I don't care how easy it feels. You fucking lock in. You've already lost one game where it was 9-1. It's 8-2 now.
To be just a few steps away from breaking the curse that's haunted them
no
for a
second
year
timeout. See, I always think take a second timeout, bro. Because if you start winning second half, they'll take timeouts for you anyway. You need to win these 2 rounds.
Member of that team joined the VCT. They just didn't take the Apeks name with them. The org, happy to reinvest, happy to continue to fight once
it's not
more
over yet, Tom.
Tier 2 scene.
Mr. Tom Biz.
And put themselves on the map once again. No one can question the desires of Apeks. The only thing is, do they have the bottle to close it? Last time around, they didn't even win themselves a map. The fact they got the first one relatively quick in this series was a good sign, but they have had their blips, had their slip-ups. They don't want this to be another one. Under pressure is Molesy, and he's going to go down. That's a rifle in hand. Bear in mind, on the other side, there's an operator. Hype goes walking right into it. The trade, though, is immediate, and Rose has not had the best time when it comes to defending this site. He's almost in a one-and-done angle. It's whether or not he's actually going to find that one at all. He will, and then trade it out.
Spike down.
Could be enough. Larocque already here, backed up by Jellison. They'll take the space. And sure, the wall's going to block for a moment, buy some time, but the reveal means there's nowhere else that they need to look. No concerns. I think one of those sonic sensors destroyed immediately. The plant to be found. Avova dropped off the bat, and Solkas will
big win for Pacific. Tried to run a little fake here. Timing wasn't there for them. Unlucky.
Possible, and we've seen them make it work from a worse position than that, even in this series. Just have to make sure this isn't a flash in the pan. The channel made spray on the floor for good luck. Let's see if it can work this time around.
Still showing that they can battle, they can brawl.
I'm calling this Jover and going to sleep. That's absolutely fine.
Solid shutdown and
although they did lose a map where they were up 9-1.
In his hands has been a nightmare for every team that's faced him.
Still winnable. Apeks defense sucks. I mean, this has been an attack-sided game for the most part.
Right at the top of the board.
How is this still going? Because it was always going full best of 5. I had like, in fact, in my head I was like, Saturday's gonna be a 3-0 because Pacific are better than CGN, and this will be a full best of 5 because these two teams are very close.
Question we have for Pacific is today.
This is kind of how I thought it would play out.
The last map, as we've already said, it could have been theirs.
Maybe not this close on every, like, you know, on these kind of maps, like how crazy it was, but
3-1
I'm
in
not
either
shocked it's gone
direction, but the
fine.
fact is it went the distance. It's gone to Ascent. With the final round of the first half.
Yeah, they destroy the door. This is interesting that they keep doing the door.
Themselves a commanding lead, or at least for Pacific to finish strong.
But again, they destroy the door, but not the cam, right? So the cam still sees that they're not there.
Play a big part in this round. Already though, util denied.
Hunter's Fury activated, come back on for one.
That's our only guy here.
He's caught behind the wall, but they stepped right in to brawl him. That's a big mistake. 5v3, Apeks. Huge disadvantage now, locked out of every part of the map they try to fight, and the wall they put down is now being broken. No control for the attacking side, no advantage to fall back on. And their eyes seem to shift to the B side. They're focused there. Traps still await them.
Didn't see the cam.
The rest of the squad is rotating through. The cam's caught the information. Rose
never destroyed the cam. Okay, 8-4. If you're ever gonna have a mouse wheel moment, have it be in a 5v1
not as strong a lead as it could have been
where the round's already over.
Yeah, it is a position where Pacific have a chance
NA
to
chat. What am I doing? What's this NA shit? Where is it? Why have I got 3 fucking... 1 in general? Oh, that's tropical. Throw City NA chat. Why, what's going on? Check this. So Lev are still... Oh no, Lev have made some changes. They've added Sentrets, I see. They're getting rid of Calm. Interesting. Oh, they're adding Sassy, who just retired. Canada Man on 200 Thieves. Who would have thought? I think Edward looks pretty good. So do you in the S tier. Team TMV, who's on my team? Canada Man, Takusek, Bova, Canada Man, and Zeta. Spell not the Zeta the mod. Zeta who's XT1 Zeta.
We'll see if they can muster the might to bring this one close to get us up
that one is funny.
Last thing we want to see is Apeks run away with it at the last moment. A close series, 13-11
on the mod Zeta
of the previous 2 maps, and there were 2 more before that. They weren't much more one-sided.
I'm sure there's a few people
okay,
in the
big
crowd
pistol,
right now that would love
Pacific.
to see Apeks walk away with another pistol. For Pacific. It's almost a must. That's so much damage.
It's a crazy
that shock dart has left 3 players on their last legs. Comeback is still not shying away from a fight.
Okay, got 2 again.
Similarly to the last, it's a collat to start things off, but as we saw, that didn't confirm the round. This time might be different though, as Kayaks found another triple. Jellison, last man standing, another shock dart to leave him low. And Apeks are going to take themselves the pistol. They are 4 away from undoing everything that happened last year.
9-4.
For Apeks at this moment, you gotta look to Kayak in those pistols, man. What was it, a 4K to open up the first, a 3K for this one? Yeah, listen, if there was another pistol round, they might avoid him. It might not give him the fights, but that time is long gone.
It's a leg
That's
shot.
ridiculous.
It's the shock dart that does so much, and that's the thing. You're gonna see the assists of Molesy climb quite high after that. He had so much impact in the round, and while it's really not shown in terms of the kill tally, very little to play with
That's
in
not
this
what you
round.
want to see.
Comeback executed. A chance for Kayak again to just farm up orbs. 2 away once more from having his ultimate.
Deadlock value?
3. It's able to get them so much in terms of information. The worry for Pacific now is that that energy is dwindled. They fizzle out in the final map, and will Apeks claim the crown that was promised to them a couple of years ago? Their entry into the tier 2 was something to be excited by. They built a team of veteran players and they doubled down on it. They believed in it again.
Over there.
That they can make the right choices, that they can invest
Early
in their
payout?
coaching staff, the people behind the scenes.
No, it's too late for an early payout.
And put everything, I was going to say on red, but I guess on orange. Pacific in this round, yeah, there's no hope. There's nothing to be found. An extra little bit of
30
damage
seconds left.
will only reduce the torment of what they have to fight against in the next. And then they have to, once again, dig deep to string a crazy amount of rounds together. With the average age of their
Okay,
team,
flawless as well.
you'd expect this to be a done deal. That's signed, sealed, and delivered at this stage. But that can only be your belief if you're joining us right now. Because the way this series has gone, as said, they've already fought back from a 9-3 deficit to turn a map into their favor. But if they're going to do it again, it has got to start
Gotta
now.
win now.
The thing
2
is,
light
the
shields
first
for the
2
Outlaw.
maps, a little bit more pacey, but
gonna get
those
aggro.
last 13 to 11s, 2 in a row, that's going to drain you deep into the series. Nothing
We're
can be
gonna
left
fake an aggro.
in the tank as we close out this final
Fake
map.
an aggro
Double
to get
digits
a
for
deep
Apeks.
trip. Interesting.
A mixed buy for them as they play this as a bonus. Pacific putting
Cool idea.
everything on the line, but they're not going to have that many easy fights. The Apeks side.
This is one thing I would say though, is
Players like
you can use a Euro here that always gonna drone
being at
this.
the top. He was the first to reach it here in
He got
EMEA, and he's
2
on his
shots
way
out.
back. Kayak, the young
Like
gun
you can always
joining
stay
that
here until you
experience,
have to
picking
TP
up
out.
the opening. Malsey realizes that's not maybe not a risk he needs to take. Avoids the spam battle down mid. Still an advantage late into the round, and they're walking right into the deadlock setup.
Yeah, this is the thing. You've got to try and delete it. A dash
Wolf
into
off
this
main, that's the
position will
correct
almost
choice.
definitely leave you stunned, and instead they're walking right into the hands
Wow,
of Kayak,
okay.
who is tearing them a new one. Loiter, last man standing, and while shock dart tells you that they know where he is, it doesn't even matter. Look at where the spike is. Getting past all of this utility is a no-go, a no-show. And it's looking like that's the case for Pacific in this final map. They have made their maker, Apeks.
Looking good.
So many chances now to hoist that trophy. But more importantly, don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful trophy to take themselves and an organization that has real love for Valorant to the biggest league in EMEA.
My matches are better than yours, and I'm 20. Yes, you are. The experience is there. 11.
Oh, here we go. Holy fuck, what happened there? $11-4. Bro's got the hood up. Hood with the earphones over the hood. It's a statement. 11-4, must win. Didn't get the spike down. Didn't even get a kill. Eco won't be great. You'll just get the one loss bonus, 2,900. Not great, Bob. Is Apeks winning this? If Apeks don't win this from this situation, this will be known as the biggest choke of all time.
Apeks, listen to me.
Considering what's on the line,
lock in and start chalking again, just like map 3.
This will be the biggest choke of all time if they don't win this. Like, other than the Champs Grand Final, you could argue this is the biggest game of Valorant.
And the rebuild.
In terms of, like, you know, money on the line and shit like that. Although then again, with the 1 year, maybe not anymore.
Pressure, seemingly making diamonds.
Wow, Kayak, what awareness, what a play.
When they need him most. Map number 5 is where that Polish superstar just looks to shut them down.
Okay, one more.
They are 1 round away from getting themselves to that promised land.
Now, I'm not going to watch the whole interview trophy lift stuff because I need to eat, man. I haven't had anything to eat, and I can't sit here for another half an hour.
Who are you scrimming? Who are you playing against? Who are you practicing? Well, Apeks, of course. And a lot of the time, Apeks are winning.
I need to go make the food as well.
Regional league like
Well, Furia DRX doesn't happen often.
About that making them weaker.
Yeah.
Competition they face on a daily basis.
Do you want me to tell you what they'll say? They're going to say, we worked so hard.
I was worried.
You know, I'm so glad we won. I love my teammates. We deserve this.
To lock in that spot in VCT.
I'm just so happy.
To bed this series, the Pacific have fought
so
damn
can't wait
hard
to play in Tier 1.
But history, this time, doesn't look to repeat itself as Malsey picks up the first. The dominoes start to fall with damage done to comeback. He's on 10 HP, the man who's pulled them out of so many tough spots. In this series, in this tournament, but now he's gone in what could be the last round. Jellicent trying his best, but flanked out in LaRock is all that stands of their chances. 1 HP on Solkas. Perhaps it's Avova, the first strike champion, the hero of old, to step up to the mantle once more. Or with 1 HP, Solkas, one of the longest standing Tier 1 players, Liquid for 3 years. He might just make his way back, but it'll be Avova to bring him there. A 1 versus 1 for a VCT EMEA slot.
I just have to wait
30 seconds left.
a little longer. LaRock is not looking to give this one up. The 16-year-old prodigy stands between his opponents and everything. Not just the trophy, the VCT spot, but for a lot of these players, it's a chance to prove that they've still got it.
Has flash,
that they
has
can
2
make
smokes.
their way back even when dropped, even when left by previous teams.
No, he's on site, obviously.
Avova,
could be wrapping
he's
around.
been around for a long, long time and looks to try and face up
Doesn't
against
use
one of
any
those
util.
new kids on the block. He spotted him. That final kill is absolutely everything. Timing comes down to the last second. He's got himself the paranoia.
Oh, GG.
Blind, and Avova is going to send Pacific
GG, welcome Apeks.
to undo everything that happened last year and to make themselves to the land that
Imagine being in the 1v1, my heart would be in my ass.
They have made it to the VCT.
Oh, sad for Pacific. I would say less sad for Pacific, because obviously 3 of them couldn't play in it anyway. Sad for the 2 that could, and sad for the rest of the kind of staff, but they did it. All of Apeks are over 18. All of them will be able to play, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I need to go and eat. That was EMEA Ascension. If you really must watch more Valorant, then there is more Valorant going on. America's Ascension is also on. Wukushu, thanks for the 8 months. I won't be watching that today. There is no stream tomorrow. There is no stream on Tuesday. But then on Wednesday, we pick it back up with the Playoffs of Americas. I will also watch the Chinese Final, which is on Saturday. Saturday is also the Americas Grand Final. And then after those Grand Finals, we'll then start picking up Pacific here, not the 5 a.m. games, but after that. But thank you all for watching. I've been TMV. You've been an audience watching TMV, watch a Vikings game, and also sometimes Ascension. And good night!